Hi, everybody. This is Rue. How y'all doing today? We are bringing you a whole episode of Legally Cute full of Kirby's. I am so excited. The new Kirby's coming out. There's a demo out there. Definitely check it out. But also, yeah, like really excited. Anywho, we are going to bring you a lot with Shasta. We have 3 runs. We have Kirby the Amazing Mirror. And then we have Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. And then Kirby Superstar. Ultra. Yeah. Go ahead, Shasta. Say hi to everybody. Mr. _ Shasta, by the way. And
that's my name, the full thing. Gotta let him know.
Yeah.
Everybody, I'm Mr. _ Shasta. I'll be running a lot of Kirby tonight. I was a little bit rich introduced before the run, but if you want to follow me, if you want to see more Kirby speedruns in general and see Forgotten Land speedruns when it comes out, I'll be running that on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/mr_Shasta. So bam, there you go. And also a commentary with me as well too. If you want to introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm TG. I'll be helping Shasta commentate his run. I've been known to touch Kirby the Amazing Mirror once or twice before, and I'll talk you through all the cool things that Shasta's going to be doing to go as fast as possible, beat all 8 bosses, and beat Darkmind at the end of the run.
Absolutely. I think without further ado, let's just go ahead and do the thing. So, fun fact about this game is that if you let the demo run, the main menu actually lags it for the rest of the time until you soft resets. So, gotta do that real quick.
It's a cool game we're playing.
Yeah. But yeah, in that case, I'll count it down. So 3, 2, 1, ba-bam.
All right, good luck, Shasta.
Thank you.
Thank you for the babams.
No problem.
All right, Kirby the Amazing Mirror is going to start out real quick here with 2 quick tricks. The first one is gate skip. This first puzzle of the game is supposed to teach you that there's cooperation involved and have another Kirby step on the switch for you as you leave the door open. But you can press the button and you can just barely get under that door in time. However, Shasta's been struggling with it. It's harder than it looks, but it looks real cool. And then right after that, we have the first mix of the run. Now, Shasta's going to hit the Cupid into the sword, and whenever you inhale 2 enemies that would give you... First try, let's go. Whenever you would inhale an enemy that would give you... 2 enemies that would give you abilities, it starts a mix. And that mix is going to start at the same place every time, depending on the ability of the first enemy that goes into your mouth, which in this case was the Sword Knight. So Shasta has a 4-frame window to hit wheel on that ability roulette. So it's not RNG, it's all to do with skill and timing there. And we want to get wheel in that roulette because wheel is the ability of this run. It is the quickest way you can go horizontally in this game. You're invincible during it. You can run over enemies. You can jump in wheel in this game. It's completely broken, and we're going to be utilizing a lot of movement in order to very quickly get through as many rooms as possible with wheel.
Sometimes I hear people call this game Kirby the Amazing Wheel, and it definitely shows.
And wheel isn't the only ability we'll be using for those of you who enjoy the full spectrum, but...
It's just the fastest for movement. That's the important thing.
100%. So this, speaking of which, this is any percent. Our main goal is to defeat all 8 bosses in whichever order we please. The first part of Amazing Mirror forces us to go after Stone Golem. After that, then the whole game opens up and we can go after the remaining 7 bosses in any order you want. Nice kill on Frosty there.
We're good.
A double star.
That's happened recently. It's weird.
A double star on Frosty absolutely annihilates him, and Shasta just needs to pick up 3 more hits in order to beat him.
In general, like when we're moving around with wheel in this game, if we hit an enemy, it causes a health bar to appear in the bottom right, and we don't want that because actually every time we hit it, there's a little bit of hit stun that happens regarding that, and that just loses a little bit of time here and there. Yeah. In order to save the frames, we want to hit less enemies along the way. A lot of movement is just based around that.
It can be up to 4 frames of lag. I'll elaborate that more on later because we're ditching wheel for the second ability of the run, Stone. Now, Stone is a very good boss killing ability in this game. It's got active frames for days, and most bosses will die in 3 double hit rock drops, as we're about to see here in just a second.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bam.
And is absolutely destroyed. And there's the first mirror shard of the game.
Just
now,
right there.
normally after you collect a mirror shard, we do a little Kirby dance. However, the game saves the moment the screen fully transitions to white. So we can go ahead and skip that Kirby dance cutscene, save a couple of frames there by doing a soft reset by hitting A, B, start, and select all at the same time. And then we just re-go into the game, and now we're on our way to Mega Titan. So that's definitely the big appeal of Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, is how open the game is, because from here Shasta can go and defeat any of the remaining 7 bosses in any order that he pleases. And we're going to do Mega Titan first, because not only does that open up a lot of the game switches, which are basically the hub rooms that allow fast travel, so we get a lot of openness for what we want to do later. It's also one of the few bosses that you defeat with wheel, and I'll elaborate that more on later.
Now I gotta get there. That's really the hardest parts.
Yeah.
There's a lot of very tricky rooms along the way there that can lose me a lot of time. Especially this one coming up in a second, because there's one section where there are 3 enemies that are super random.
Yeah,
it's right here, by the way.
So nice sword knights in there. Oh!
Yeah, I couldn't avoid that one.
Yeah, so I call that the switchback. It's got the 2 Waddle Doos and the Sword Knight. I have like an entire flowchart written down for all the enemy positions and what you need to do in order to... basically what you need to do to not get hit, because Kirby the Amazing Mirror, once you get really up there with good times, like we're talking mid to low 28-minute times, every single frame in this game counts. That's why we're making a big deal over hitting an enemy with a wheel causes 4 frames of lag, because you really do need to save those frames. As you see here, Shasta is trying to jump up these platforms rather than float up, because jumping is actually slightly faster than floating. That's just how optimized we're trying to get this run to be at this point.
Yeah, like that sort of thing really especially adds up, especially because later on in the run, there's gonna be a lot of luck just involved in general, especially when you get to the final boss gauntlet. That's gonna be the worst.
Oh yeah. So I was talking earlier, you can defeat any of the 7 bosses in whatever order. A lot of the order is determined based...
Okay.
Oh, that was some ladders being very annoying.
That was some horrible enemy luck is what that was.
Chips, man. Chips?
Yeah.
Did that? Okay, good.
We're good.
I thought that bonk
Thankfully.
killed the Mira. Oh, not doing the fat Kirby strat. Shasta playing really risky here. Don't need it. I love the confidence.
I don't need it.
So yeah,
we're good. Don't worry.
A lot of people's boss orders in any percent has to do with how annoying the bosses are, either RNG-wise or to fight. Usually, most people do Mega Titan first, just because that's the optimal way to do it, since it's a boss we defeat with wheel, and we earlier soft reset during the Kirby dance, but we actually watch the whole Kirby dance so we can keep wheel and then go right into the next segment, which turns out to be the most optimal way of doing it. I'll explain later, because we got Mega Titan here. Nice reverse hit. So Shasta used I don't know what you use. I use a visual cue for that, but if you hit...
I just go for it.
Yeah, basically you do a cross up from underneath, if anyone in the chat's familiar with fighting game lingo, and that causes Mega Titan to recoil backwards into the electrical wall, and then do that 4 times, pick up some supplemental hits on the second phase, and just like that, that's the second mirror shard. So for you legally cute fans, we get to actually watch the Kirby dance cutscene.
Aww.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah.
All right, and boom, we're right in that. We still have wheel, and we're on our way to Radish Ruins. So most runners get Radish Ruins out of the way as soon as possible. The 2 bosses found in this bottom left corner of the world map, question mark, and Molly, are 2 of the most infuriating bosses in the game. The fake Meta Knight loves randomly blocking your hits and wasting your time, even though there's some stuff... not a super great spike maze, but we'll keep it on trucking. You can randomly block your hits and stuff. Yeah. And Molly is just... I have a lot of words that I will be yelled at if I use to describe Molly on the stream. Go. So I will... That was
nice.
A very...
That's very
interesting
good.
way of doing that room.
That's the way I learned. It works for me.
That was
it's just hard.
That was like a cubist painting of how to do that room. It works. It's beautiful in its own way.
True. that's definitely a good way to describe it. Very colorful.
Radish Ruins is another very wheel-heavy segment. We're going to be seeing a lot of movement from Shasta to avoid hitting enemies as much as possible here, hopefully. Nice. Nice. That waddle doo jump is actually harder than it looks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all these little things are just adding up to so much time gain. We don't want to get the switches that we don't need. We don't need to come back here again, so we just jump over that switch because the cutscene of grabbing switches is quite long. We've got a moderate piece of RNG coming up. There's a hand, there's the Smash Brothers boss Master Hand coming up in the following room. Nice Shast turn.
Thank you. That's the one strat I found in this run. Let's go. It saves like 0.1 seconds.
All right, so what we're looking to do is we're looking to see if the Master Hand will grab us, and we want to turn right as we hit the wrist. Oh, we got the second best one. Yeah, we got the second best. There's 4 different attacks Master Hand can do. The best one is the grab, and if you set it up correctly, he'll just try to go across the screen grabbing you while you're wheeling through him to the left, and it's just so much damage, and you save all that time already going to the exit of the room. The fist is the second best because, again, you can still hit him while traveling left, and then you never want to see the finger guns or the rock drop because that wastes a lot of time. There we go, we got a vertical room. I touched on it earlier, but because of the acceleration you get off of jumps, it's actually faster to keep jumping rather than keep floating up vertical rooms like that. So Shasta's trying to route movement through the room, try and jump as much as possible and stay out of floating. Nice hit lag reduction.
Thank you. Right there is also trying to avoid hitting that Braun Burt too, because he spawns like either on the left or the right of the last room.
Yeah.
Like there's also that to note. But for now, we got the boss. Who is this guy, Chad? Who is this? Someone tell me.
I don't know. It's just question marks. All right,
no one knows.
The strat here is Shasta is going to try and do a crouch slide into Meta Knight. That if
who?
What?
Basically, a crouch slide will get this mysterious fellow to do a jump stab downwards. That's the best thing we can do.
Please?
Because we can cancel a crouch slide into a nair and do a ton of damage that way, but this is one of the least cooperative bosses in the game, so...
Yeah, that was not a good fight there. Can't really do much about sometimes, but like, yeah, it is what it is. For now, though, I'm actually gonna do a mix right here. It's a second patterns mix. Got set up like this. Bam, there we go. First try on that one.
We're going to Gobbler, okay. I guess you're doing Molly later in the run?
I do Molly after this, usually.
Okay, interesting.
I prefer getting this out of the way first.
That's fair. Olive Ocean. So we're off to Olive Ocean next. This is the underwater level of the run, which I'm actually a huge fan of. Olive Ocean is one of my favorite splits of the run. Oh, jeez.
We're good. I like this one as well too. There's a lot of movement, and there's just 2 mixes as well, which is a little challenging.
Yeah.
It's usually like the mixes and also like the main boss coming up, Boxy. The reason why I do this like first rather than Molly, is because they can really add up.
That's good reasons, and if you're just learning the run as well, Olive Ocean can be a very stressful place because if you lose your ability underwater, you cannot re-inhale it unless, you know, it happens to be on the surface of the water. And there's a couple of really scary segments, especially when we grab the stone on the way to the boss Gobbler. If you lose stone during that, it's just so much time lost, and it can be a little nerve-wracking for newer runners who are still trying to get the water movement down. But Shasta's a pro, we won't have that problem.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be totally fine. No, I'll be okay. I've done it a few times before, once or twice.
Once or twice.
Maybe thrice.
Ooh, nice. Getting around the blipper. Again,
thank you.
Saving any time as we can. We don't want to hit enemies. We don't need to. So this is Boxy. Boxy is a very energetic fellow who loves jumping around all over the place. And no, turned a bit too early. So
yeah, that was one hit left.
You can get hit out of wheel if you're turning. So trying to optimally do Boxy while not accidentally getting hit out of wheel can be a little challenging. Here's a sick.
Yes.
Nice. There's a really good mix setup. So Shasta air puffed one of the Foleys into one another, did what's called a float cancel to inhale the both of them, and we got UFO. And UFO is going to save us a bunch of time in this room in particular, since there is a bomb block, which is supposed to only be hit if you're going backwards through this room, but with a fully charged laser bolt, we can hit it right through the wall like that, and we're on our way, and that skips a quite long room.
Yeah, fun fact about that mix as well too is that technically it's an 8-frame window to get the power that you want, because like the power right after UFO in that mix is fire. You can angle that upwards, hit that bomb block as well.
Yeah. So
However, if you do it early though, well, you gotta do that again.
Yeah. It's one of the most forgiving mixes in the run in that regard.
It's just the setup itself is probably the hardest part of it.
So this is one of my favorite rooms in the game. I love that once you get into the rhythm of it, that you just go full tilt swimming through this room and just everything comes so close to hitting you, but you're just fine and you feel like you're really good at the game even though you're doing no work.
Mm-hmm. Like that was perfect right there for me. I didn't have to like stop it all.
All right, and we're basically on our way. We're gonna do some powerless movement through here until we grab stone in the next room.
Now I can get rid of this guy because like he eats us sometimes. That's pretty slow when that happens.
Not going for the swag 1 frame snooter boost, fake gamer.
That's a thing? Ooh.
Don't worry about it. All right, we grab stone. We grab stone. Again, stone is a really good boss killing ability, and this is what I was talking about earlier about this being a stressful situation because there are very few there's basically no air pockets in this segment, so if Shasta gets hit by any one of these fish, the blippers firing upwards, one of these jets that are somehow underwater, explain me that,
somehow.
Nintendo.
Come on.
Getting the Glonky scared. That Glonk normally hasn't hurt anyone.
Yeah, usually I just get rid of everything here just to make sure I can just get through your stone.
Yeah, we're playing it safe. So yeah, you're about to see why we want stone. Oh, I love this sprint. The sprint into stone, just right into the mirror. I love that movement.
And good luck. Nope. So we're gonna boop the snooze. Here we go. Oh, I turn around. We hit him the butt instead.
There's a lot of situations in this game that once you play it enough, you start to have like a flow chart for it, and there's like different positions Gobbler can go in after he does his initial attack, and you know it's like, do I want to purposefully get hit so my ability star goes out so I can shoot him with it? Is he going to go in the upper left so I just do a second rock drop? It's stuff like that you sort of have to deal with RNG wise in order to do it on the fly and save as much time as possible. Nice.
The chips are not my favorite right now. Let's just say that much. They're being very mean today. All
right, Molly is annoying is the word I'm going to pick.
Most importantly, though, I actually get really close to Molly. The Raptor's boss fight here is where Molly is. That's just routing right there. I assume you're going to be doing them with throw. Yep. Okay. Yep.
So you can either grab hammer from Bonkers or throw from the ability statue here. And I'm a hammer dude myself, but Shasta's in control with throw. So the goal here is we're going to try and catch one of Molly's projectiles and turn it right back into his face and get that active hitbox damage. Almost a holy moly.
Okay, I messed up. I could have hit him right there, but it's fine. Okay, how about? Thank you. There we go.
Almost what? So if you get a perfect RNG like that, the community generally calls it a holy moly.
Holy moly.
Holy moly. So close though, just missed a slight hit. So if you had hammer, the pros and cons of hammer is throw. If everything goes perfectly, I believe it's slightly faster, but with hammer, you don't need to wait for projectiles. You can just wail on them with the very powerful up and B hammer attack.
I found my strat recently for Molly is to make him to be all friendly to him, and sometimes he'll give me like the perfect look.
Yeah, my strat to Molly is resetting my runs, so that sounds like a better strat than mine.
Fair enough.
Dang. All right, we are on our way. We're passing through Peppermint Palace here. The boss is Wiz, but we'll be defeating them later in the run because this is the quickest way, at least the quickest way that opens up these switches for later, to Candy Constellation, which is a complete bop if you're a fan of this game's OST.
Absolutely, it's my favorite song personally.
Candy Constellation, in my opinion, though, is the hardest segment of the whole run. There's so many bottomless pits, so many pitfalls, and a lot of really tricky movement optimizations that it's what I call a money split. Like, there's so much you need to get right. Yeah. There's a lot of RNG points as well, the first of which is the Mr. Flosty mini-boss coming up.
Mr. Flosty. It's not Mr. Frosty in this game.
Yeah, quite an infamous typo. There's an L in Mr. Flosty. Unfortunately, we will not get the good luck. Oh, Shasta, you're good! You're so good, Shasta!
Hell yeah, let's go!
That was not as easy as it looked, trying to get that many good hits, because if you turn around too early, Mr. Flosty eats you and wastes a ton of time. If you turn around too late, you bonk, and then you have to waste a bunch of time trying to get reset up again. That was perfect backup on a not super great RNG there. So excellent work there.
Thank you, thank you. I've been doing really well with that fight lately, even with like bad luck like that.
Heck yeah. All right,
Yeah.
It's just gonna get harder from here though. Here's where the bottomless pits really start kicking in. A lot of really precise jumps not to bonk and lose your ability. Losing wheel here is so backbreaking, especially for newer runners.
It really is. This room especially is a bigger killer for wheel. This room right here is one of the hardest rooms I think in this whole segment, just to do correctly.
Do correctly, maybe. The star block room, in my opinion, is a bit more risk versus reward.
That went well right there. That was super clean.
Yeah, that was very, very clean. You were playing very well right now, Shasta.
Let's
go. All right,
Now,
here's
this
one of
room
the
is-
scariest rooms of the game because not only do you have to contend with
Careful.
every block in the room being breakable, you also have to contend with a bit of lag, especially if you're playing on consoles. And there's waddle doos everywhere, and Shasta's going to play it a little safe. I do
There
not
we go.
blame him. And there's the warp star. Seeing someone go
that was
through this
good.
room at full speed is insane because you can do like a bunch of risky jumps for pretty much like a handful of frames.
Yeah, I was trying to go for like the earliest jump possible there because if I do that, I avoid the Gordos especially. Can I get this? Yeah, there we go.
Nice, very nice. Again, basically the same playbook as the Master Hand fight in Radish Ruins, only that fight's a bit more annoying because he's an extra tile higher off the ground, so you can't just hit him by jumping during wheel. You have to unwheel and re-jump every time, and Shasta got the grab pattern right off the bat, which allowed him to be low and get a lot of hits in, so Shasta got great luck there.
That's really good.
So, some routing here, trying to hit as few enemies as possible. I see as Shasta hits like 4 more enemies than he needs to.
Yeah, I missed that jump. It happens.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're doing great.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, we're gonna get my
no, crap.
favorite ability.
No, we're still getting it. We're still getting it. Don't worry.
We're about to get my favorite ability in the whole run here, Missile. This is a very high skill ceiling ability just because of how brutal it can be. If you hit a wall, look at that swerving, so good.
Oh.
So if Shasta hits a wall or an enemy, he'll go into an explode animation that takes
Almost
quite a bit,
perfect.
as you see there. But the better you are with Missile, just holy cow, this ability feels so good.
It really does. And
Alright.
so this part right here is one of my favorite parts of the entire run because we're actually going to line the bullies a little bit for some damage here for Master and Crazy Hands.
I'm not
I didn't get the best.
No,
Yeah, like,
I actually wouldn't have called the Kirby's here.
Yeah, probably not this time.
You're
It's like
basically
Burning's okay, but like Cupid's not really good.
No.
Not gonna do much for me.
No, I don't even think Burning's good, honestly.
It's like it's good in a pinch if you need it, but like it's not like optimal by any means. Oh, they're
So
dead.
this-
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, this game is multiplayer focused, but the AI of the Kirby's in single player leaves something to be desired. Again, putting that as politely as possible. So you generally want abilities on your bros there to be basically something they could just hold the B button down and you not have to worry about it. So either sword, fire, ice, or like the best one you can get.
I like UFO and Parasol there personally.
Yeah,
I know
UFO and Parasol, because Parasol just has the active hitbox and you don't nearly have to worry about them doing anything. If they're just in the right place, you'll get free damage.
I know Maria's world record has like an insanely good just.
Oh my goodness! Oh,
yeah.
don't get me started.
That's a very good Master Hand Crazy Hand because I think he had like Parasol and like for sure UFOs like what two of the abilities are there and like they just like went in. They just did so much work against Master Hand Crazy Hand.
All right, we're heading up north to Mustard Mountain here. We're going to knock on the door of Krakow. Hopefully there's someone in chat with Rotato emotes.
If not, you got fill in real quick.
Yeah. Shoot, I gotta get to the chat. So you can do this segment in one of two ways. Shasta's doing the way with burning, since you do need to break metal blocks on the way up, so you need something that can do that. I'm a Chad who uses missile.
Oh, Missile's great too. They're both good.
But that's doing this segment with missile has such a high risk to such a small reward that it's only really best if you're insane in the head, i.e. me.
Fair enough.
All right, we're hoping for a 33% chance
Come on.
here.
Hey, we got it. Let's go.
Nice. All right,
Hell
so
yeah.
that Shadow Kirby encounter can give you one of three things: a maximum tomato, a 1-up, or like Shasta got here because this run is insane, invincibility candy, which just as you can see runs through the mini boss there, Battlefire. And so
Battlefire is shaped like a friend.
Oh yeah, Battlefire is definitely the most friend-shaped thing in this whole game, in a game filled with friend-shaped things.
Honestly.
Oh, not doing right side Krakow, Shasta.
Oh, come on. One more, please. Oh, no, we're good. There we go. Just a little bit of unfortunate hit right there, but it's okay.
Not doing right side Krako. I'm
Is that safer?
Oh, it's so much safer.
All right, I gotta do that then from now on.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, Krako, once again, you do with stone because, as you can see, it's absolutely evaporated so many people already. Okay, we're doing Whiz Wheel Mix. Heck yeah.
You know I am.
What a gamer.
it.
Okay, if you think you've seen insane wheel setups, or mix setups, I mean, in this run, wait till you see this.
Bam! Look at that.
Wow.
Ooh-wee.
I love that one.
That puff into the float cancel inhale. Oh my goodness.
It only stays like
recommend-
3 seconds, but like it looks so cool, and like I just go for it because it's fun.
That saves more than that, isn't it? Like
Really?
5?
Maybe
It
it
was
seems a
definitely
decent amount to go for.
It was definitely enough for me to start going for it. But I don't even recommend people do that unless they have like a 28. And Shasta's out here with like a high 29 like a couple weeks ago, and he's just like with a smile on his face trying to get it to work. And all that work pays off. Not going for hammer mix here though. We'll get there one day.
Yeah, one day. That's like the hardest mix in the game.
Oh, it
straight up.
100% is, because not only do you need to nail the mix, there's also, you have to rely on the Sparky either jumping or attacking. So we're not doing this with hammer, we're doing this with Parasol. So Parasol constantly has a hitbox there, so we just need to stand right next to Wiz. Okay, that's the second best thing that can happen. And we just basically need to show him our cool umbrella that we got.
Oh no, get out of the way. You gotta get that cloud out of the way. The cloud's the worst one you can get from him.
Okay, I think you could have set up a double star here for the kill, but that's fine.
Possibly, yeah. I usually go for that, but that was still good luck.
Heck yeah, and that is all 8 mirror shards, and we're on our way to the worst part of the run.
Yeah, unfortunately.
This sounds very exciting.
It is very exciting, because that means that the run's almost over, and you might PV.
Maybe.
So, I jest,
Possible.
but the ending final boss rush of this game is brutal. You have to fight another Dark Meta Knight who loves blocking and not having you do damage to him. So again, we're going to be trying to do slides into rock drops to get him to do the down stab.
Oh, there we go. Works.
That's not bad.
Nice.
That's not bad.
Also, of note before that as well too, I went to the mirror soft reset and then went back out, and some of the boys in the other room, because if I didn't do that, they would come into all these fights right here, and going to mirror shard immediately when it did also makes it so we can just skip the cutscene.
Yeah, and like we said, the AI Kirbys are not particularly smart, so it's just faster to keep them out of our way than to allow them. So this is one of the final bosses. This is Dark Mind, and there he goes. He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. GG's.
That was
Very
so
good.
fast.
So yeah, a double star if you hit Dark Mind with it. Whenever you deal damage to Dark Mind, he'll reel back and before he teleports and does another move, which means
This is
that
Dark
he moves.
Mind.
Yeah, the meme. Basically, Dark Mind reels backwards in pain and basically gets hit twice by the same double star, as you can see there, and it's just a 1-hit or 2-hit kill there. So that's what we're going to be doing for the first 2 phases here. Now, the third phase is going to be the same, but we're going to cross our fingers so hard that they almost snap for him to attack us with either a red star or a blue star, because that means we can either get fire or ice going into the next interim section, and that'll allow us to skip a puzzle requiring us to go along a long loop to get sword. So hopefully we get it. A free time save?
Nope. Not this time.
Wasting my time.
I haven't gotten it at all, like, in a long time.
Yeah. So as you see there, the button was right at the start. If we were able to inhale fire or ice from Dark Minds, we would have skipped this whole escapade up and around here. So that means we have to grab sword, flash the button, and we're into the most make it or break it part of the run here. So a double star is not going to kill Dark Mind 4. It's going to leave him with a tiny amount of health, which is a good thing because we want to go into the next phase of the final boss fight with UFO, which absolutely annihilates the 5th phase of Dark Mind. So there you go. He's got a little bit of health left, but we need one of 2 things. We either need a green star.
Oh, got it.
Oh, we got it.
Yes, let's
He's
go.
so good.
I'm
Nice.
so good. Let's
He's
freaking
so
go.
good.
Nice.
It might be a rim on my splits. Never mind, it
Oh
isn't.
my
Barely
goodness.
not. Barely not.
So we were completely at the mercy of Dark Mind giving us a green star there, and that was one of the best possible things that could have happened in that fight. Otherwise, there's a couple of things you can do where you can position yourself so you can inhale 2 stars, so no matter what, you can at least try to mix for UFO, but you don't need to do that if you're lucky. So UFO annihilates this fight because the max fire laser has penetration, so we can hit that center eye, have it deal damage, and then it go through to one of the mirrors that Dark Mind attacks with, which is also our hurt box, and then we can, as you see there, we just completely rolled through Dark Mind 5 in a pretty good fight there. And
right here, I could summon the boys. I'm doing it just for sake of marathon safety and all that, but like, you can also just not do this for the final boss fight, but if you summon the boys for it, and you happen to die during it, the health will not be reset at all.
Yeah, the downside being that Dark Mind will track the AI Kirby's instead of you, so your shots won't go on target as reliably, but it's pick your poison. And this is the last segment of the run.
I'm gonna be on final hit, by the way. So get right on time. Pressing A and B back and forth just to do more damage and more damage up and everything.
We're
almost dead. Really good luck. Really good luck.
Nothing clinical about this.
Time.
We got there. Amazing run, Shasta.
Thank you. That went very, very well. No pun intended.
That was like a 29, wasn't it?
It was on my splits. It was a 2909.
2909. That's amazing, Shasta. For a
that was really good.
Heck yeah! Congratulations.
It would have been a 28 if I got gate skip, but no.
It's all in that gate skip.
It's always gate skip. It's always gate skip.
It's all Gate Skip's fault.
It's always gate skip, I swear.
But yeah, GG's in the chat for a really good run here.
Yes,
absolutely.
GG's.
I've been working hard on this run lately, and I hope it showed that one.
Yeah, this run gets a lot of bad rap for its RNG with Moly, with Dark Meta Knight, with the final boss rush. But...
I'm upset. I'm upset. Look at that.
Oh, by one.
Dang.
We almost got the nice number.
Almost got the funny number.
But yeah, I really love the movement in this game. There's no glitches, there's no clips, there's no tricks like that. It's just a pure movement-focused speed run. And even though there is RNG, there is still a ton of skill involved with being able to play the cards that the game deals you. And it's definitely one of my favorite speed runs I've ran. And I hope you really enjoyed this exhibition run of Kirby the Amazing Mirror 80%. Maybe that will inspire you to try it out.
Absolutely.
The community's awesome, and we're always looking for more people to run this game, which means more people to play bingos with. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Let's just say the Kirby community is like one of the best communities I've ever been a part of. Actually, is the best community I've ever been a part of in general. I just love it. It's very welcoming. It's just like, I don't know, everyone's really cool in general. Give it a try, you know?
Don't play favorites. All humans are humans.
Fair enough, fair enough.
But yeah.
For anyone that is interested in joining the community, I did link the speedrun.com website, but the Discord is the cute little purple icon, and you can find it there. Thank you so much. That commentary and honestly, that run was amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely. That was very good.
It was so good. Definitely. I'm excited for the next run, but I definitely really loved and enjoyed the commentary.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate that. And we will be back with more Kirby. We're just going to set up for the next run. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back.
If I could quickly plug myself, I also run this game a lot. The Kirby Relay 2022 is coming up. I'm running 100% of this game, so instead of just beating all the bosses, I'm getting all the chests and visiting all the rooms at least once, and I'm sort of streaming that on and off over the past next 2 months. So if you like seeing high-level speedruns of this, look me up. I'm on Twitch at Hey I'm TG.
There we go. I also posted that for everyone to follow and chat.
All right.
Perfect.
Good luck with the rest of the run, Shasta.
Thank you. Thank you.
And GG again.
Thank you.
And thank you for being on, TG. And we will be back with some more Kirby. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. This is Rue bringing you some more Legally Cute and Kirby with Mr. Shasta. And with Mr. Shasta, I am bringing another commentator named Dark Soul 88.
Hello.
And say hi.
So hi. You might remember me from the other week with a couple of reruns that I did then. Down here commentating.
You might remember me from a few minutes ago. Hey!
A few minutes ago. Yeah. Well, this is definitely something to definitely watch. It's going to be a very great run. I'm stoked for it. I mean, we just saw like a great, amazing Kirby run with the Amazing Mirrors. You know, like the Looking Glass, you know.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Kirby through Looking Glass.
Yeah, Kirby
Let's call it.
Looking Glass. Definitely, we're going to bring you some more Kirby Nightmare Dreamland. So, hey, take it away whenever you're ready, Mr. Shasta.
Yep, this is the first GBA Kirby game, actually. This is actually, fun fact, the game I've speedrun the most of any game I've ever speedrun. Back in the day, I ran a lot of 8% and a lot of 100%. And I've also run a lot of the category games today, which is Mad Nightmare. Ran this at the last SGQ in particular. I raced this with Rox, who's also very good at this game. And he beat me in that race. Just a little spoiler for you, but yeah.
Still watch it anyway. It's a good race.
Absolutely. I still got him beat in the PB side, so that's what really matters. I don't know. Shout out to Rox. He's a good dude.
Also, honestly, probably my favorite game in series for that matter. And I'm actually currently like running this game actively for the series relay. So
yeah, shout out to the Kirby series relay in particular. TG mentioned it a little bit at the end of the Amazing Mirror run, but every year for the Kirby series, we get both a ton of Japanese runners and like runners from around the world in general, and we just do a relay race of a ton of different Kirby games. I think there's 17 of them this year. We're doing all in a row. It's like an all-day event. It's happening, I think, usually we get it to happen on twitch.tv/speedgaming around then. And it'll be in late April. I think, let me just check my calendar.
I'm pretty sure it's the 30th, from what I remember.
Yeah, it's the 30th, yeah. April 30th on twitch.tv/speedgaming. So yeah, I'm running Forgotten Lands for that, by the way. So I'm waiting for that game to come out before I can just, go fast in it. But yeah, without further ado, let's start with the Mad Nightmare. So this mode in general is unlocked when you 100% the game and then just beat extra mode. That unlocked Mad Nightmare. It's a mode that a lot of people probably have not played too much, but it's a hard one. It's a really hard one. I think we'll explain more as we go into it. So let's just get it going. 3, 2, 1, bam.
Alright, as soon as he enters, you're going to notice a couple of things very quickly with Meta Knight. One, Meta Knight moves a lot faster than standard Kirby. Like, he has this weird kind of Naruto run that some people in my chat have kind of put it as.
Pretty much.
And it's one of these pretty much Kirby's running speed. He also throws his momentum into a lot of everything he does. So, like, if he does, like, a sword swing, Meta Knight will kind of lean himself forward with it. This does make it really tricky to control. You can run into enemies very easily. You can run into bosses almost easier than the enemies. But Meta Knight tends to make short work of almost anything. So it's pretty much lots of jumping around with the sword slashes. You'll get more height and more just movement in general with it. And when you get to bosses and mini-bosses, what you'll see Shasta do very quickly is he'll just kind of like jump and then slash. If you do that, Meta Knight won't move, and it makes it a little bit safer for just attacking quickly. It is a little bit of a rhythm. If you do too quickly, you can just end up like attacking and then moving, and then you'll get hit sometimes. I've done that many times with Bugsy in particular.
Yeah, it's really hard to control in particular, just because like, unlike with Kirby, you don't really you can't lose your momentum if you have to quote unquote float. In case of Meta, he has like. His wings kind of make him lose all his momentum. But like a lot of time we're trying to just jump and not like flap with our wings if possible, but it's not possible all the time. We also have 3 health, by the way, which is another important thing.
Yeah. I was about to get to that.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So you have extra mode health. And it's very easy to die.
Very easy to die. Like this is a run where you're expected just to die many times, and like some rooms like that one there, for instance, can go horribly wrong, and like that will happen. Forgive me, I'm a little bit rusty in this one compared to the other runs I've been doing tonight, because like it's a game that's I have to do just a lot, and I've not spending as much time on it, admittedly.
Honestly,
3 games for this. It's a thing.
Honestly, still doing pretty good though.
Yeah, like just expect deaths. Like deaths are gonna happen this run. It's just a fact of life we run this game.
Yeah, there's a reason why you'll probably see a lot of runs go for extra lives, because there's a number of them aren't actually that out of the way, or it may take like another second to get.
Love this strat right here. I just do 3 sword swings and then that was bad luck though. 3 sword swings and just like flap all the way up to the through side of that room and it avoids every enemy. Except for the last one.
I might have paid the multitude to help that.
Oh no. Yeah, right there and thankfully in that last room we can get an easy 1-up, so I opt to get that every time. Just might as well. And then here is Wispy Woods, first boss of the game, and
yeah, so you don't really have to.
There goes Wispy Woods. It's done.
Yeah, so you don't really have to worry about Wispy because you don't. The only way to really take damage is if you like jump and hit his nose.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen usually. You can just stay there and just swing a sword.
Left in place, and it doesn't really matter. Meta Knight would just kind of kill him. Also kind of an interesting note, pretty much every boss except for Day-to-Day will take 10 hits. Meta Knight's sword does the same damage as the sword ability itself.
A little bit of a rough room there, but we're through it, we're through it. The one could be a bit tricky in general, but the good thing is that, just like if regular 8% runs in this game, if you're low on health going like all the way through 2-2, you will get healed during this level. As long as you don't die beforehand, which hopefully that will not be the case.
Brain really sometimes might be a problem about that, because it can kind of move very suddenly, and if you're not ready for it, it will just run over you, and then you know you're dead.
Yep. Thankfully right there I got the optimal luck, so we're good. But I also can mess this up potentially, hopefully we don't. And we're good. We got 1 health right there, so now we're good.
Now he's safe. He probably won't die, or at worst, he might take another hit. Yeah,
like, it'll be okay. See, we got another thing right there, and we're good. Right to the end. This run also goes by very fast because there's no cloud games at all either. Whereas if you play with Kirby at the end of each level, you have to go through a cloud mini game.
Yeah, but Meta Knight promptly does not have time for that. And wants more practice for his sword, so the abilities just kind of don't exist. Honestly, a lot of mini bosses and bosses don't entirely exist either, but they're there for him. They're there for Meta Knight to kind of get an idea of what to do.
There we go. All right, here's the first.
The first mirror match, because
pretty much.
Wait a minute, what's Meta Knight doing here? Wait, but Meta Knight's here.
Meta Knight is get rid of some employees, I guess, in the worst way possible. I don't even know. He's doing something. These are his minions. Oh, I messed with the last part of this. We're just gonna.
What you typically want to do is you'll hit that enemy once, and run into them to kill them, and then use the damage that you've taken to run into the next enemy, and then slash them and kill them, and that finishes it a little bit faster.
Yeah, I messed up a little bit there. I swung a little bit too late, so it didn't happen, but it's okay. Thankfully, this level right here, hey look, a free tomato. It's not really out of the way either. And now we're good. We're back at full health.
Yeah, thankfully there's that going for that arena. That's why the damage boost is really safe. And there's Mr. Tit-Top, and there goes Mr. Tit-Top.
He's gone.
Just like every other mini boss, really.
There's also a great room right here too. If you need some extra health and stuff, you can just go ahead and get it right here. I usually have to get this 1-up right at the end because it's convenient. You know, like I said earlier, deaths are gonna happen this run. It's just a fact of run this category.
Yeah, you pretty much want to just prepare as much as you can. Get extra health if you have to. Get extra lives where you need to. Because unfortunately you can't soft reset, which is something you can do in the other runs in some places. Doing that lets you get a health refill. However, this is Meta Nightmare, and you can't save. So if you do that, you start over.
Yeah, soft resetting is just not a thing. Unfortunately, if it was a thing, this category would be way easier. But no. It's all one in-game time and doesn't save it when you go out, so rip.
Yeah, unfortunately that's not something they really figured out until later iterations of Meta Knight modes, like Meta Knight Mirror Ultra, Meta Knight Mirror Returns. Those ones do actually let you actually save and quit.
Yep. And I don't know if it's a hot take or not, but I was saying Meta Knight Returns, the one on 3DS for playing a robot, is probably one of, if not the best, 3DS speedrun in general. That run is ridiculous. It's so cool. And just the skill ceiling is massive in that one.
I haven't actually really watched any runs of it. I played through it a couple times trying to see how fast I could do, but definitely not what I would call a speedrun, really, other than just, oh, there's a time. By the way, I hope you enjoyed Paint Roller for all of the 10 seconds it was around.
Yeah, with Meta Knight, Paint Roller is, he's just gone sometimes. He just leaves. with sword in particular, he's just very easy, pretty much. But it's random where he goes there, and I was trying to read the correct pattern. In my case, I got a pretty good pattern for Nightmare. I just had to jump around him, and that's it.
Other really good patterns if he does from like the top left to top right, and then you just kind of like fly in place and still hit him pretty much every time. Speaking of flying, something I wanted to bring up earlier, you'll notice that Meta Knight ascends a lot faster than usual. That's the trade-off for having basically no momentum left and right. He has a ton of upward momentum, and you just kind of zoom across the air that way. You don't get to see too much. There's not a lot of vertical, Okay, there is vertical areas like in Butterfield in here, and
I get that. That was wrong.
Maybe don't run into the spikes.
The spikes are bad. Not a fan personally.
Meta Knight can do many things. Meta Knight can do many things. Going through spikes is not one of them, unfortunately.
Unfortunately not. And whoops. Oh, you still got hurt. Whoops. All right, here's Bugsy. Bugsy, in any category of this game, is always a pain because he is very random. That time was very good though. I kind of manipulated his pattern there to just make him stay in the air a bit longer, and so he just kind of floated there, and it worked out for me. Very nice.
Yeah, Bugsy's really tricky to go after because partially again just the movements that Shasta just mentioned. The other reason is it's very easy to just throw Meta Knight's momentum into whatever you're trying to attack if you're not careful with your movement. And it's incredibly easy to just run into Bugsy, and then Bugsy of course does a grab and does things to you.
Very not nice things. Bugsy's not really our friend. Never has, but never will.
No, it's pretty much up there with a later mini boss we'll be seeing, Fan. Ella Fun is great, and totally not a problem.
What is the problem though is this current arena right here is time for 3-4. It means it's time to get rid of all these other Meta Knights right here. And that was, oh my gosh, am I just gaming? Am I gaming right here? What's going on? Gaming?
Yeah, I think.
Gaming?
Yeah,
that was sick.
gaming.
Let's go. That was awesome.
that was very clean. That was definitely gaming.
We do be gaming here. On Games Done Quick Channel, we do like to play some games.
Games good. That's good. Gaming's good.
And we like
absolutely.
we like to make sure they're done quick.
Yeah.
It's in the name.
I'm doing my part.
And there's Meta Knight's upward momentum in action. That's probably one of like the best examples. The other really good example is the Prato fight, where you have to ascend, where you have like a little mini stage of ascending upwards or Prato chasing you. Spoilers: Prato won't be able to catch up.
Yeah.
Meta Knight ascends very quickly.
In general, like throughout this run, I messed up right there actually by not doing what I was about to say, but I'm trying to just do like kind of my neutral like swing the entire time because it stalls events just a little bit in midair. So that'll allow me to get to like jump up a bit higher and just in general make that work. I can also do a dash attack, which is very laggy but has a bigger hitbox than my sword swing. So it's good for like very niche situations. And also do like kind of like a quote unquote up tilt. It's the same like animation really as the one that Kirby the has a smash. And like that's pretty laggy as well too. So all the time we're not gonna be doing any of that. We'll just be doing our normal slash, and that's about it. And now, chat, guess Sun or Moon? Sun or Moon, chat? Sun or Moon? Which one is it?
Sun Jane.
Always Moon.
No!
Always Moon. Yeah. There you go. It's a 50-50 chance which one between Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright actually like decides to attack first, and Mr. Bright won. We got it.
Yeah, it is an old running gag amongst a lot of us Nightmare Dreamland runners of Sundane or Moon Through.
Yeah,
I'm not the only one who does Sundane.
There's a few people.
Almost everyone else is Moon Through, or they pick nothing,
which is not fun.
And stay in the middle.
It's just not fun. Like, have some fun. It's a speed run. You gotta pick. It's fun and it can save time that way. Like there you go.
That's the best way.
Exactly.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mostly lose time because I pick the sun every time, and honestly, I end up getting Moon more than I get Sun.
Ooh, might have to switch over at some point.
Never.
Never. Okay, fair. You know, your name is Dark Soul, and Soul just does mean sun, I guess. So like, I guess it makes sense.
See, exactly.
There you go. It fits.
I mean, I could come up with a counter. I do know that dark is kind of when the moon is out.
Ooh.
Okay, but hear me out. What about in the flips?
True.
Yeah,
That's both of them at
true.
the same time then, but they can't do this.
Yep.
Okay, that's fair. Also, the moon is a present, so that probably doesn't quite work the same way.
All right, this room right here.
Yeah.
In particular, we're going down to the bottom of it because there's a lot of room for us to run. That's usually usually when playing as
This is
Kirby.
very different than what I've been doing.
Yeah, you want to go down there. There's just a lot of room to run in general. As Kirby, you kind of stay in the middle or stay in the very top of it, but as Meta Knight, you want to be down there. It's good. Then free health at the end of the room, which unfortunately I immediately squandered. But yeah.
That's a rite of passage in Meta Nightmare. You will get health and probably lose it in about 5 seconds, maybe.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how it goes.
The best one is when you get an extra life and then immediately die.
Yeah.
Definitely done that one a few times.
Same here. I go just right down here and just avoid everyone, hopefully.
Yeah, if you stay to the bottom, Meta Knight can
That's not what we're supposed to be in there.
evade that. And
At the end, we're supposed to go to the bottom there.
Yeah, in this room, if you were Kirby, wheel would be an option. But we're not Kirby, and Meta Knight runs almost as fast, so kind of don't care.
Feet is our option here. Feet and sword, that's what we got.
Oh, by the way, I mentioned Fanfan earlier. This is Fanfan. He's adorable, but also kind of a pain.
Thankfully there, he was very much not a pain that time, thankfully.
Yeah, the 7-2 Fanfan might be a different matter. That's the fun one.
Think it's fun. We're invincible now. Let's go. Just run through everything. This is a bit harder for Meta Knight because his aerial momentum is not as good as Kirby's, so he has to like float you have to like slash just a little bit to get on the platforms.
Yeah, Meta Knight's jump momentum is basically the inverse of Kirby's, where Kirby's jumping is at his running speed. Meta Knight's jumping is at his walking speed.
I'm probably gonna die. Yeah, I messed up that room anyways. Let's go to the right
this
first.
is incredibly easy to die in because of the enemies.
Yeah, I was supposed to go to the right first to destroy this guy over here. That was on me.
Like, you have like, it's a very just tight space, lots of enemies around, and it's very easy to just take a hit, at least trying to maneuver, and it's very easy to die if you're at low health. It's also easy to take damage in this room because there's spawner first that will drop down on top of you, and luckily Shasa's gaming and just doesn't really care if you got through that, no problem.
I do be gaming though. Yeah, that room in particular, the brown birds either like spawn like in front of you or on top of you. It's a little bit annoying, but thankfully that time it was totally fine.
Yeah, if you want like an easier strat for that stage, you can also just do it at walking speed, and that tends to be a little bit safer. You have a little more time to react. If you can though, you just want to run. Like, running is pretty much always what you want to be doing with Meta Knight in terms of just standard movement. I wasn't commenting on that mini boss. There wasn't really anything to say other than Meta Knight said hi and sliced it a few times, and that's it.
Hi, Mr. TikTok. Bye, Mr. TikTok.
It's that.
And we're good. I'm just gonna climb the wire. I don't know why I accidentally did that, but I'm committing to it because it's cool. Anyways, we're in Cracker now.
It's a de-animation, but Meta Knight does climb slower, so ideally you don't want to, but if you have no choice, you have no choice. Also, this is what I meant when I said Cracker can't keep up. Oh wait, never mind.
Yep, there he is. See if I can get the fast strat for this. It's a bit tricky because of my momentum. Slow myself down just a little bit there, and we should be almost good. I'm surprised I didn't get hurt there, but we take those. Pretty clean cracker, pretty clean words. Words.
They're words.
Maybe that's all, folks.
Green Tracto. There.
Oops, other way. I went the wrong way. I missed this. I'm getting health. I don't care. We're getting anyways. Sometimes you gotta go slow. Sometimes you gotta go slow to go fast. That's all I'm saying.
The favorite paradox of speedrunners.
Kind of thinking this run especially. Oops.
Yeah, weirdly enough, there really isn't much to say about that stage because it's just you did to one end, which is a little bit tricky. The second room is almost exclusively just Meta Knight slams his sword down and that's it. And then you have like a little bit of like kind of relatively safe platforming at the end. This one's a little bit trickier though. There's lots of enemies around. There's some randomness in movement, like that Sparky can kind of be not great at times. There's a panda enemy that you're going to see right there. That can jump at you. After that is relatively safe. I mean,
a lot going on 5-2 for sure. It's it's definitely like a kind of a run killer level sometimes.
I mean, you've got Bonkers, but Bonkers is probably one of the easier rooms in this stage.
I'm gonna be a little bit safe. A little safety strat here is a one up right underneath there. Get that real quick. Because 5-3 is also a really hard level, in particular because of the third room here. Like the third room in 5-3, you're supposed to be using wheel for as Kirby, but we're Meta Knight. We can't do that. So instead of going through a lot of enemies with relative ease, we gotta go through it with relative difficulty instead.
Yeah, this is also like a very good run killer because you can die like in like the middle of the room near the end of it, and you have to replay that entire room plus the death animation, and that's like 30 seconds when that happens.
All right, we're in the clear there. Nice. And the unfortunate thing now is that the very final room of this level,
although there is a tomato in like a little secret room in that's last room.
That is true. That is true. I think at this point it's probably better I just die there and and try this again because yeah, look at all these spikes.
This is the trickiest.
I'm the best. Let's freaking go.
Okay, that.
I've never done that clean before. I'm so good.
That I have never done.
Yeah, actually same. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how I did that.
He says he's rusty on this run, and I bet to differ actually.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I've actually been doing really well after World 1.
Yeah,
all right.
Anyone who has watched my streams can tell you I have not been able to do that damage list.
Yeah, it's
always take a hit
very hard.
near the end if I do take a hit. Or usually I take 2 hits. Because those fights are tricky, and it's very hard to actually maneuver Meta Knight through them. Same for the horizontal corridors in this stage.
That part's really hard.
The first 2 are easy, the last one isn't, because it's just... Meta Knight has such weird flight physics that it's kind of hard to actually dodge them.
Extremely impressed that's what happened before, honestly, though. Very accurate.
Honestly, probably the best that's never happened before I've actually seen on GDQ yet.
Top 10 that's never happened before moments. That's what that was.
I'd say don't give them any ideas about actually when Burner GDQ actually thought of that.
They got a highlights channel, that's all I'm saying.
Well, there we go.
Bam. And where can we follow the highlights channel, Kiru?
Say that again, sorry.
Where can we find that highlights channel, the GDQ highlights channel? Where can we find that?
The GDQ highlights. Sorry, I was taking care of things behind the scenes.
You're good.
Things that I was typing. Speaking of highlights, I'm working on them. So basically, with the highlights channel, if you are watching, you could go to our YouTube, which is youtube.com/GameDoneQuick. And you could definitely find all the highlights there. Especially if you want to find a particular show highlights, there's always, for my example, for my show, it would be Legally Cute highlights, anything like that. But yeah, you could definitely check them out. And then there's a command. Let me do it.
There you go.
You Chaucer did not choose safety and did not grab the tomato early on in
I don't need it. I don't need it. We're good.
To be fair, it's Heavy Mill. Heavy Mill doesn't really... Heavy Mill's kind of safe as long as you keep your distance, but if you mess up your movement, it's easy to just throw yourself into Heavy Mill, and that's probably the way you'll take damage to it.
I'm a Smash player, so I got my spacing down for that fight. Let's just say that. I got my neutral set.
Smash is life.
Absolutely.
Nightmare Dreamland. Somehow also able to teach you neutrals, but not able to teach you swimming.
Yeah, man, it's pretty slow for swimming, unfortunately. That's why I'm trying to do like a little downer right here and hopefully get past both the frogs, or they're called slippies rather. Try to get past both of them, but
Yeah,
that was a little bit mean.
Sometimes, sorry about that. Sometimes Slippy gives you the slip, pretty much.
Yeah.
I hated that I was trying to do that and my throat was just kind of like not having it, so that was fun.
You're good. It happens to me all the time.
Speaking of Slippy,
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, the Slippies,
Nice.
the Slippies are mean and like to jump at you a lot. And usually you'll get hit because they jumped at you, not you jumping at them.
That time it was me jumping at them, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, until you do.
My bad, that one.
Otherwise, no, Slippies are mean. And,
You are correct.
I don't know of anyone who actually likes them.
Yeah, they killed a lot of my runs back in the day for just 8%. They are very, very mean. They love to just heck you all the time. But thankfully, Meta Knight is cool like that. You can just get right through them sometimes like that. No problemo.
Meta Knight? Question mark,
Meta Knight.
question mark, question mark.
Not in this game. That's only Amazing Mirror.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
respect-
there is that imposter that keeps showing up.
Listen, I'm respecting the lore, okay? And Amazing Mirror is question mark, question mark, question mark. In this game, it actually is Meta Knight. You gotta respect the lore. There,
Yes.
that's bonkers there.
I still wonder, maybe that's where they got the idea for Dark Meta Knight, though. Just like, wait, this is not something that should be going on. Wait a minute. We have an idea.
That wouldn't surprise me, honestly. That really wouldn't surprise me.
Like, I wish I could know what Flagship was thinking with it, and I just feel like maybe that was their thinking about it.
Oh, the accidental dash attack, but we're so far so good. Yeah, I'm playing really clean right now. Let's
Dash are
go.
surprisingly easy to do by accident because of just how much running around you're doing.
Yeah, you gotta double tap to, and then press B for a dash attack. So it's like you're double tapping the run all the time, but you have to like go neutral to actually swing, or else you just lose time that way. So it's like, yeah, it's
so you
very
have
easy to do that.
You have to kind of like let go to do a neutral attack, otherwise you'll just do a dash.
It was actually faster right there, but that's a bit more risky. What I did. That little damage boost to the right like that.
Now let's see if we can get through the vertical nut shot. And okay,
Ooh, we're good.
We not caught, but it's fine. It happens.
Very close, still very good.
Horizontal one's no problem. You just run, and pretty much the Cuteness never hit you.
Just don't get hit, forehead. It's easy. That's all it is.
Yeah, just don't get hit. Simple, right?
We'll
it's just
see.
like-
We'll see how well that applies in the next stage.
Yeah, next stage is like the run killer. This run, the biggest one for sure. Of any Kirby's any run of this game in general, doesn't matter what it is. 6-6 is absolutely the worst. So hopefully it goes well.
Yeah, 80%, 100%, any like challenge run, especially the challenge runs. Oh dear.
First room has a lot of
then-
random enemies. It's got some Sparky, some wall dudes, and other stuff that'll hurt me. And then it got this
And then
entire
you
room here of
have-
UFOs. There's 7 of them.
And then you have
And they
the
love to just
UFO
run into you, except when they don't, like right here, because I'm the best. Let's freaking go. But yeah.
Probably the smoothest UFO family reunion in some time.
Yeah, that was actually really good. I'm really happy how that went. Except when
And then Mr. Flossie just kind of decided, no, you had it too easy.
Yeah, that was on me. I was supposed to jump there, but I decided, you know what? No jumping. This is my no jumping challenge of this game.
It's fine. We can totally do this, and then never mind.
Yeah, I went past the block there. I was not supposed to go past it. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Let's do like that. There we go.
I was about to say,
swing in
it's
time,
fine.
unfortunately.
We can totally do this and the boss fight without taking damage.
Actually, good. It's very possible, but it's luck based, unfortunately. That was good though at the end. That was at least good at the end. That's the hardest arena, and also the last one to run too. And now look at this, Meta Knight Dittos. It's Brawl all over again. Shout out to Super Smash Bros. Brawl, competitive.
Yeah, so I didn't think we were gonna be watching Brawl Top 8. Top 8 finals.
All right, I'm at currently 0-0. I'm just gonna take an intentional death right here. Naughty, you right here? All right, there we go. First time everyone died to a sleep enemy. Let's go.
Let's go.
Bleed forever.
Let's go. I could have just like gone through that and not done that, but marathon safety. We'll take
It
a
would
little
have been
safe this
risky.
time.
Like there's a one of you near the end of the room. There's a pet room. During the second room. You can do that, and it may save time, but it's a lot less safe.
Absolutely. Gotta be a
Especially-
little careful sometimes.
Especially with the next stage coming up. Because the next stage is basically mini boss all stars.
Yeah, that one's especially really brutal in Mid Nightmare. With Kirby, we have Ball for that stage, and Ball just does a heckload of damage if you use it correctly, and it will kill them in 3 hits. But
It's
if Midnight would
still
get to the full 7. But
it's
thankfully, we
still-
skipped 3 of them by going up here, though, which is cool.
It's still very tricky. The upper path is faster overall, but the mini bosses are harder and faster.
And we skipped 3 of them by going up upper path, too, so that's always nice.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Oh,
Fan
Fan
is
is
good.
always
Fan
is
is-
always meaning.
Fan is fan, and we'll pretty much do that
There
at
we go.
least once most of the time.
And here I'm
Bugsy
looking for a
has-
certain strat from Bugsy, and he did not give it to me. He backed up and
He
then
backed
like
up,
did
so
that.
so he was safe. Yeah, if
Yeah.
Bugsy hits the wall,
We're
you can
good.
just jump over it, and get like 5 hits before he even starts moving again. It's very safe if you get it, and if you don't, you just kind of cry because that Bugsy's just gonna keep being able to move.
Yep. And now, thankfully, after 7-2 there, the game gives you 5 1-ups. I took 2 of them because they're just right there. Might as well. And that'll be good for the rest of the run at this point. By the way,
Yeah,
shout out to Maria real quick. His current run is already like slower than world record. I don't know how Marie did it, but he got like a low 27, I think, for this run somehow.
I need to watch
that's-
that. I
need to as well.
And I need to see what he did because
Like
what he
sub
did
30.
is
Sub 30 is already like ridiculously difficult for this. It took me a while, like a few months of grinding to even get it way like last year. And like he just comes in, learns this run, and just pulls off like the greatest run of all time in this game that like no one's ever gonna beat. I don't know if it has a death in it at all. I kind of doubt it considering his time, but it's like, yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
I-
I've noticed as well too, the last run I did, Amazing Mirror 8%, Mirror also has a record in that by a hefty margin. He's just extremely good at GBA Kirby games.
honestly, shout out to the Japanese runners in general. This is actually kind of par for the course for a lot of them. We've had one Wakaza who is
Oh,
pretty
Wakaza.
much does that also.
Wakaza
And-
is a 9-minute power gap on the Canvas Curse like leaderboards. That's how good his run is. That's like probably his most impressive run. Go watch his Canvas Curse world record. It's incredible.
Yeah,
Absolutely incredible.
And also Shiro Kirby, who is pretty similar when he does actually start doing a run. And also it's just really just good in general, and pretty much everything he does.
Absolutely. Shiro Kirby is very good in modern games, especially.
And you'll see Meta Knight just kind of do a down stab to get down a little bit faster. That you can cancel that by pressing B, and you'll just kind of drop
Ooh.
down normally instead of wasting time with this actual slam.
Shout out to that strat there that I found a while ago. It's got a sweet spot between those last two crash bombers. Very nice. I'm the only one who does it, but it's like slightly faster than like
Yeah.
anything else you can do that room.
That's the first
How
time
much
I've actually
faster is
seen.
it?
Like, I want to say like a second or two, maybe. I'm not sure entirely, but like I know it's for sure faster. It's just a little risky.
I wish I knew that strat with the wind tunnel. That's a lot nicer than what I do.
Yeah, I love that one.
I tend to use like an improvised Kirby strat where you go to the top and jump. Shasta's also just doing a death abuse for a health refill. Don't mind him.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yes, exactly. Nothing else went on there.
He totally didn't just run into it without thinking. No, that would be silly.
No, no, not at all. That'd be just silly of me. Yes. I love this level, by the way. It's my favorite one of the entire run. It's also the last level of the game, so get ready on time in like a few minutes.
Yeah, this stage goes very quickly. It's pretty much a little just nod to KDL Blind.
And fun fact, this game is a remake of the second Kirby game ever, which is Kirby's Adventure for the NES. This level is
stage like this.
yeah. So this level is literally a throwback to the first game inside the second game. Funnily enough.
It's a throwback of a throwback in a throwback game.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
makes sense in context. Trust me, I think.
Our Inception. Do people still care about Inception? Kirbyception. Sure, let's go with that.
Kirbyception. I like it.
Kirbyception. Oops. Oh no.
Right
Gotta
now,
be careful.
there's just an image of Kirby holding like a Polaroid, and it's like got like D on it. It says don't listen to his lies.
All right, time for the hardest boss of the entire run, which is the final boss. Deity is very random with what he does. Can't be on final hits, by the way.
Yeah, every time you attack him, he'll just change. He'll re-roll his action, and he can do a lot of things like do a jump attack, he can do a hammer swing, he can do inhale at you, he can dive at you, and the dive comes very quickly, and it's very easy to get hit.
Yeah, the dive killed me there.
Case
That was
in
one hit
point,
away.
there's the dive, and right on the last hit too. That's the worst.
That's the classic right there. Also note as well too, when he jumps up, the stars of a hitbox when he lands, which is also kind of brutal at times if you're not careful. Like right here, I gotta be a little careful and space away.
And
Time. Cool.
Blood 32, actually, honestly, pretty good.
That's pretty good, honestly. Heck yeah.
For Rusty, that's impressive.
Yeah, my first run was like a 34, I think, when I did it like last week. I want to say last Saturday. That was also middle of the night. Sometimes I do like degen streams when I have the time at least.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, Meta Nightmare is a tough run, but it's a very short and sweet run. And
Yeah.
funny enough, like I've actually recently had like an idea with someone else about potentially doing like a race tourney for this game, and that would be really hype if we end up doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, if you want to learn this run, like again, we have a Discord server for most of the series. Shasta and I in particular are actually a couple, Shasta's one of the administrators of the server. I'm one of the mods, but
yeah.
But
I had more mods recently, just prepare for Forgotten Lands and stuff.
yeah,
That game's gonna be huge for the Kirby game, for the Kirby like speedrunning scene.
Yeah, chances are the other games are probably just kind of throw as a result. So we're trying to hoping. Yeah, if you want to like learn this run or just kind of like support the community, like we'd be honestly happy to have you.
And Dark Souls will be running this game for the Kirby Series Relay as well too. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I recently had like I think my best time is like just a little bit slower than the run you just got.
Still very good. It's a hard run.
Yeah, I'm hoping I just somehow get sub 30 before the relay.
Yeah. If I record my PB is still like top 5 in this, I did like right before SGQ and I ran this, I actually barely squeezed out a sub 30 run this, which I was really happy about. Like it's not easy, but yeah. Curve games usually typically are like a bit on the easier side, like casually, but for speedrunning, that's where the real difficulty comes in. Going fast, hard, but very rewarding and very fun, and very easy to get into. So yeah,
all right.
Kirby good. TLDR, Kirby good.
Over TLDR, Nightmare Dream was probably one of the easiest games to actually get into starting out.
Absolutely. We
Yeah.
got a lot of guides for this game on speedrun.com, which was linked there in chat. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for that. I would have probably done it if you hadn't.
Yeah, no worries. I'm pretty good at links. I'm a Rue bot. I really am a bot.
You're the Zelda master. That's why you're so good with links. Aha! Yeah!
Exactly.
I went there.
I wish I should have thought of that one.
I like that one. That was a good one.
Thank you.
Anything else to say before you go, Dar?
Other than if you want to like watch some of my own stuff, Rue's already put the link for my Twitch channel, Twitch TV/Dorsal188. I do a lot of Kirby stuff. I have started doing a little bit of non-Kirby stuff, but Kirby's still the big focus of what I tend to do as a speedrunner in general.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
So yeah, follow that if you want to watch more Meta Nightmare, because I'm doing that for the relay. I'm doing some KSS stuff. There's actually something coming up later in the month for that. And that's gonna be good. Otherwise, I think that's pretty much it. I'll go ahead and pass it off to the next one you'll be doing, the next commentator, because I know I think you got another one for that one.
I actually don't. It's actually gonna be solo comment for that one.
Oh, well, best of luck then.
Thank you.
Well, I want to say thank you for being on the show, Dark Soul, and I really appreciate the commentary.
Thank you very much.
Definitely appreciate that. Everyone, don't go away. We have some more Kirby. We will be taking a break. Mr. Shasta here has another one to run. It will be the Kirby Superstar Ultra, and we're going to be bringing you the some more Kirby. So today is the Kirby Day to celebrate the new game coming out, and I'm super stoked. Definitely stay tuned, everybody. We will take a break. Before we go, just a few reminders. Just make sure that earlier this month, well, not this month, it was kind of this month and then the end of last month, it was Frost Patel's, and later this month, the Frame Patel's Game of the Month celebration will be starting on March 26th on Hotfix. Definitely check that out. Yours truly.
There were a lot of runs for that. Definitely watch that when it happens.
Yes, definitely. You might see some friendly faces, or well, not see, but you might hear some friendly faces on that show or that event.
The friendly voices.
Yeah.
Here's some friendly voices, yes.
Yes. And then also, if you have any ideas for your own show or one-off events, feel free to go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to submit your ideas. Definitely do that if you have any ideas. Alrighty, well, we will take our break and we will be bringing you back some more Mr. Shasta and Kirby. Hello, everybody. I am Rue, bringing you some more Legally Cute. It's my show. Yay. I have this whole day and it's all me. And so, yeah, it's all about Kirby and we want more Kirby. So we're bringing you more Kirby.
Love Kirby.
Definitely. Yeah. And we have Mr. Shasta. Oh, wait.
I'm still here.
Yeah, still here.
Third time in a row. Can't believe let me do this.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely appreciate you being here and really looking forward to this. This will be the Kirby Superstar Ultra, and Mr. Shasta, take it away.
All right, so this category here I'm running today, it's named a little weird, but essentially this is just the 8% category of the game. What we're doing is we're going through 6 game modes here, the first 6 in the entire game, and eventually unlocking Revenge of the King, which is where we'll be stopping this run as soon as we beat that one. The idea behind it is like we're trying to beat every single like quote unquote story mode of every game, which like for Kirby Superstar, the original version of this game, it's Diamond Blade, Revenge of Mennonites, Break It Offensive, and Milky Way Wishes. But in this game, there's also Revenge of the King, which has a story too as well. So we attack that on there. But in this game, unlike in Superstar, we actually have to beat Spring Breeze and Gourmet Race as well. So we're doing that during this run. But yeah. Also, someone said something about the Korean version in chats. The Korean version, fun facts, is only a few seconds faster than the previous faster version, which is the Japanese version. We'll be saving a lot of the time in like on text. But more importantly, Korean versions save a second on every computer virus fights. So that's why we run this now. And for 100%, which I've run in the past on the GQ channel for a previous Hotfix show, for that category in particular, it saves like 10 seconds because for some reason the elevator is just up, like for both the arenas, and that saves just time there. It's really strange. But yeah, anyways, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. Oh, first I have to leave my file though. Get out of here.
Go away.
See you later. It just explodes.
See you later. Yeah.
All right. Let's get a little hand stretches in there. Very important to do. Did that before my first run. Let's just do it again right now. It's been like an hour and a half.
Oh yeah, definitely. You definitely take those hand stretches. It's very important.
Always good.
100% agree with this.
Yep.
Wellness is important.
Someone says favorite game ever in chats. I love this game as well. It's my favorite Kirby game. So let's get it going. 3, 2, 1, bam.
Bam.
All right. You know what? Let's just do it again. 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. I should have done that.
Let's go and let's jam. I like that.
Yeah. All right. So we're starting off with getting beam right here for the first room. Simply enough, it just allows us to go fast and we need a power right here. Because immediately we're going to go to the next room. The screen's going to cut off on the left for us, and then we're going to get rid of the power, and then immediately destroy these pop rows here with it. And now we're going to do a mix. The first one the entire run, first of many. There we go, first try. Let's go. That was nice. So we got Jet, which is the fastest power and the most versatile power in the entire game. Jet's is very good vertically and pretty good horizontally as well too. And just, it's got this attack that sends explosions in front of us called the Jet Cracker. And what that does, it just explodes in front of us and does a lot of damage by just charging up as much as it can.
That's a good way to win.
Absolutely. And with that, Wispy Woods is already done.
I love that. And like every single speedrun so far, Wispy Woods has been like a high buy thing.
Oh. Yeah, pretty much. Good old first boss of the game. That's how it always is for him.
Yeah. So,
all right, now we got Invincibility Candy. Invincibility Candy in this game is very, very OP. If we have it, we get a really, really good speed boost, and we're invincible until it's done, of course. And in particular, for us, it actually gives us a hitbox that we can use to destroy like any boss or any sort of enemy in general we gotta destroy. They'll be abusing that too later on. And by the way, that's called Jet Suplex. It just destroyed the heck out of Lolo and Lala. See you later. No matter what pattern you get from Lolo and Lala there, if you react correctly, it just destroys them. Sorry, go ahead.
No worries. I was gonna ask, what makes this your favorite?
It's just really fun. It's just a really fun game. I don't know. It's just the most solid Kirby game I think of the whole series in general. Like, there's not really much bad with it, really, in general. Like, I don't have many complaints, really, just in general. Like, it's just solid. I don't know.
Yeah.
And like, I got a lot of good memories of it too, because like, I actually first played this game not as a kid, but like when I first started streaming in general. I played back in 2014.
Aww, I love
and
that.
yeah, and like I just really enjoyed it. And as soon as I beat it on stream, I was like, I'm gonna learn their stream for this, and I learned 100%, which is hard. But I should have learned like this category first, but it didn't exist back then.
Oh, did it like over time? It
yeah, eventually. Yeah, eventually, like, people want to run like an 80% category, so this category became a thing, essentially.
Gotcha.
But at first, when I started writing this, like, it didn't exist. But even still, like, it's great. It's just very satisfying.
Yeah.
And now, by the way, DD's done, and now we're gonna be in soft reset right there as soon as we get to that last little cutscene.
Good to know.
This game has a cutscene after every single mode you beat, which is not a thing in Kirby Superstar. So in order to skip that, we have to soft reset every time. You can't skip it if you've... Oops, sorry, I don't spam start there. You can't skip it if you've actually seen it before, but this is a fresh file. We can't do that otherwise. And now in Diablade, we're gonna go for yet another mix. Because Jet is very, very good. It's gonna be a running theme for this run in particular. Jet is just used like everywhere. Ah, one off right there. So I was actually one past the power that I needed, which hurts me in this case. For a little bit of a reference, hold on. Yeah, I was one before, which is wheel. So I gotta get offset just a little bit. Offset my timing just a bit. There we go. Now we got Jet. We're good.
Third time's a charm. Nice.
Third time's a charm. So for reference, the first mix of the run for Jets back in Spring Breeze was the 11th power in a mix. That one is the 10th power in a mix. So it's very easy to immediately mess that up just from having the same like muscle memory from the first mix in your head. And each mix is just like in pretty much every other Kirby game is a 4-frame window, essentially meaning you have 1/15 of a second to actually hit the power that you want. It's something that a lot of runners will practice a ton, and it's something that you just get used to by doing it more. It's one of those things you gotta just get used to when you run Kirby games. They're not really that hard once you just do them a lot, but it's definitely something that intimidates a lot of new runners. This game especially is one of those ones that has a ton of mixes to it at a high level, just like Nightmare Dreamland does as well too. So it can be a little intimidating, but personally, when I say it's not that bad. You'll just lose some time sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it's just good to practice too. I totally get that.
Yeah. Of note, by the way, for right now while we're using Jets, I have to actually run right before I'm doing 100% strats. Heck. You're supposed to go in that room there. You're supposed to blow up that block there to hit a switch, and that's part of 100%. You have to hit both switches in Diablade. But yeah. Anyways, auto swerve time.
Yeah.
I got nothing to say. Plug some stuff. Oh no.
um, sorry. Definitely. So when it comes to speedrunning Kirby games, what's different with like this, like the Kirby speedruns compared to other speedruns that you do, like that you played?
I just really like how they just flow in general, and just like stuff like mixes are just a nice little like, just nice thing to add to the skill ceiling of these sorts of games. Because casually of Kirby, you are like, it's not the hardest series in the world. It's like, it's more so meant to just be a series that you have fun with and can turn your brain off to while you're playing. But like with steering, it's like the opposite. You can't really turn your brain off sometimes unless you're like really good at the game, and there's a lot of execution you optimize on in general.
Interesting.
And it's just, and like that to me is just really fun. I like that a lot more than just like the casual experience of Kirby at times.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think I played a lot of Kirby games myself, but all of them casually, and each of them are different casually, in my opinion.
Oh, smooth room there. That was nice.
Nice.
So the other thing too is that with jets, you have to kind of time your next like dash like perfectly. If you don't do it perfectly, you lose heights, or in some cases, just get hurt by an enemy. If like in that room there, if I didn't time my jets perfectly, I would have just gotten hurt and would have been big sad. And thankfully, we're not big sad this time. And we're good there. Cocoa Cave, this level here in particular, is pretty difficult to optimize, but thankfully so far it's going pretty well. Gotta make sure not to land right here, except for right here. There we go. Star blocks in this game are very precise. It's very easy to bonk on the side of them, so you have to kind of hit them in the middle. If you don't do that, well, you're gonna bonk, and that's slow. But that went really well. That went very, very well.
Yeah, that was clean.
Yeah, I put a lot of time into this run over the years.
Yeah.
Like, it's this game in general. I've run a lot of ILs, especially last year. That's how I got back into it.
Oh,
and like
the individual levels.
Yeah, we have ILs for like 100% and 8% for every single stage where it applies at least. And like I got really into those last year when I get back into this game.
To be honest with ILs, so beforehand I used to be like, oh, ILs, okay, they're there kind of thing. Like I didn't put much thought into them. But then just recently, I was speaking to a speedrunner and they kind of gave me a perspective about ILs that I actually kind of appreciate now in terms of like what it's meant for. Sometimes ILs will help you find things that you wouldn't have time for otherwise, especially if you're doing like longer runs. So it's nice to like, you know, do ILs just to find new strats, or you know, you'll have time to do it versus like if you're doing, this is a longer one, this is about close to an hour, and yeah, like you're not gonna want to reset a run after 30 minutes, but if you do ILs, it's easier.
Exactly. It also makes it so you can just, for me it was especially good for practicing because, well, there's just a lot of like small movement that really have to optimize in this run. And speaking of which, there's something right here I gotta go for, which I'm gonna not go for the risky strat of it. We're just gonna do the normal strat. Yeah, I missed it, so I would've lost jet there anyways. So I'm going for a candy mix here. It's the third powers mix between these two enemies. There we go, I got second try.
Nice.
It gives me invincibility candy, and now I can just do this to these upcoming 3 mini bosses. This is really smooth if I do it correctly, so I'm gonna try and do this correctly.
Okay.
And there's 2. Then this is the last part. Got hits on these 2, and we're good. Nice, look at that. They're gone, they're done. They're donezo, they're done skis. They're Dunzo Washington,
Yay.
We're done.
They're done. I've heard that before. I like that one.
Thank you.
Definitely, honestly, I always like the candy. The candy has always been like, even in the casual games, it's just, you always want the candy.
I think in this game, it's the best version of invincibility candy, just because it hurts like enemies in general. It doesn't hurt bosses though, funnily enough. Like, if you get candy inside a boss fight, it doesn't hurt them.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting.
Speaking of getting hurt, see you later, Diamond Blade.
Wow.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Suplex is extremely good.
Jeez. I don't even, like, what? That was 2 hits, I think?
That was
Maybe?
3 hits.
3?
It's just done.
Done.
It's the perfect amount of health there. Destroy him. It's so good. And normally when I'm 100% for this, I go and take care of Gourmet Race first, but we're going for Great Kid Offensive because more of a reset point. A lot more stuff here that can go wrong in Great Kid Offensive compared to that mode. Yeah, we're gonna be doing Powerless just a little bit, and then next room we're gonna get Wing, which, oh my gosh, we're not using Jet this run? What? That's crazy. What? How'd that happen?
Yeah.
Oh no.
What's going on?
Shasta, are you doing okay? You good, dude?
So is just Jet not available?
That's all it is, really. It's just not available until like the end of this first part.
Gotcha.
Wing is also really fast too. It's good because the only unfortunate thing is when you do like the side dash, you kind of have a bit more end lag to it. But you can do something called wing cancel, which I demonstrated right there super quickly. Essentially, all I do, I'm using it as well too in Gourmet Race, but essentially all I do is I do like the sort of B down attack, which sends like behind me. Oh, I messed that up. Get out of here, bonkers. And I just cancel it pressing A immediately, and if I chain that together really fast, like back and forth really quickly, I can gain a lot more height faster. That's like a cool thing about Wing that you can do in general. Otherwise, we're just doing this. This whole room right here, we're just gonna be, I'm spamming B and pressing right until I like land there.
Gotcha.
And we're good. Now we got Jet. It's just right there in that ability statue.
Oh, that's nice.
It's time for Fatty Whale. Fatty Whale has two patterns, and I got the slower one, fortunately, where he jumps to the top of the screen there and does that. The other one's the fast one is when he goes on the left side and just kind of bounces around. That's the one that I want. And nice. Good fight.
That was a good fight.
Small thing with Jetcracker, by the way, the explosion attack I do when I charge it up like that. Small thing is that the actual explosion hit does more damage than if I just like run to an enemy with Jetcracker like that.
Really? That's
It does, yeah. It's like a very small amount, but it doesn't matter for boss fights.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would choose that over, running myself into things.
Exactly. Now, kind of a cool room here. I like how this one goes if it goes well. Good. Oh, another cool thing about this game is that it has shield dropping, just like in Melee. Essentially, if you just like press R and down on top of a platform, or in this case a ladder, you just drop through it immediately, like frame perfectly. And you gotta save the frames that way, really.
Yeah,
pretty
save
cool.
the frames.
And now it's time for Computer Virus. This is the RNG boss fight of the run, or one of them at least.
Is this a wizard reference? I need food wizard or something like that.
This boss?
Yeah, I don't know. This is triggering something for me.
It's supposed to be like reference to like older like RPGs in general, like DOS RPGs, I think.
Okay, that's what's triggering. Yeah, there you go.
I got bad luck there, but like it's okay. So what you want there is you want Computer Virus to attack first you want me to attack first every time. It's either he attacks first or I attack first. In that case, Slime attacked first and so did Wizard. And also, never mind, Wizard's actually good, never mind. Yeah, but like that's what you want there. So a little bit bad luck, but it's okay. We move on. That's something that you reset for usually if you have like a really good time in this run. But thankfully, I don't have to. By the way, best skip the entire run, we skip Castle, which is like the third segment of Great Kid Offensive here. We still have to do it in 8%.
I always love that.
Yeah, shout out to Castle Skip, the hardest skip in the run if you're doing 100%. It does not exist. It does not exist, it'll never exist. It is the funnest part of Great Kid Offensive in the 100% though. I will say that. I'll give it some credit.
Aw, a little love there.
Yeah. Now we're just going straight to the end here. Oops. I'll get. Hello. There we go.
Hello, game. Yeah.
My bad. We're good. All right. Don't worry. No worries at all. We're fine.
Yeah, this is fine.
All right. Now we're going straight on to Wham Bam Rock, which is the quote-unquote final boss of Great Kid Offensive. Messed up and got the actual like bashing hit there twice, but it's okay. Let's take care of the last hand there. Didn't get the 3-hand strat, but we got the 4-hand strat, which does save me a good amount of time. And now we just leave. That's all we gotta do. We get 0 treasure chests in Great Kid Offensive, and now we're gone. All we gotta do is just beat it. That's how we do it.
Yep. I mean, that's kind of how it rolls.
Pretty much.
Unfortunately, yeah. I don't know why, but I always liked getting the chests in Kirby games. They were always fun to find.
Yeah, like Great Hit Offensive 100% is like really fun in general. It's my favorite IL in this game, and it's just Great Hit Offensive 100%. It's really hard to do correctly, but like it's very rewarding. Speaking of which, Gourmet Race. Faster Gourmet Race.
Gourmet Race.
Give me your best dancing emotes, Chad. Give me your best ones. I love it. I love it. We're just gonna be running the whole time. Oh, that's all we gotta do. Sometimes he jumps and then he slide, you know?
I can't dance, but I'll give love. There you go.
That works too. Alright, and now here's what we got here. So we got an underrated song is what we got. I love Gourmet Race 2. No one talks about this song ever, but I love this song. Great.
Alright, we got some dancing in chat.
Yeah,
Love you,
let's
chat.
go. Keep it up, let's go.
Keep it up.
The category is called BRTK. Essentially what it is we're unlocking the mode Revenge of the King and being it as fast as we can. Because that's the last quote-unquote story mode run, or story mode game mode. Game mode with a story that's in this game. That's all that is. We can just call it 8% as well. It's like either way, it's like we're being things fast. We're not getting everything. We're going fast. Speed. Gaming. That's what we're doing. We're zooming. All right, for Gourmet Race 3, we're getting wing because I mentioned it earlier. We're doing wing cancels, and there we go. I hold down B, I hold B, I hold down, and I press A and B back and forth. That's all I do for that. Allows me to gain a lot of height quickly with it. And do it again, like that. We're doing it one more time as well. Fun fact, you actually move a lot faster in general in Gourmet Race than you do in any other mode in the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, your movement speed is like, I think 2 times as fast. It's ridiculous. All right, one more right here.
Yeah, there should be a way to have that like throughout the rest of the game.
That'd be ridiculous, and I would love that. And that's it. There you go. Just got 3 of them and we're done. Pretty slow time, too.
By the way, I love the dancing emotes. Thank you, chat.
Thank you so much, Chad. They're awesome. I love the Cuphead one someone posted, like the flyer boss. That one's great.
Yeah, I also saw a Kirby one too.
Is that an otter? Oh, it's not an otter. Never mind. It looks like an otter. Never mind. From a glance, from a distance.
Yeah.
If you got otter emotes, post them in chat. They're my favorite animal. They're very, very cute. It fits with the show.
Aww. Definitely post otters. Love otters.
I never miss this mix. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone, mobile users. There we go. We got it now.
There. I'm gonna give some. Oh my goodness, there's more of the flowers. I love seeing the emotes. It's awesome. Thank you, chat.
Same here. Very, very good. This game in general has like I think one of the best soundtracks in the entire Kirby series. So, like, yeah, just for really like spam any sort of emotes like just jam it up, just dance around. There's a lot of ours now. Oh my gosh, you're the best. Thank you, Ember. Wait, Marine Mammal Rescue actually has like subs now? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I gotta go prime that up. Anyways, get a little off track. Off track for the best reasons.
Yeah. Oh, I see some otters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That channel finally has partner. That's awesome. Good for them. I'm going for this. Going for the suplex here. There we go.
Yeah.
Iron Man is a bit tricky. There's a lot of luck involved with Iron Man in particular, but we're out of there. We're moving on, if you will. Oh, my input didn't come out there. I was trying to do a little charge dash there. I'm just doing a little swim in action.
Yarn.
And we're good. Now it's time for auto scroller. Yeah, let's go auto scrollers.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Fun fact: this game mode has like 4 of them, I think. I'm not even kidding you. We went through 2 of them. This is our second one. The first one was the boss fight I went through a second ago. That is actually an auto scroller with a heavy lobster.
Oh.
Yeah, you can't speed it up at all. Even if you defeat Heavy Lobster, you still have to wait for a timer to go out, and you just lose time if you move the animation of him dying. So it's just slow. We just do nothing there, and we're done. Yeah, we're almost done with this one at least. This one's not too long. It still takes an amount of time, which is the nature of time itself. It just flows forward. So yeah. And now it's time for some trees. Here we got one tree.
One tree. Okay.
One tree.
One tree still.
And one tree's dead.
Gone. Yeah.
And we got two trees.
Two trees. Okay.
No one got a red tree and blue tree though. I'm sorry.
Aw. Twinsies? Identical?
It's true. This boss is called Twin Woods.
Twin Woods?
Twin Woods. One tree, two tree, red tree, blue tree.
That sounds like a name of a Dr. Seuss book almost.
Yeah, exactly. That's just trying to reference. If you know me at all, I reference things like way too much. That's kind of what I do. I like consuming media. It's pretty cool.
I just learned media can be the most amazing thing in the world. I just learned about PPAP. And it is
about what?
The life-changing thing in my life. I will send it to you if you don't know PPAP.
Yeah, I never heard of it. I'm down.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. So, fair warning in advance. It's gonna be interesting.
Fair enough, fair enough. Oops, think we're good? Yeah, we're still good. Okay, messed up my strat just a little bit there. We're chilling. We're massive chilling right now. We're doing well. We're lighting that thing on fire and we're good. Fun fact: if you play the Man Nightmare Ultra mode, Manet's sword lights the rip on fire. I don't know why. It just does. It just does that. I don't know. You gotta make something light on fire. You can't advance otherwise. Oh, oops. My splits are closed. What happened? Oh no.
Oh no.
Where'd it go? Oh, never mind. I'm a fool. I forgot I moved them to the other monitor. I wasn't looking. Anyways, enough of that one. Right here, we're just getting over everything with more jet dashes. I jump off of that last little thing there because it's slightly faster than crashing against the wall. And this part right here, I'm gonna try using my exhaust to hit a lot, like behind me, to destroy all these enemies if I can. Other than that, a jet cracker as well as space will destroy them. This enemy on the left here is especially really annoying for this one, but thankfully that went very well. That was a really smooth fight.
Nice. Yeah, all the fights have been smooth, actually. They've been really good.
Shouts to Wakaza. We mentioned him earlier during the Nightmare Dreamland run earlier, but like he also ran this game a ton, and he's where I found a lot of his main way he saved time in general over other runners of this game was the boss fights. He was very good optimizing like all of them in general. And that's where I also learned how to go fast against all these bosses. Like his strat, that was a strat he used there for that, for like those, for those enemies there. I took his strat for that, and it's very, very good.
Yeah. Well, sometimes like, especially in speedrunning, there's always different things that you can always work on, like routing and tricks and stuff like that. But bosses are actually very important just as much.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Some games, especially like this, but we have to chip down bosses until they're dead. Like, they're super important to optimize as much as you can. They're hard to like route out properly, but like it takes usually like a lot of trial and error. But like they're so much fun if you do it correctly.
Agree. Is
It's got
that wind? Is that
Yeah,
wind
it is.
physics I see? Oh.
A lot of wind in this room, and also some luck here. Some of the enemies. Oh no. All right, so right there, we actually just lost our power for the first time in this run, thankfully, and it was in a spot that wouldn't heck me, so that's good. So fun fact, it's a 1-3 chance whenever you get hits, no matter when you get hits or whatever. Like, whenever you get hit in this run, is a 1-3 chance of losing your power. So I've been trying to be as careful as I can while going fast and not have that happen. And thankfully, that was the first time it's happened, and we were safe. Didn't fall into the pit or anything.
That's good. Oh yeah, I could see that, the knockback.
Well, in this case, if I lose jets, there's not really an easy place to get again, other than like 2 rooms ago in Revenge of Nights.
Oh, that is a huge disadvantage.
From here on out, if I lose jets, oh no, there it goes. I have to do the rest without jets.
Yeah, that would be a no. That would be a no.
It made me the big sad.
Big sad.
Big sad. Right now, though, it's time for Heavy Lobster with the best song in the game. Not really, but I just like it. Sometimes when I'm going through his auto scroll, I like to sing his name along to the words or along to the rhythm of the song.
If you want to do that, you're more than welcome to.
Heavy Lobster, Heavy Lobster, like that.
I love it.
Pretty great.
I could try to do it with you.
Let's do it right here. Heavy Lobster,
Lobster,
Heavy Lobster. You're doing the boss fight. You're doing the fight right here.
Heavy Lobster, Heavy Lobster.
Oh. Bad luck.
Aw.
That's fine.
You got it. You got it.
We're still good. We're still good.
Good.
Thank you very much. Get
You're
some
welcome.
claps in the chat for Kiru here. That'd be pretty cool. Get some round of applause real quick. That'd be awesome.
Aw. Oh, thank you, thank you. That's sweet. I feel like next time we gotta get chat to sing with us too.
Absolutely. Get me on again for Kirby Super Ultra. I'm super down. I love this
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
That last room is really scary because there's a few plasma wisps in there, and they spawn in a very random location at times. They'll spawn around the same spot, but the keyword there is around. Sometimes they'll just hit you, and like I get sad, and yeah, a lot of sadness going on, but thankfully not this run. There's a lot of potential for sad, but so far it's been happy. So yeah, let's go.
Happy is better than potential sad.
Oh no, I'm sad.
in my
Oh no, I'm
opinion.
sad. It's oh no.
No,
That's
no,
fine.
no, sad.
I just messed up my movement there a little bit. It's fine. We're good. We're good. We're chilling. By the way, here is more luck. This is it's not gonna hit. Oh crap! It's not gonna hit. Yeah, this is a reactor. That's his name. I forgot for a second. Reactor is random. The idea here is you want to have the laser point at the crystal, and that's how you hurt him. Otherwise, he's invincible until then. In my case, the fight actually advances faster whenever you destroy like those laser cannons. Like so, as soon as it fires, you want to destroy it immediately. That's my strat there, or that's like the strat there. That's mine. Oh no, I didn't hit that one time. Gotta get the oh crap. Right here. All right, we're good. Nice.
Nice.
A little bit of a slow
like,
fight.
It's
That's
following you
fine.
very quickly. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it goes like the very final hits is when it like just goes down like immediately. But just like slam down and stay right where you are. So you gotta be very careful for that last one especially.
Yeah.
You can also destroy the can that fires at the very bottom of a reactor there. But for this category, it's not very fast considering Jet doesn't do the most amount of damage in the world. It does a good amount, but if you have like Hammer, for instance, Hammer is extremely good for that. And if you're playing Superstar, full charge plasma is very fast to match and get. Whereas in this game, it's a lot slower. They nerfed it in this game, thankfully. So yeah, keep that in mind, I guess.
Is it really that like OP in other games?
Plasma in KSS was like the best power for damage if you are very, very good at matching. It's what they used for Spirits of that game.
Okay.
Thankfully in this game though, it was nerfed. So instead of 16 inputs for full charge plasma, it's 24 and does less damage overall than in a Superstar. Which like I'm thankful because I'm using a 3DS capture card currently to play this, and I don't want to destroy my D-pad in this thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would not want to do that.
Yeah.
Even still, I've done a true 100% run this game before, which means I went through all of Helper to Hero, all helpers, in addition to regular 100%, which took me like additional 3 hours. It took me 3 hours in addition to like the regular 100% run, taking like 2 hours.
Yeah.
It was a thing. I had to use plasma for that. It was not fun. Anyways, here's a question mark. We gotta get rid of him real quick. Oh, I got the best luck. Hold on. And suplex. Bam! Let's go.
Boom! Let's go.
That was
Bye,
the
question
god
mark,
luck.
question mark, question
Just
mark.
happening randomly.
I saw a question
Love
mark
to see it.
face. I saw a question
There it
mark
is.
face.
Rare sight indeed. Rare sight indeed. Yeah, when he goes back and like does that like tornado attack, that's the best luck. If he does that immediately, that's just like incredible. And I got that there somehow, so it's cool. Very happy about that one.
Oh, nice.
I think the best player who actually gets that, because I'm about to go past it right now before it's even done.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
no kidding. Yeah. Yeah, very good though. Very nice Revenge of Man Knights. And now it's time for Milk, aka Milky Wishes. I like calling it Milk sometimes, just to abbreviate. Yeah, so Milky Wishes is probably my favorite, is one of my favorite game modes as well. One of my favorites to run and just in general in the game. The cool thing about this one is that there's no risk to losing my power. If I lose it, then I just get back immediately on the bottom of the screen. Oops. Part's a little tricky. And so the whole gimmick here is that there are these ability statues you gotta get, and once you get one, you'll have that power forever, essentially. Now I got Jet, which is why I went to Sky High first, is because we got Jets right here. We need the fast power. We gotta speed our way along here. Yeah, just like that. Go into this thing here, and then bam, right in there. And hey, look, the boss fight already. Here's Kracko, our old friend. Gonna hit him with a jet cracker real quick, and then I've actually messed up that hit. I hit him with the exhaust, so we have to do an extra hit on him, but still very nice.
Nice. Okay, I have a question for you.
Go for it.
Someone asked this in chat, and I'm actually kind of curious what your thoughts are. Kirby. What is the species for Kirby?
So I think according to the anime, it's called a Star Warrior. Is what his species is, but it's never really been explained like what that is, or there's never like the only other like character that's actually part of the same species is Meta Knight, and like that's not really been explained in any of the series at all. And like I think it's kind of for the best, if I'm being real. I think it's kind of fun just seeing this like innocent pink puffball just destroy like actual like gods and stuff. I think it's funny. I don't think it needs to like. I don't think there's more lore it really needs to explain at that. I think it's just hilarious.
I'm with you on that actually, because honestly, like Kirby is like, in my opinion, OP. And
Absolutely.
that's probably why Kirby's like one of my favorites. Because even like I play Kirby in Smash Bros. Like I just love Kirby. But it's just, I'm with you on the whole. I don't want to know because I think it's best to not know.
It really is. If there's ever another Kirby like TV show or anime or anything, might be good to know at that point, but like it's not really necessary. I would love another one of those. That'd be really fun.
Oh yeah.
Oops. Oh no. Part's a little tight, but we're good. Now it's time for Wham Bam once again. This one's got a little bit of a different strat because we have Hammer now. The Hammer is just better for this, straight up. We're gonna bam and bam. He's dead. The two-hand strats. Also, a fun fact, after every single boss we defeat here, I have to do a few puffs in the air and then like a hammer swing whenever I use hammer now from here on out, in order to not like bonk us to the ground, which just loses a little more time if that happens. We kind of spawn a little high up there. Also, we have Hammer now. I forgot to mention that one entirely, but Hammer is the other power we're using for Milky Wishes in this run. We don't need anything else, really. All we need is Jet and Hammer. Jet's good for movements, and Hammer's good for damage. All we need.
Hammer is really good, actually. And it kind of, like, the damage is just really good.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We use that for the arenas as well, too, but we're not doing it in this run, because we're not going to have to do the arenas.
Oh, okay. But definitely, like, Hammer was one of my favorites. I would say the other, because there's a few favorites of mine. That was not one of them, I have to admit. I think I liked Bird.
That's definitely fair.
I liked Wing.
Oh, Wing is awesome, yeah.
Yeah.
Different strat here as well. I'd opt to do a single hit and then swing right into him because it covers a lot of luck they can do. And good heavy lobster. He's done.
Nice. Oh, wow. I didn't even have enough time to sing.
He's gone?
Yeah.
Was there a fight there? I don't know.
Done? Yeah,
don't ask me.
What happened?
I don't know. No idea. All right, so Hoppy is one of the hardest, like, just levels in general in this game. As you can see, there's lava everywhere. And yeah, lava is hot and it hurts you. And yeah. What else can you say about that? We have a candy though. Candy helps. I'm trying to keep this for like this entire room if possible.
Is candy invincible against the lava?
It is, yeah, thankfully.
Yes. I forgot about that.
Oops. I gotta go over here. Gotta go up here in particular. If I do everything correctly, I keep candy going to the very last room here, and I can get through his Gordo by, oh no, I'm not gonna get it. Yeah, I messed up just a little bit. That's fine. Oh, that got me too? I thought my iframes get right through him. Well, that's fine. That's really hard to take it all the way to that cannon there right at the end. Oops. It's a bit difficult, but it's okay. Next time for sure. Time for Chameleon Arm right now, though. The strat for Chameleon Arm is to just damage boost him, which normally is a bad thing considering a 1 in 3 chance to lose your power time and get hits. But if it works out, he's done like that.
Well, I actually
See you
like
later.
that boss. That boss was cute.
Very cute. I love Chameleon Arm. Shaped like a friend.
Yeah.
I bet you I like ours a lot earlier too, but I also like reptiles and lizards and stuff and chameleons, amphibians and all that. They're great too.
Yeah. I know. I love animals and I don't know. The only thing I am
same.
kind of weak against is insects, I think.
It depends for me.
Yeah, it depends.
I definitely like grown fond of more insects in general just over the years, especially because I played Bug Fables back in like 2019 when it released, and that game is godlike. Love that game. Play it if you have not already. You will love it. It takes a lot of inspiration from Paper Mario in general, but it's like it's its own thing entirely.
I've seen that. I actually I've seen it and I was interested in playing it because of the reason it was very similar to Paper Mario in terms of just aesthetic.
Yeah, aesthetic and like mechanics, but it's very much its own thing in general. It does a great job of staying out.
Yeah,
Game is awesome. Highly recommend it.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in it. It's one I didn't realize that's the name of the game, but I remember seeing that and I'm like, this is cute.
It's great.
Yes.
I know the community probably want to have it on your show as well too. It's pretty cute.
Yeah.
Especially when the protagonist like V, she's adorable.
Yeah. Oh man, I am interested in playing it myself too. That's like, yeah.
Absolutely. Highly recommend it. Also, we got the good pattern here from Fatty Whale, so let's go. Fast.
Let's go.
Bam. Combos of being at least my favorite personally of the trio. They're all great. They're all great.
Question from chat actually. How hyped are you for the new game?
I'm very, very hyped. I'll be playing it day one on my stream at twitch.tv/Mr_Shasta. MR_Shasta in particular. And I'll be streaming it as well too. Not spelled out, not this time. But I'll be streaming it when it comes out because I'm extremely hyped for it. And yeah. In general, everything I've seen about it just looks really fun. And the demo I played also just everything's really smooth. I like the way the game functions and controls in general. It's gonna be a great time. I am a little concerned about the fact that in the demo there was no when you pause, usually there's like a moose they can read. There's none of that in the demo at least, but hopefully they put that in like the game when it releases. That's very convenient to have in general. Just seeing everything a power can do.
That is actually helpful.
That's my main concern, but other than that, like I'm really excited. Love what they've done so far.
Yeah. I'm super hyped for it too. Just to say.
Also, in terms of the speedrun, mixing is confirmed in the game, so let's go. Let's go gain any power that you want anytime. Yeah.
Yeah.
Big fan.
I honestly have to admit, I am curious how the speedrunning, like how fast the speedrun's gonna get on the leaderboard, but also like what the speedrun is gonna look like for the new game.
I'm curious too. The game is level-based, rather than being just open world. It's 3D but level-based, which is gonna be interesting, especially.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it just turns out to be pretty good in general.
Yeah. Well,
it's promising for sure.
Yeah. I'm excited to see the tech too that is, like speedrunners are gonna find.
Yeah, there's especially a lot of people from other communities like trying to come in there and run it too, which usually what that means is that there's gonna be a lot of people, a lot more eyes on looking at just every mechanic in the game and trying to find something. So like, who knows? There could be some out of bounds in it too, eventually. For all we know, we already found one skip in the demo too. That season runs, and people have been running that too.
Oh my goodness, that's so good.
Yeah, we skip like the turtle enemy or the turtle boss or whatever. We just get like right past him. It's pretty great.
That is great. I love how you already found that though too.
Yeah, it's so great. Speaking of things that are okay, actually. Time for computer virus once again. This one has a cool strat to it though. If I get it, I need some good luck though. In the meantime, which currently I'm not getting it from Magician here. But I'm gonna go for what's called the Evil Knight 1 cycle. If I get it. Bad luck again. What are you doing? Oh, it's even more mean. Okay, well I guess we're not getting it then. That's cool.
Oh.
You know what? I'm gonna go for it anyways because you know what? Why not? Bam! I messed it up. Never mind. I shouldn't have gone for it. I'm a fool. I was supposed to pull away and like have the and like not have the hit. Anyways, Kirby. Yeah. Whoops. Again! The luck!
Oh no.
What is this?
Send good vibe looks, send RNG prayers, all that fun stuff.
That was atrocious computer virus luck. Oh my gosh. Alright, well. That's about the worst it could go, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it can go any worse than that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, but I agree.
Super unfortunate there.
Yeah.
It's okay though.
Well, I mean,
go ahead.
to be fair, other boss fights have been way like really like what I blinked, basically.
Yeah.
So
that's the one that really comes down to luck though. Computer virus
Yeah.
is just unfortunate sometimes.
yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Like the little tutor.
Yeah, we got the shmup section
Side
right here.
scroller. Yeah.
For the first like 30 seconds, I can just hold A and do nothing. It's pretty awesome. But you do want to match
break.
this once you actually do get the boss fight after this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm doing this right now just to match it. But for now, I can just hold A. It's whatever.
Kind of give your fingers a little bit of a break.
Yeah, we're almost there. The last game mode is like, if it goes correctly, it'll take about 8 minutes or so. If it all goes like perfectly. But it's also the hardest one in the entire run. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, so right now we're gonna fight Glock Nova Nucleus. The idea here is there's 8 pillars all around him. We're gonna destroy the first 4, and that's gonna start speeding up. At that point, we're gonna get past. They're gonna miss the next like 2 of them and hit the 7th pillar. So 5, 6, and then destroy this, and then destroy the 8th one right here, and then go back for the last 2. Because otherwise, we have to do another full rotation the other way. That's gonna take forever.
Time. Yeah, that's time loss.
Absolutely. And now we got Marks. Marks is random. We gotta hope for some good luck here, and hope that he spawns in a part where it can hit him immediately with a hammer flip and do a lot of damage to him. The strat I go for here is a bit safer, but it's also a bit, if I mess up at all, and like get bad luck here, it's not really a good backup for it. Ah, yeah, I was really close there. He had a little too many iframes, unfortunately. But in the meantime, you know what that means? You do the hammer, yeet!
That was totally worth.
That's a little bit worth it.
Yeah,
I'll take the time loss for that one.
Yay. That was actually the best thing.
Yeah, with that, we unlock both the arena and also Revenge of the King. So we don't have to do the arena to get here. We're just gonna go here and defeat and go through it. So Revenge of the King is kind of like, if you ever played Kirby's Dream Land and beaten it, you unlock extra mode. It's kind of like that, where there's just a lot of enemies everywhere and like very limited amounts of health. And since this game has powers like Dreamland, there's also not a whole lot of powers to work with in general. But since we're cool and want to go fast, there is a really hard mix we're going to be going for in this next room for Jets. It is the second hardest one the entire run. Hopefully it goes well. Here we go. First try, let's go.
Let's go.
So that is the
Good.
20th power in the mix. We wait a little bit over a second in order to actually press A and get Jet. It's really hard.
Yeah, I was about to ask, like, how do you know when, I guess, is the right time to do that?
I study.
Yeah. Because
I study and I play this game a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, I know sometimes in speedrunning you can have visual cues or audio cues and stuff like that, but that one's kind of a hard one.
Let's just say, as a general tip for people, for the budding speedrunner out there, the new speedrunners that like have picked up the hobby, learn the game in addition to actually learning the speedrun. You'll know a lot more backup strats that way, and just in general, you'll know when something goes wrong and know how to like actually deal with it. So in that case, like if I mess up the mix there, I know what to do again to actually like back up and not lose much time. Very important.
Yeah.
It's something a lot of people don't talk about. It's like it's important to learn the run, but learning how to like learn what to do if you also mess up the run, like that's just as important, I feel.
I 100% agree. I mean, I can't relate in this because I don't speedrun it, but I can relate in terms of Ori. And so definitely like backup strats are just so good, especially like it's hard to be like on the spot and then something goes wrong. You're just like, okay, well, what do I do? You definitely need to practice your backup strats because a lot of times it helps you like save a showcase or something like that.
Apple almost got me there. We're good.
Apple no. But
Apple,
I
no.
definitely, I agree to the whole practice backup strats and know your backup strats too. Because that's always good.
Absolutely. The massive run Sam returns in the chat. I have run it before. I did it for SGQ 2018. I speedrun a lot of games. I like video games a lot. And like speedrunning a lot, so there we go.
I should get your like speedrun profile. I'm just gonna,
there's a lot there. Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. Most recent run there should be Amazing Mirror, though. I'm currently running that game at the moment. I'll probably be running it until Forgotten Lands comes out on the 25th. So, yeah. I like Kirby. Fun fact.
There's a few Kirby games.
I also like Metroid a lot. I run a lot of those games, too. Oops. There we go. Let's get that line out of here.
I see a Mario Kart and WarioWare.
Yeah. I'll run Mario Kart DS anymore, but all missions is a really fun run for that.
Yeah, I think I remember what event. There was an event, and I remember you doing the WarioWare. I think it was.
Oh, what? Oh, thing. But I think it was.
Calathon?
Might have been with Speedfest. I don't ran for that at one point.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking the wrong game. It's the one where like it's a like you keep running and then you have to jump over things.
Oh, Wario Land 4.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's my literal favorite game of all time. I love that game. Everything about it. It's just the perfect game for me.
Yes, it was
I love
so
that game.
good. I will never forget that moment.
By the way, this level especially is really difficult. Crash Clouds here. It's also very easy to lose Jet during this level, which thankfully you get Jet back in the final level. It's just a Jet me right at the start. But like, I don't want to deal with that because the boss is becoming way harder if that happens. So you gotta be a little careful here. Especially right here. Actually, where I guess the hitboxes are spiked, but thankfully they don't hit us.
Ooh. Yeah,
that pop rose there is very mean. You'll just hit me sometimes.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Is Kirby Pinball part of the Kirby Marathon speedruns?
Marathon speedruns? You mean like the series relay? Or
maybe? That's what,
people run Kirby Pinball Land, but from what I've heard, it's like a really hard run in general to even get a complete run of.
Oh, okay.
But like, I don't know, if pinball is your thing, it's probably a solid choice to try it out. It's not in the series relay though. Oh gosh. So there's 2 pots left in this room. They are random. I get hit by one, and thankfully didn't lose my power, so we're good. We're talking about for this, I think. No, it's not part of this. It's not part of this little hotfix here. It's one of those games not a lot of people run in general. It's just, like I said, it's really hard, and like it's very hard to even complete a run of it.
That's interesting. I'm trying to remember Kirby Pinball, honestly.
It's the second Kirby game ever. It's like the first spin-off game on Game Boy.
It was a Game Boy Color, and it had like an interesting looking like cartridge.
No, you're thinking Tilt and Tumble.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That game is also really hard, but for different reasons. Fun fact for that speedrun, if you want to record it, you have to put it inside your Game Boy player, pick it up, and move it around.
Oh my goodness, really?
It's pretty great.
Oh my gosh. That's actually really good.
Also has Cabula there. Cabula, you want to be like kind of top left of them to do a lot more damage to them. It's a weird fight, but it went well. Coming up, by the way, as well in the next room is the hardest mix of the entire run. It is the 21st power in a mix rather than the 20th power in a mix. So it's slightly harder than the one I did at the beginning of this level. But this time we're going for candy, which is gonna save us a lot of time in the next few rooms. Here we go. I was one off. Bomb is one past, I'm pretty sure. Let's try that again. No smoochies, no time for that. Okay, we gotta try that again.
No smoochies.
No smoochie!
No smoochie. Bad smoochies.
Alright, copies won before, so I'm really close. There we go, now we got it. That's a mix that you have to get first try to really like PB at this point for me. It's really, really hard. But if we get it, hey, look at that. Boss is dead. How'd that happen?
Yeah. Where did the boss go? What?
Where'd it go? What happened there? What happened?
What happened?
What happened?
I love that.
So good. And see you later, fan. And you're gone. Oh, by the way, of note here is like a lot of the bosses in general are taken from Nightmare in Dreamland. They have sprites redone for this game, but like they're taken from Nightmare in Dreamland for Revenge of the King. Don't know why, but it's kind of cool. Like right here, we got some fire lines coming up. They got the twin fire line fight in particular is what it is. Bit tricky. You got some luck to them. Sometimes they can just like immediately pounce on you or do that.
Oh, nice.
Oh, they didn't die. What the heck?
What?
There we go.
It wanted to smoochie you.
They just want a smoochie.
They want smoochies.
Oh, we're almost out of the run, by the way. As soon as you defeat Dee, that's time. Or Mass Dee in particular. That'll be time. So we're really close to that. We just got this room left. Okay, we're good. Messed up a little bit there, but we're fine. And then hardest fight in the game. First try, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And now, actually, one of the more difficult fights in the game. I'm going for the Mass DD one cycle here. Essentially, if I get enough luck, I'll keep spamming B here, and he'll just die. And did not get it. All right, well there we go. Unfortunate. We gotta deal with like regular luck now. And the idea is that I want him to not do his attack. If I got the perfect luck there, he would not do his attack, and that'd save a lot of time. And should be dead here. Time.
Oh. Alrighty.
Yeah, and he's gone. See you later.
Bye, Dee.
See ya.
See ya. Wow.
And what we're with now is a kind of a sad, somber remix of the Revenge of Meta Knight's credits theme, which is the best song in the game, in my opinion. I love that song.
Aw. Well, definitely was a really, really good run. GG's. Big GG's.
Thank you very much.
While we're doing this, do you want to say anything in the meantime? Do you want to put in your plugs, anything like that?
I got a few things to say for sure.
Like where to go for speedrunning and stuff like that.
I definitely got a few things to say. So if you want to get into speedrunning Kirby games in general, go to any speedrun.com page for any of the Kirby games, except for Air Ride and Epic Garden. They have their own server, but the main Kirby speedrunning server we found on any Kirby speedrun.com page. This is there in the Discord section. And we're just a really friendly community. I'm one of the admins of the entire Kirby community. I just really love all these Kirby games. They're so much fun. The community has been great for me ever since I got into it back in, oh my gosh, 2014. It's been so long. Yeah, like they've been great that whole time. I appreciate them so much. I want to see this whole community grow. So if you're interested in Kirby runs, especially Forgotten Lands coming out in like 2 weeks or so, feel free to join the Discord. We're really helpful there. And if you want to see more Kirby experience in general from me in particular, Feel free to follow me on Twitch at twitch.tv/mr_Shasta. Or on Twitter as well, too. I'm on Twitter. I do that as well. Same deal, mr_Shasta. Or on YouTube. I actually recently figured out that underscores are allowed on YouTube. So I'm just mr_Shasta on there now. You can find my speedruns there. But I got one more thing to say as well, too. I'm sorry to end this on a little bit more a sad note, but I gotta give a little respect, a little tribute to a recent member of the community actually died recently. Cosmic Hearts. She was a speedrunner of Kirby 64. Very, very great person in general. Someone I talked to a lot at GEQs in the past. I thought this would be a good spot to give a little bit of a tribute to her. So rest in peace.
Yeah.
You'll be missed. We all love and appreciate you.
Out of respect, do you want to do a moment of silence for about 10 seconds or 20?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay. I will count the timer.
All right.
3, 2, 1. Okay.
All right.
Well, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Very, very grateful for you to showcase all these Kirby games. I really, really appreciate that. And
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, definitely. Like big hugs to you as well. Thank you for everything. And I'm sorry to hear that. And definitely big hugs for me.
Absolutely.
But
get all the love in the chat there. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Keep them hearts coming.
Yeah. Keep sending the hearts. Oh, you guys all chat. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, everybody is so send all the loves. Well, I definitely appreciate you being on the show. Thank you for showcasing 3 of these Kirby games. That was a lot, but I appreciate they were all so good too. Every single one of them was really good.
Absolutely.
Definitely
have to have me.
Anybody, definitely follow the runner. Definitely follow the commentary from tonight so far. We will be having more Kirby, so stay tuned for that. But definitely check out the Kirby community. They're very sweet. Seems like, there's a lot of knowledge there, but also, it's a good community to get involved with.
A lot of love all around from everybody, just in general.
Yeah, definitely. And just a friendly reminder, if anybody has missed any of these Kirby runs, everyone could go check them out after the show, probably tomorrow. It would be up on youtube.com/gamesdonequick, and it would be under Legally Cute Kirby. So definitely review any of the Kirby games, because I did see a few people miss the first game, The Amazing Mirror, so definitely
go back and watch that especially. That one did very, very well.
Yeah,
commentary was incredible too. Shout out to TG.
Yes, definitely. Thank you again, Shasta. We will go into a break. We'll have another runner. It's going to be with Pro_Hybrid. And we are going to be bringing you Kirby's Return to Dreamland. I'm actually...
That's 100%, by the way. 100%. That is a fire run. You're not going to want to miss that one.
Yes. And,
there's a lot of great surprises you'll see soon about that run. It's awesome. Like, definitely stick around for that. It's a long one, but it's a really, really great one.
Oh, nice. I'm super excited. Thank you again. And we will be back with you with some more Kirby, everybody. And definitely follow everybody. I will give you all links again. So make sure to follow everyone. Well, hello everybody. I am Rue. I am back, and I promise, as I said, to bring you some more Kirby. So we got some more Kirby's Return to Dreamland, and this is not just any percent, it's 100%. And we have a new runner and a new commentator for this, and it will be a nice, cozy run. Definitely, get comfy, get your blanket, get some tea, and relax with us and have a good night with me. So, Pro Hybrid and Nippo, do you want to say hi?
Hello, everyone. Hope you're as excited as we are for this run. It's definitely a really exciting category, a lot of cool stuff to showcase. Going to be using multiple controllers. I've got 4 whole Wiimotes here, and all of them will be used in this one run. And yeah, it's going to be a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I'm Nippo. I hope you enjoy this feature-length film of Kirby's Return to Dreamland. It'll be a really fun 3 hours.
Yeah, this is definitely quite a long estimate. It's already any percent alone is nearly 2 hours, but 100% adds about an extra hour and a half to that.
Well, if you're all ready, just let us know and you can give us a countdown.
Awesome. Yeah, countdown from 5. All
Sounds
right,
good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so we're starting the run. We're going to spawn in Meta Knight because we want to ride him throughout the first level since Kirby has no abilities going into it. So we have our first multiplayer strat, and that's one of the big things about this game. We got a lot of multiplayer going on. That's why Hybrid's got his Wii remotes with him.
This is very interesting because for a long time in this game's development, it was only one player allowed, and essentially one runner just decided one day he was going to use 2 controllers and save a lot of time.
I'm really happy he decided that. Yeah, this game's gotten very innovative when it came to multiplayer. A lot of new strats have been developed. I mean, this is probably one of the earliest, right? I mean, I wasn't here when this strat was.
Yeah, once 2-player strats were like allowed, this was one of the first ones people discovered. Is you can just in a lot of sections where that are powerless, just hop on Meta Knight, and that ends up being faster.
Yeah. For those familiar with Star Allies, and for those who played it, you may know that you can just hop on a player to, control them. But in this game, you actually need to get a second controller, so that's why we're doing multiple controllers. So it's a lot more difficult than it really seems when you're swapping between multiple, players. And as you can see, Hybrid's readying up a 3rd player, and that's because we're going to spawn in a 3rd Kirby. So that one is going to get a power-up that's mandatory for one of the 2 energy spheres that are coming up. And so we're just going to inhale this sword guy right here with the 3rd one.
Don't need Meta Knight right now, but I will shortly. So rather than despawn and respawn them, which costs only about half a second, we're just going to kind of let Meta Knight dangle around, get hit a few times, but then they're going to be used immediately after. So yeah, gonna despawn Kirby. Only needed them to break these blocks with sword, and I was able to use base Kirby with fire and get through that area a lot faster than if I had to use sword. Yeah, so these dimensional rifts are interesting. You're forced to lose your ability before you enter them. So all of them are essentially powerless, but of course this is where the 2-player strat and piggybacking off Meta Knight becomes really helpful. Not always viable depending on what the layout, but for some of these, for the first half, I'm able to glide on their back and save a few seconds at least.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of Meta Knight being used when Kirby doesn't have an ability.
See if I can get this quick kill. Ideally, I can knock out this Doomer before they fly off stage. Oh, I just missed it. I think I was like a frame or a few frames off.
Yeah, this is very tight. I can never get it, so I'm not surprised that we missed it now. But,
despite being the first level, it's actually one of the harder quick kills to do in the game.
Life management. Yeah, life management is very important, especially in multiplayer, so I'll explain that real quick. Every time you spawn in a player, they spawn with full health, and if they despawn without full health, then you will lose the life of that player. So ideally, you want to despawn players while they have full health to get the life back. Once we get to around World 4 or 5, you might see the life counter down at 0, and that's when things get a bit scary. But it's a bit difficult to manage lives, and that's why we might go out of our way to pick up lives sometimes if we're low, just to make sure we don't game over.
So yeah, fire is one of the better abilities to use in this run. It combines burning from some of the earlier Kirby's, which makes it very effective for movement, having that invulnerability. But you can also do the Inferno attack I was doing on the Doomer, which essentially encompasses you or surrounds you in fire and does a ridiculous amount of damage very quickly. A couple other abilities you'll be seeing a lot are Tornado, Wing, and then anything that can cut rope, so like Sword or Cutter, for example. Oh, a little bit of recoil there.
This level is a bit boring compared to the other
this
one we were
level
watching.
definitely
We got
a lot more
player.
straightforward.
So oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, I wasn't gonna say anything important. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna ask. So when it comes to the okay, so for example, Kirby 64 versus this, what are like the mechanics? I mean, I imagine they're different, but like because it's a 3D, I'm just kind of curious how it's working out.
When it comes to,
compared to a game against like Kirby 64, definitely the modern Kirbys are a lot longer is one thing. A lot of the abilities and boss fights are also a lot more complex, I guess is one way to put it.
Okay.
I would say that the modern Kirbys definitely go for a style of the levels are much longer in comparison to most other games like Kirby Superstar, Kirby's Adventure. A lot of the levels are longer, more drawn out than the other games.
There we go.
Okay, interesting.
So what we just did for that fight is there's a cool property, Return to Dreamland. You can block, and if you have multiple players stacked on top of each other, you can essentially do a block charged attack. And it turns out a lot of boss fights are actually quite a bit faster using this, and the more players you have, the more damage you do. So there will be a few instances in this run where we're gonna have 4 Kirbys or Meta Knights or whatever stacked on top of each other to have just a super fast boss attack, essentially.
Now, consequently, the other thing multiplayer is that with more players, I'm not sure if it scales directly based on the amount of players, but what I do know is that if you do add players in, more health will be added onto boss fights. So it's been a bit difficult to sort of gauge how we should take bosses. Like is it worth having extra health on bosses, but doing the multiplayer strats? Is it just worth doing solo? So, that was also another big thing we had to figure out when it came to, sort of figuring out, like, should we take more Kirbys in, or should we just fight him with one ability?
A lot of areas where we've been retiming and, like, finding new strats, figuring out if new ideas are he faster or slower, or maybe they're a bit slower, but they're easier, more consistent. There's been a lot of things to experiment now that we have multiple controllers and players allowed.
Yeah, that's actually pretty neat. I love theory crafting. That's actually really cool.
That's the one reason why I love this game so much, is because, like, sometimes I'll just sit down for, like, an hour or two and just going through trying to figure out things. And, sometimes I'll, like, just find something. I'm like, whoa, I just did that with, like, multiple controllers. That's pretty cool. Then I'll end up incorporating it into the run. Yeah, it's very fun to just strat find in this game.
I'll give Nippo a lot of credit too, because he sort of came into this game. Oh, oops, got hit there. He came into this game after 2-player was allowed, but he was the one that found many of the 3-player, essentially all of the 3-player and 4-player strategies, because no one had really thought, use even more than 2-player. 2-player seemed like enough, but there actually are a few areas where having more characters actually does help. And it makes the routing just that much more interesting.
When you're bored and you're just sitting playing Return to Dreamland and you gotta figure out some stuff, and it just happens sometimes.
Small puzzle room 2-player. Rather than have Kirby grab the key here, I'm going to keep Meta Knight at the very edge of the screen. He's going to grab this key, and because the second player or third or fourth will always follow you and warp, very similar to Subspace Emissary in Brawl. So I'll have Meta Knight grab that, and then I can immediately just head to the door. Only thing is then you'd have to do 2 goal games if you end a level with multiple players, which you can lose time on goal games if you get a high number, so you potentially go for a 7 or a low number. A bit of a time save is having Meta Knight fly to the store. You can actually get into it. And I'm going to keep Meta Knight spawn just for another basic, sort of easier 2-player strat coming up here.
So theoretically speaking,
I love the.
You can go.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, theoretically speaking, if so we try to keep in players for as long as possible because the little spawn animation that they do does waste time. So Hybrid's gonna play it safe, but usually you'd keep Meta Knight all the way from 1-1 to 1-4 the entire way, just to save 0.5 seconds on the spawn. But you know, you don't really have to do that. I mean, it's a marathon run. We're just having fun,
is pretty
so we're
funny
not
that
going to
some of
take the risk, but it is funny. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, time adds up because there's like many sections where you can save that half second. If you do that 5, 6, 7 times in a run, now you've saved 3 or 4 seconds, or
Exactly,
you know, approximately around that.
At least
So,
that's my mindset. That's why I try doing this stuff.
yeah, for such a long category, it's surprising how these little time saves add up when you do them consistently. Also, one cool move with fire is you do this fireball, which actually allows you to almost stick to walls and scale up them and be able to break those blocks really easily. And I'll do it again. Oh, got hit there, but I'll do it again. Just a second to knock out these big Waddle Dees, which are literally 3 Waddle Dees in a Waddle Dee trench coat. Oops. There we go. And another 2-player strat here, a bit more complex, is going to be a super ability juggle, essentially you can call it. I'm going to have the second player here take the super ability you need to access the rift. In this case, it's Monster Flame. But I'm going to have first player stick with this regular fire and, you know, use this advantage, use this fast movement, and have the second player pretty much just float through these sections to make sure they don't fall into one of these pits. So while I use one controller and I'm, you know, controlling Kirby, with the other one, I'm just occasionally mashing the 2 button to make sure they sort of float in place and they don't fall down.
Yeah, this if that Monster Flame Kirby were to die, this game is very unforgiving when it comes to you know, levels, because like if you were to lose that ability, well, in this case it would respawn, so you can just go back for it. But in most cases, in some levels, the super ability is a one and done, so if you were to die with it, you basically can't get it anymore, and so you'd have to redo the entire level over, and so that would basically be a reset in an actual run.
I'd say that's one of the most punishing things about RTDLs. There are definitely a lot of sections where if you mess up, you will essentially have to redo the entire level, which could waste, you know, minutes at a time, depending, because some of the longer levels can be, you know, 6 or 7 minutes, and there could be a difficult puzzle section. Oh, just realized I'm gonna, rather than have Meditite take the death there, just despawn them. I kind of get mixed up with the 2 controllers sometimes.
Yeah, that could happen. Yeah, and more often than not, you're gonna get mixed up. If you're playing this game, your brain just gets so confused. You're like, oh, I didn't know this controller was controlling this guy. You know, I do it all the time too.
Ooh, just a bit slow there, unfortunately. But yeah, so when you knock them down to half health, they try to go off the screen. So if you manipulate it, you can occasionally get them before they go off screen, essentially.
I was gonna say I would actually have a hard time remembering what to do with what controller. I think
honestly, it comes down to muscle memory. Like I know that Hybrid stacks his controllers like together, like on top of each other. I put them in like some weird like bundle of like controllers.
Yeah, Nippo actually like velcros or bundles this together. I would typically hold 2 just like this, and if I have 3 or 4, I'll try to balance them on my lap or something like that. But it becomes difficult once you add in those extra 2 controllers.
Yeah, my method is a bit weird. I have like a huge rectangle block of 4 controllers in my hands, and it's very unergonomic, I'll just say that. So,
some of the most entertaining hand cam streams I've ever seen in my life, though, are from Nippo running this game with multiple controllers. It's incredible, and it's effective, too. It's not just funny looking, it works.
I mean, I have to definitely say 2 controllers is not common in terms of just like, you know.
Let alone 4.
Yeah, like that's definitely, I would like to see that in person, basically, because that's interesting.
Another Nippo strat here, spawn a second player. They're acting as a decoy. They're going to get eaten by Wispy while player 1 is able to keep using that Inferno attack. And save just a handful of seconds from getting inhaled there.
On the note of the Wii U eShop, Hybrid is playing on Wii U. It does save time over using an actual disc, since loading is a bit slower on a real disc. And yeah, that is true. You really should buy this game soon, because it is going to be taken off the shop, so I would recommend doing that. If you are thinking of running this game, I mean, it isn't a huge time loss when you're playing on a real disc, but I mean, you know, it's just nice to have it digitally, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. I think the time save for 100%, with digital versus like a Wii or a Wii U on a disc, I believe is about 20-25 seconds is like an estimate. And I guess another thing to mention is language. Surprisingly, English is actually one of the fastest languages. I think French is the fastest by like a few frames you were mentioning.
Yeah, we don't know the timing for the rest of the European languages, as the North American consoles only have access to 3 of them, but we measured
That's
3
interesting.
languages. And French is the fastest one, but since it takes a million years to switch your language on Wii U for some reason, we just say, whatever, we'll just play on English, because it only saves like a frame, too. I don't even know. It's not worth even trying, whatever.
I think Japan loses about 7 seconds to English.
Yeah,
I think
it was
the
timed to
estimate.
be approximate 7 seconds, because Magalore likes to talk more for some reason in Japanese. I don't know why, but he just has more to say.
Yeah, very rare. It's very rare you see English faster than Japan for game language in like a lot of games, honestly, but especially in Kirby games. I know Mr. Shasta was running KSSU, and Korean was the language of choice there.
Yeah, that's a unique fast
I know
language.
English is one of the slowest languages in that game.
Yeah.
That's interesting. It's very rare when English is better most of the time.
It's only really because Magalore has more dialogue in Japanese. I mean, I would translate it, but I don't know, I'm just too lazy to know. But it's interesting to see, like, why does he talk more in that language in particular? Because no other language has that.
Just has a little bit more to say. Oh, that's my movement there a bit. I'm gonna break this block. So I'm gonna keep DD spawned for the next 2 rooms. He's gonna kind of just dangle around and take a few hits. I'm very lucky there. If I hit that boulder, I would have lost fire, but I hit another enemy first, and it gave me a bit of a posted immunity.
We're actually gonna see him intentionally do that coming up, where he's gonna intentionally hit an enemy.
Actually, that's a good thing to quickly mention here is how losing your ability works in this game compared to most Kirby games. So in most Kirby games, you get hit, you lose your ability, but modern games are a bit different. You essentially only lose your ability if you get attacked by an enemy that's doing an attack, not like, say, running into them or something like that. Gonna give DDD some immunity there.
Yeah, DDD, yeah. About to die soon, jeez.
So when you have candy, also slides are typically, and even in a lot of these open straightaways, slides are some of the fastest movement for the modern games. They'll try to do that whenever possible.
Honestly, candy is just the best.
A little slow on that stack there, but I'm gonna do another one of these shield bosses. Oh yeah, DDD's gonna die there because I unfortunately didn't do a great job of that fight. I will respawn DDD in the next level actually because I need them. If I was faster on that bonkers KO, I would have been able to knock them before he got that hammer hit on me, but I was a little bit slow there.
So I do have a quick question out of my own curiosity. What are your thoughts on the new Kirby game coming up?
I'm really excited for it, honestly. I think like all the gameplay I've seen from it looks really fun, and now that there's a demo out, I've actually seen a handful of people doing a demo percent speedruns.
Oh yeah, everyone in the Kirby speedrunning Discord, that channel's been going off ever since that demo came out. There's been so many like discoveries. There's been glitches found. There's like some weird glitch that you can like teleport like the mouthful objects to you. It's really weird, but it's been a lot of discoveries just from the demo, and I'm looking forward to it.
I'm going to be buying that game day one. Gotta remember, if you're speedrunning the game, get digital. It's gonna be faster than physical, probably.
Exactly.
But yeah, I am looking forward to running that game day one. It looks a lot of fun. I have not played the demo yet, though, unfortunately. Gotta get around to that.
I'm probably never going to speedrun it myself, but it does look like a fun casual game, so I'm definitely going to play it anyway.
Yeah, I know some games that even before they were launched, even just like indie developers, will have like demo percent for their game for anyone who's interested in
That's funny.
the game as well as speedrunning. So I've seen it. I totally 100% believe in demos because honestly, it's different.
And there's something nice, because you know the game probably when it comes out is going to be maybe like an hour for the energy percent. There's something nice about the demo being able to just do it in a quick like 6, 7, 8 minutes or whatever the time is. Get that quick little feel of the game. It's fun.
Especially modern Kirby games have definitely seen an increase in the length of time.
Also, we never actually discussed what entails 100% in this game, so I'll just get into it really quickly. In any percent, you don't really get any of these energy spheres, which I've been collecting. You only get the first one, which is mandatory, and 100% is essentially beating the game while collecting all 120 energy spheres. So any percent, you pretty much get Wing, the fastest ability in the game, right from the very first level, and you hold on to it for the whole time. Whereas in this game, there's a lot of different abilities, and you have a lot more two-player sections to use the other characters and their abilities to get through puzzle rooms and such.
I personally find this category objectively better than 90% because it's much more challenging. You have to juggle a lot of different abilities, more multiplayer strats, whereas in the any percent you're mostly just going straight forward with Wing. But I really love this category a lot.
This is definitely my one of my favorite categories to watch and absolutely my favorite to play. The only reason it's not one of my favorite to watch is I feel personally it's a lot more fun I get involved in the run when I'm playing it, but it is 3 hours long. It can be definitely taxing to watch. This strategy is pretty cool, and this one was also found by Nippo, but I optimized it a bit. He realized that you can get through this. The whole gimmick of this rift is all these water sections you're sort of jumping from. But he realized that you can use Meta Knight to fly over it. Then I realized you actually can barely glide through the top as long as you're careful around the top so you don't fall off. And then you can't really do it in this section because there's the water, but at least for the first half, you're saving a good chunk of time.
Yeah, gliding above those water pools is a bit difficult, and I thought it was slower at first until Hyper proved me wrong and showed me that it was actually faster to glide over them, so,
Yeah, Nippo is definitely, of the two of us, a lot more creative as a runner. He has done a lot more for finding strats. I just come in and give them, yeah, that looks fast. That seems good. You should give that a shot in runs.
It works. It's great.
So I'm just the play tester. Maybe I'll optimize a thing or two.
Yeah. But honestly, like, that's what I love about the speedrunning community is all the coordination between everybody.
Oh yeah, like, and the fact that you don't like, you can be a speedrunner without even running the game. You could just like analyze things, you can find strats, and all of that's like really exciting for a lot of people. More exciting than having to deal with actual runs.
I would say Kirby community in general is very coordinated because we do a lot of events and stuff. We're kind of all in our little we're basically all in a big bubble of Kirby games because we all like we all basically like all the Kirby games, Like I run multiple Kirby games, Hybrid runs multiple Kirby games, so everyone loves Kirby.
Well, the other thing too is that even though the games are like different, you kind of learn things about the game from other people that you wouldn't have learned. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, the games are definitely very different in comparison. Like because I was also I used to run Kirby Superstar a lot, which is like immensely different from this game in comparison. So eventually I picked up this and I was like, ooh, multiplayer. And then I started playing this game instead because I was getting a bit burnt out from Kirby Superstar.
I think the multiplayer game aspect of this game is definitely interesting for a lot of people. It's probably going to put into a lot more eyes on it because
it's honestly the only reason why I run this
game. It really
game.
adds a lot of potential for strategies and such. Oh, I was a dummy and forgot to drop Parasol, so I couldn't do that in Hail right away, actually. Ah, well, happens.
So I do have a quick question. Because you were able to play different Kirby games, what makes them so different in terms of just speedrunning?
I think the first thing, I guess, with Kirby games is all of them for speedrunning are typically follow the same pattern of easy to pick up and learn, difficult to master, which means especially if you want to run more than one, you might not be able to be a world record contender, but it's really easy to pick up a lot and just try out the different ones. Really all the games have like slightly different mechanics, the different length of the run, and so a lot of other minor differences that it's almost kind of like whatever you like in games. Do you want something that's more bit more random, or do you want something that's a bit more, I don't know, like consistent? The modern games are very consistent, usually because there's a lot less RNG compared to the older ones.
Oh yeah, speaking of RNG, this game basically has like no RNG except for mixing, which is going to be a great topic in this run. Oh geez. There is, you're only going for one mix, right?
I'm only going to be going probably after the mix in 7-2 towards the very end of the run.
So yeah, so mixes in this game are on a completely random roulette. Of like, there's 26 powers in this game, and the game predetermines what order those powers are going to be in, and that order cycles twice. So some runners have the method of just mash the home button and pray you land on wing, and then buffer the 2 button to swallow it. Some people, like myself and some other runners,
Oh shoot!
we try to time it.
Let's go back down there.
So like we try to press the home button by like memorizing the first cycle, then pressing the home button on the second time around. Generally speaking, mixes are really difficult to pull off, and it can be a run ender, for especially at the very end, which is very heartbreaking.
That's the thing. There's only really one almost required mix for this category, but it happens quite literally about 2 hours, more like 2.5 hours deep into the run, and it could save about a whole 30 seconds to a minute, depending on what ability.
The
you
mix
play.
is literally
it
for
could be
the
a very
last
big
stage
swing.
of the game, or the last level rather, besides the boss fight. But, you know.
And it's weird, yeah, all other Kirby games tend to be very consistent with their mixes. They have a specific roulette depending on the 2 enemies you inhale, and you only have to inhale 2 enemies, but this one's inhale 3 enemies, and it's completely random. It's kind of sticks out a bit, but it can be a bit frustrating frustrating at times.
This game would have been perfect if it didn't have that one RNG segment for mixing.
This high jump strategy is actually something that Nippo and I came up with very recently.
Yeah, we literally made this up an hour ago, so you're the first ones to see it.
Yeah, we were in a VC before we hopped on, and we were just like, I was doing some practice, and we were just like going around like messing with some strategies, and the high jump thing.
Hybrid had a big brain moment, and it was like, what if we brought a high jump in this level? No. And I was like, wow, we should have thought of this like a couple months ago, but okay.
I was telling I'll need the time at some point to figure out how much faster it is, if it even is faster, but it seems faster at least, so we'll go with it for now.
It's really hard finding strats in this run considering how long it is. Like I can strat find this run for days, and I'll probably still have 20 more to find the next day. Like, this thing is so long. Like, and that's what makes it fun for me though, because like there's nothing to this. Like, you're never done finding stuff.
I'm gonna grab this health to be on the safe side. Yeah, setting up this Inferno and getting a bunch of damage on the Scalibro, and then you have this Fire Spin attack where you can just do it in place, and that's a good way to do some like easier chip damage once you've gotten a bulk of the damage off.
I was about to say, I saw something in chat and I was like, what is that? And then I realized what was Kirby.
Kirby.
Like, what is a Kirby? And I'm like, wait a minute, I know what a Kirby is. Don't.
Honestly, my favorite has to be Conby. I love Conby.
Conby is... I love that Combi will probably have some speedrun tech too. Like, I'm seeing some people do some tricky jumps with Combi.
Oh yeah, we have, so I was watching the chat, so that turtle near the end of the demo, people started skipping it. And so someone eventually found a skip for the turtle strat, so they named it the turtle skip skip, and then someone found a skip for that skip. So now there's a strat called the turtle skip skip skip. So,
that's
3 skips?
Yeah, oh wow!
We're reaching skip levels that shouldn't even be possible.
The TSSS, that's what it's called. Make sure you do the right strat.
That's a lot of S's, and do the right skips, I think. This game is so cute. Honestly, I mean, that's why it's here. But yeah, like I don't know. I just love the coordination between all the like the multiplayer basically. I love that part.
It's a lot of fun, honestly, to play too, especially when things go well and you can get the rhythm of the two or more players. It feels very very satisfying. But also like the graphics for a Wii game, like it still looks really good. The music is incredible. Like the cutscenes and all that. It's a very fun game and
oh yeah, I love the
that.
cutscenes in this game. When I played it like a million years ago as a kid, now I don't watch them anymore because I speedrun the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, we will be
sometimes
skipping
you lose
every cutscene.
you sometimes lose the charm of it all.
Yeah.
One cutscene I really love though is the ending cutscene, which I do get to watch because that's when you beat the game.
Yeah. I mean, so, like, when it comes to speedrunning, I speedrun video games that I love. But I always play them casually first to remember if I am okay, you know what I mean, to speedrun it. If I just want to keep it as like a, yeah, this was good casually. But I mean, sometimes you just don't know what the speedrun is either. But it's just more along the lines of, can I see myself speedrun this game continuously, as well as like, I don't know, just like different things. Because speedrunning a game is vastly different than playing it casually.
Oh, definitely. And it can sometimes, especially if you have a good, a game you grew up with in your childhood or something you have a strong attachment to. I love speedrunning, but sometimes it can change the relationship you have with the game. Suddenly you can no longer play it casually. You're trying to do fast things. It can be a bit more frustrating and different things like that, honestly.
Yeah, I could say that majority of the, if not all of the speedrun games I do are games I've played from my childhood or at least 5 or more years ago. Because I play it for nostalgia, honestly. Because I would never imagine myself speedrunning this game, because I just played it as a kid casually, 100% did it. I loved it a lot, but it wasn't really a game that stood out to me, and all of a sudden I'm just like, yeah, I'll play it as a speedrun. Why not? Fun.
Yeah.
It's also the flip side. Sometimes games that you might not super enjoy casually, you realize can maybe be broken in a very cool way or actually more enjoyable for the speedrun. It can really go both ways, honestly.
Yeah, that's fair, because, yeah, like, I know some games casually, it was probably something maybe you didn't like, but then I'm trying to think of a good, perfect example to use, but I can't think of a game right now. But basically, I agree with that, 100%.
This fight, Mr. Duder, we're going to be using water for. This attack where you crouch and then rise and do a bit of like this rainbow. I'm going to be spamming it a lot, but because I don't need to hold on to water, the second half of this fight, Duder just jumps up and down, spawns all these stars, and you pretty much just go crazy with the stars, trying to do as much damage as possible, and you can really deal with that boss very, very quickly, actually.
This is my second favorite boss name, by the way. The third one I won't spoil. It's going to be the next one coming up, so don't worry about it.
And because I'm going to be ending this level with base Kirby, you already know that next level I'm immediately loading up Meta Knight, piggybacking off of them and saving time, because Kirby is very, very slow in the base form unless you have anything like a tornado wing or a fire power-up.
I also will note that Hybrid's gonna spawn Meta Knight on the world map because it saves time over spawning in the overworld, since you don't get the spawn animation. So he's gonna just mash 2 on the second controller to spawn him in the map.
Yeah, that air or the little noise you hear as I'm just mashing repeatedly is just me trying to spawn Meta Knight.
Yeah, sometimes runners will make musical beats with the controller buttons, like when they're just in cutscenes and stuff, myself included. Like sometimes I'll just jam out with the pressing buttons during cutscenes to make those dumb donk noises.
Oh yeah, Yudadon, who has the world record for any percent. I've seen him do that in the first 10 seconds of the run, because he's constantly resetting in 1-1 to get the wing mix. So I think he probably has seen that opening little cutscene too many times, and I constantly see him with the Wiimotes, like making a little song or playing along to the beat.
Yeah, he's a big musical inspiration to me. I'll become a Return to Dreamland music artist someday.
Yeah. I mean, clicking the sound. I honestly I love that kind of music where it's like use the environment basically. I love that.
Hybrid zooms down. Meta Knight.
I believe this is the first time we're debuting Tornado. One of the properties of it, oh no, sorry, you used Tornado in 2-3 very briefly. But one of the properties is shaking it. So you're gonna see me just sort of like shaking the Wiimote very aggressively. I'm actually gonna despawn Meta Knight because he's pretty close to death and I'm gonna need him for a bit. But yeah, shaking gives you a lot more immunity, and there's a lot of end lag for this attack, which is nullified slightly by doing this charge.
If you need a workout game and you gotta get those arms worked out, this game's definitely for you to play this game.
Yeah, make sure you're also stretching out your wrists before you do this, because for these Tornado, in World 3 with the new 2-player routing is very, a lot of Tornado in particular, so I'm gonna be doing quite a bit of shaking. I'm gonna be pretty much holding on to Tornado for the next 3 or so levels.
At least we're gonna
A lot of
hope.
shaking.
Because
yeah.
it can be very difficult to keep NATO, so it wouldn't be surprising if Hybrid were to lose it, but I have faith in him, so we're gonna hope he can get
Yeah, you have a lot of invulnerability, but there's also a lot of end lag, and controlling it's difficult. So you need to be very careful about where you land, because you might be invulnerable, but if you just immediately land into an enemy that breaks your ability, you'll just lose it before you have any chance to back up. And I am going to drop Tornado, even though I said I was going to keep it, because I'm actually going to get Tornado again by the time I'm done this level. So I'm just going to use the super ability.
This world has a lot of water sections and a lot of enemies that can drop your power up. So this world is pretty notorious for being a run killer if you want to do player. Because in a late level in this world, you need Tornado to get through a section fairly quickly, and it saves around 30 seconds if you keep NATO at that point.
Oh, should have done another jump there. It would sped me up. Super Bowl is one of the few abilities you don't do with 2-player, because it's one of the only super abilities that's actually relatively fast on its own. You shake the Wiimote just like Tornado, and then you do a jump as soon as you launch, or as soon as you sort of have the ability to go, and you just launch forward. So it's very, very fun to do, very satisfying. And so we don't really do 2-player sections for Snowball, just because it's really hard to go faster than Snowball, honestly. And the whole gimmick of this rift is pretty much going on elevator after elevator. So it's not, you can't really go that fast because you're constantly waiting on the elevator and there's not much actual movement going on. In sections like this, if I need a specific character for another level, I try to remind myself to, as I'm doing now with Waddle Dee, to set that character now so I don't have to do it in the moment and give myself a bit of prep time.
Yeah, you have time to do it.
Mm-hmm. I also like to repeatedly spam guard on these elevators. I don't know. It's fun. It's like you're dancing really quickly or something.
Start doing the dance music.
You can also do this to the beat if you're feeling up to it.
Been a platformer rhythm game this whole time.
Yep,
Oh, that's
another tornado.
Sorry.
Oh yeah,
That-
no worries.
The
What were you gonna
star
say?
was just no, that star. I was just like, wow, the star.
Yeah, so Tornado isn't great on bosses, although that last attack at the very end does do quite a bit of damage after you've charged it up. So as you can see, like it charges and then it has a very large radius and it does a massive amount of damage. Also, something I should have mentioned before is that, energy spheres you collect one at a time, but whenever you beat one of these Doomers fights, you do get 2 at a time. So most levels, or pretty much all levels, will have anywhere between 3 to 5 energy spheres to collect.
So this Tornado power-up hybrid forever, we're gonna hopefully keep this for at least like 3 levels now.
Yep. And it's definitely the type of... with the routing and how it goes now, if you drop Tornado in 3-2 or 3-3, if you're running at a high level, you might as well reset. It's really important. There's one 2-player super ability skip or strategy we do that specifically uses Tornado that I think was estimated by Demolition, who has the world record in this category, who came up with the strategy to save close to 30 seconds, I think. It's one of the biggest single time saves from any 2-player strat. Also, for these water sections, you do need to be careful because they're pretty easy, but if you do drop your ability underwater, you have no way to re-inhale it. So just need to be sort of a bit on edge for these sections, know the enemy patterns.
Yeah,
these Galungs, for example, I'm going to make sure I knock them out before I go
enemies.
through. And then these enemies drop seeds. I need to go fast to dodge them.
Two notorious enemies that can get rid of your power are the Galunks and those, I don't know what their names are, but those little purple guys with the arms sticking out diagonally. Especially those enemies, they can just snap you and just take your power up, and it pains me every time it happens because it just happens so suddenly to me. But
So I need to spawn Waddle Dee because typically what you do is you knock out that cutter enemy and then you take the cutter to break this rope. Waddle Dee and Meta Knight with their spear and sword respectively can break these ropes, so I can just keep Tornado for a bit longer. And I'm actually specifically going to need Waddle Dee and Spear in the next room, so I'm going to keep them spawned to keep them safe as I use Tornado to blitz through this room really quickly. One cool thing about Tornado is you instantly cancel it when you hit water, so you don't have to deal with the end lag. So strategically trying to land in the water is a good idea if you can manage it. Yeah, one of the cool things about Spear is that it has a long range, so it can hit certain things that you can't really with any other ability. And so you actually, in 100% for one player, use Spear a decent amount, but Waddle Dee pretty much is the go-to for any time you would need to use Spear with 2-player. Oops, I missed the door there.
This hallway is pretty boring. You're just going NATO the entire way. And they got a boot.
Yeah.
Our first boot.
Also, this level is prime elevator music, by the way.
Just sit there.
I might as
Very
well
relaxing.
talk about
I practically feel myself rising up the elevator. I don't know.
when it comes to boot sections. So we have tried all we can to try and find a 2-player strat for teleporting boots, but we just can't. So we just have Kirby hop along peacefully throughout the narrow corridor.
There's only one example of a skipping a boot section, which doesn't happen until the very last level in the game. It's a strategy Nippo came up with that originally required 4 controllers and saves close to 30 seconds, and then Nippo found an even faster setup with only 3 players. One of the more tricky strategies in this game, and I'm not going to be going for in this run because I have not practiced it enough, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but
it is definitely very hard, so...
It's something that's only been discovered within the past, I think, few months, because I know Nippo's been running this game more as of recent.
Well, okay, so the 4-player strat was at least like 2 or 3 months, and I discovered another strat that's very funny. That, like, for some reason the boot has really funny properties where you can headbutt the breakable boot blocks with your head despite the spikes of the boot being below you. So nice job, programmers, I guess. But
yeah, they didn't really bother with the boot hit detection. As long as you make contact, it's good enough for them. I guess another minor thing I can mention is you can see as I beat some of these levels, they'll might mention like a game has been unlocked or a high jump challenge, for example, in that last one. Outside of getting all 120 energy spheres, the only other requirement for 100% is to beat all these challenge stages, which you unlock by getting the spheres. They don't take very long to do. It's pretty much 10 minutes of like little levels you do at the very end of the run. So this section is tricky. You know, I'm still trying to keep Tornado. I'm going to be doing some damage boost on this fish right here. It's a strategy by the any % world record holder.
Oh, yeah,
so I can go through these spikes a bit earlier
horrible.
and just save a fraction of time there. And then I also need to manage around those Gordos because again, touching them will drop Tornado and then I'll lose it for the level.
Yeah, I never do that fish damage boost.
Also these things with the claws.
Yeah, and these are the purple enemies I was referring to before that have the little claws on them. So Hybrid's going to spawn a second player in this room. So that way, usually you'd zigzag between these 2 little corridors, but having both players go down at the same time just lets you swim downward.
Oh, that works.
It's pretty convenient too, because I'm going to be actually utilizing Kirby specifically, or the 2-player, on the in the next room for both the boss and then so I can keep Tornado. So spawning them a bit earlier doesn't lose any time, and you're able to get through that puzzle room a bit easier. There we go. Oh, I actually need 3 players for this. I got to load up my Wiimote. I was almost a bit forgetful there.
Yeah, so Hybrid's going to put a 3rd player in so he can kill the rock boss faster.
There we go.
Yeah, so usually if you didn't have 3 players there, you'd have to 2-cycle that boss fight, because he would do a little spin animation that makes him invincible, but with the 3-player strat, we're able to kill him fast enough that he doesn't need to do that attack.
Yeah, a couple of the bosses, when you get them down to approximately about half health, they'll finish whatever attack they're doing and then do some sort of attack that gives them immunity. So ideally, you get them to maybe like 55%, a bit above half, and you really quickly kill them before they do whatever that immunity attack is. And with the case for that boss Mondo, they essentially just spin around a bunch and you cannot damage them. But by getting that 1 cycle, you don't have to worry about any of that.
Yeah, speaking of boss names, I barely remember any of them, so I'm just going to be referring to them as Rock Guy, or, well, I mean, I know what Waddle Doo is. Well, he's actually called King Doo in this game, so...
King Doo? That's
Yeah.
the king you're
King
talking
Doo.
to.
Yeah, very interesting.
Your Highness.
Your Highness King Doo?
That's the one I remember. It's just funny to me, but, you know, like Sword Guy.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that.
For the Spark enemy that everyone hates, I call him the UFO.
Yeah, you confuse me so much because UFO is an actual ability in other Kirby games. Whenever you say UFO, I have to like question myself for a second.
Well, just blame the devs.
Yeah,
They should have added it.
Yeah. And I mean, I just learned that UFO is OP in Kirby. Like, it's OP.
Oh yeah, UFO is consistently one of. It's like they have to limit the availability of UFO in a lot of Kirby games because it's Let me try this again. I missed with the second player. There we go. Yeah, they have to limit UFO because it's so good in so many games, especially for boss fights. So this strategy is the strategy I was talking about that saves a lot of time. I give, sort of like the other 2-player strategies, I give the super ability to the second player. And these, like, sort of, I guess they're almost like tiki statues. They will instantly destroy whatever ability you have. So Tornado can get through them without a problem. Oh, I messed up there. I did the wrong type of attack. That's all right, though. I got through most of the room with Tornado, and that's really all I needed to do.
Oh yeah,
Also
Hyper
keep
told
the
me
second player alive.
he has nightmares about these enemies, the little tiki trees.
I've lost a lot of runs, or at least a lot of time, to those kinds of enemies.
These
trolled
trees
me
are
quite
in
a
his
bit.
nightmares.
I think the exact words I used were my sleep paralysis
Oh
demons.
yeah, they were your sleep
Those moving
paralysis
statues that
demons.
break your abilities.
They are
In
pretty
any percent in
scary.
particular, you just do that section with the wing, and you can't lose wing throughout the entire run. So that room in any percent is one of the most difficult in the game, in my opinion. But this is a whole different category, thankfully. For this puzzle room, or for this rift, I'm going to be trying at any points I can to get out of the water, just because the water movement is very slow. Also, I was about to say dodge these sharks as I just get grabbed by one of them. They sort of get you in their grip, and then you have to shake the Wiimotes to get rid of them.
Yeah, this is an example of a rift that Meta Knight isn't really viable in because, you know, it's
There we go.
there's a bit too much
I
water
realized I
in this
actually
one.
had 2
so,
star spawned. They're like combining. There we go. That's one of the scarier rifts, honestly, especially if you go into it with low health. Ooh, I'm so close to the, you can see how little that health bar is. I was very close to knocking them out before they went towards the back.
these power soul quick kills are really difficult to pull off. Like, you know, where we were trying to find alternatives to them, but they're just too fast to even bother finding no reason to switch off of them.
And again, the strategy for that is get them as close to 50% as possible, but not under 50%. Otherwise, they'll sort of immediately go off screen, and then do that last bit of damage as quickly as possible.
Yeah, for the fire enemy in
But it does
particular.
require a lot of precise movements and attacks there. So now we're getting to, unfortunately, one of the more boring stages of the game, because this is the water world, and this is the one, I'd say, like, nearly full water level.
Ooh.
So buckle in for about 5 minutes of swimming. One cool thing though is parasol. You can use this to go faster downwards and save quite a bit of time in these long sections.
Just keep parasoling.
Just keep parasoling. All you gotta do is parasol.
Parasol. I forgot that parasol was actually pretty decent underwater.
It's parasol in this game is actually, for the boss fight in this world, you're gonna see how good parasol can be. It's incredible. But I'm really glad they seriously buffed it in this game. Like, it's powerful for bosses. It's good underwater. It's got decent movement capabilities. Yeah, it's a fun ability. Honestly, it's one of my favorites to use in this run.
Yeah, we keep this ability in this level specifically because it's very good with movement. The dash attack that you do when in the air flings you forward. So that's the one move we're probably going to use the most. Besides the downward one, of course, because this stage has a lot of downward hallways.
See, those spikes will instantly break your ability, and because it's underwater, you won't be able to get it back. But they did just exactly that. I was a little too sloppy.
We do have a backup, so it's not a big deal, but it does require using a spear ability.
It's not the end of the world if you lose parasol. You can manage without it. It just does save you a bit of time in a few sections. It's why this level can be so frustrating. You need to be so... It's very long and kind of boring, but you need to be so careful the whole time. As soon as you get a little too comfortable, you can easily just run into something underwater and lose your ability. So you can't really have the luxury of not being able to focus.
So we got someone in chats asking about the three-way hallway, like similar to the one where you spawn 2 Kirby's in. Hybrid just chose not to opt for it because it's a bit difficult to pull off since you gotta hold down on all 3 controllers, but it is possible to do it.
Nippo actually does a 3-player hallway.
I actually do that hallway. I don't know how much time it saves. Probably doesn't even save anything, but it's pretty cool. So I just do it anyway.
The thing about that one is it's more difficult to set up, so you have to have all 3 Kirbys above that platform, then drop them all. So it's a bit trickier. I went for the first one, not the second one, but I'm actually glad someone caught on to that, asking, like, is that a potential time save? It can be if you are efficient enough at it.
Yeah, Hybrid's gonna grab spear here. This is the backup. This is
I just realized I should have grabbed spear. That is the proper backup. I can manage without spear, but I'm actually thinking off the road. I usually don't use parasol here.
I'm sorry. Well, Hybrid would have grabbed spear there.
Just a little bit of commentator's curse.
That used to be the path that people would take before multiplayer was allowed. Since it was faster. Because usually, for a spear coming up, you need spear. I can say that 5 times fast. So runners would get that, so that way they can get the energy sphere in this level. But now you can spawn Waddle Dee instead, so you would keep Parasol instead.
So yeah, unfortunately without Parasol, this room, I'm already off to a bit of a rough start. This room will be a bit more rough. I'll grab this beam so I can clear these blocks a bit faster.
Yeah, beam's probably the second best ability you can do. Huh. Other than that, spear only really saves time in that block section in particular, so...
Yeah, outside of that, because you have to grab this bomb. Oh, can't inhale it. You have to grab this bomb here, and you just carry it. And this is also something you can't do with 2-player, because if the bomb ends up going off screen, it doesn't... the timer, I guess, the way you see it sort of like getting bigger, you need to have it on screen so you can actually properly explode it and then break through at this 1 energy sphere. Also grab this tomato, why not?
So basically, you can teleport this bomb towards you, but it actually ends up wasting more time than it would, because the bomb's set on a timer, and you want to have it on screen at all times. So that's why we just keep it in. Even though it takes longer for Kirby to get there, but the timer takes a faster time to detonate.
Nope, I got knocked out right there. So yeah, this is the section you typically need spear for, but again, just spawning Bandana D and having them grab that ends up being just as good.
He is such a
and
good
actually
job.
A bit faster, because spear is not really a great ability to hold on to.
I'm surprised the fish doesn't like, you know, almost eat the bomb thing and then like explode the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's what I was just thinking right now. I'm like, that's pretty close.
Alright, this upcoming boss, Fatty Puffer, is actually one of the easiest in the game because you're going to see essentially how broken Paracel is under the right circumstances.
Also, my
It has one
favorite
attack
boss
that's sort
name,
of
by
like
the
a
way.
drill on the ground is the best way to sum it up. And that means if you're going against any bosses that are grounded and they aren't going to be floating in the air or anything like that, you can just do a lot of damage per second very quickly.
I would say this is also like the most boring boss fight in this game because you just kill it instantly. But his name's really funny. I have respect
All
for
the
Fatty
names.
Puffer,
All the names have been so good.
Mr. Duder, Fatty
Yeah.
Puffer. I mean, we got a bit more funny ones.
Yeah. I want to know whoever was like the name creation person because I just want to be like, thank you.
I hope someone specifically was credited for name creation. I have to go double check credits.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as you can see, Hybrid just annihilated
Yep.
Fatty Puffer.
Fatty Puffer, fun name. Thankfully, one of the easier bosses because some of the later ones could be a bit more stressful, especially when you're
Well-
knee deep into the run.
Yeah, see, that's the hard. So that's what I love. I respect longer runs. It's hard for me to do them myself, but I think my longest run is about 3 hours as well. But anything past that, it gets to a point where I'm like, I have mad respect for like all the RPGs or JRPGs
Oh
speedrunners because I don't know. Like for me, I start getting. I want to walk or something. You know what I mean? Like I just want to move, basically.
I think
Those
for
longer
me,
RPG type games are. I can never do that. I find Return to Dreamland is just maybe a bit longer, but close to sort of that perfect length. But yeah, once you get above 3 hours, you really need to have the mental fortitude to keep going. Honestly, it's tough.
I think for me it's more of I don't have like the time available to do a 7-hour run straight. Like I have the endurance for that, sure, but like when do I do that in my day? Like
That too, honestly.
I just
it
don't
gets to a
have
point where you
7
have to do
hours.
quite a bit of planning for when you're doing these runs, because you know, you can't just casually sit down and do 7 hours or something. This room's a bit tricky with these Poppy Bros coming up ahead, which throw bombs, because if you get hit by one of these bombs, I had some mistakes there. I had a few issues there, and I'm gonna try to regrab fire.
yeah, this.
But yeah, because of the way this
stage
room
is-
works, it's very easy for your ability to just sort of go backwards, because you're kind of climbing up a hill through this section.
Yeah, especially those bomb guys where they just throw all of their bombs at you and you have to go over them. That section can be pretty difficult, especially considering that all the bombs just pop your power up instantly. So
Yeah, it becomes a bit of a mess. And then this section with the cannons, because any Kirby game gonna have a cannon section or two.
yeah, this part.
So there's this one hidden path here, or this one hidden section here, and then you need to take the correct path up ahead, a bit of a fork in the road, although the fork is kind of hidden. So I always have to remember 3 ticks for each of these cannons.
They can be really stressful doing these.
I have
cannons.
lost multiple runs to autopiloting or just messing up the timing on these cannons. There's no real backup. You have to redo the whole level, which costs a couple minutes from the starting point.
Yeah, I was about to say the cannons kind of remind me of the Donkey Kong.
They're very, very similar, honestly.
Just more 3D? Question mark?
More 3D. 2.5, perhaps?
2.5, yeah. Now we just need like a level that has like rail parts, and then this is officially Donkey Kong.
what I did with that boss in particular is I set up an Inferno, and then before Metal Knight was about to sort of slash me with their sword, I jump into them, I take a hit, which does not knock fire off me to get that immunity, and then I'm able to finish them off. So it's kind of an example of trying not to get hit by an enemy's attack, but running into them and giving yourself that immunity is a good option in a lot of situations.
I do have a question from chat, if that's okay.
Oh, yep.
Is mashing or shaking better in terms of time with inhale?
So the only reason for you to inhale for or shake when it inhales, it allows you to do what's called a super suck, which allows you to inhale more enemies easily, or some certain objects you can't inhale normally, like big blocks.
Yeah, there's also a certain ship auto scroller in this game that we'll be seeing, where Hybrid is shaking his remotes constantly. I won't spoil it yet, but you'll eventually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of an arm workout.
Thankfully, there was also a new strategy discovered for that to minimize the amount you're shaking your remote, but you still have to do it for a good chunk. I'm proud of my Wiimotes for hanging in there. To be honest, they're troopers. It's one of these cannon sections. You just have to have one ability that has fire. You can use fire itself, or some abilities like Hammer, for example, can spawn fire, which will be able to light the cannon. And be careful around those spikes right there. For a lot of these puzzle rooms, not that one in particular, a common two-player strategy is simply to have one player stand by the door so that immediately whenever you get the energy sphere in the puzzle room, you can just have the second player exit without having to, go through the room itself. In that case, the room's a bit long, so it's very difficult to have the second player at the door without them warping by accident. So I don't go for that one, but there are many other puzzle rooms that you will do that strategy for. And a quick little boot section here. Nippo actually just discovered a bit of a skip for this, although it saves, I think, less than a second. I think less than half a second.
It's barely even worth going for, but it's just funny anyway.
So I haven't had the time to do it, but there is a way to actually skip the boot here using a two-player strategy.
You might see it in a bit if Hybrid goes for him, but are you gonna do it in 7-2?
I'll do it in 7-2. That one's quite a bit easier.
So,
essentially, the charge attack I've been doing for some of the bosses, I always have Kirby at the bottom, and it makes it, I guess, what you call the regular attack. But depending on which Kirby character is on the bottom of the stack, the attack will be different. And if Waddle Dee with spears on the bottom of the stack, they essentially do this like attack where they launch a bunch of spears, and these spears can cut ropes that you wouldn't otherwise be able to access.
Yeah. So one thing that
just to mention, we're going to be doing breaks every hour. So at the end of this level, because we're just actually passing the hour mark now, which will be in about a minute or two, we will be doing a quick break.
Yeah, so, one thing I discovered about Waddle Dee is that for some reason he's the only character that has like a useful projectile when doing a stack attack, and like he sends 3 projectiles out from his attack and they can go through walls. So in a lot of sections you can actually like abuse this attack and break bomb blocks you normally wouldn't be able to with just normal powers. It's very interesting what you can do with it.
This is the first time we see Grand Hammer. It's pretty much a really big hammer that can break certain enemies and blocks you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. But we're doing another one of these two-player strategies where, again, I'm using the fire with the first player. And I'm just kind of hovering with the second player in certain sections to make sure that over pits in particular, they're not going to be KO'd. Can save quite a bit of time. And this is actually one of the only areas of RNG, these random things that pop out can sometimes troll with you a bit and give you a weird pattern.
Luckily, you were pretty good there. You got a good spawn.
Yeah.
But thankfully, that section went pretty good. And the whole gimmick of this rift is keys, and lots of keys. So grab that key, put it in a door, grab another key, put that one in a door, and rinse and repeat a few more times.
Keys.
That's some cool... Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, I was gonna say, whenever you're ready for your break, it's up to you. Just let us know when to pause.
Okay, awesome. At the end of, I'm really close to the end of this level, and then I think after the level in between levels will probably be the best area to pause, if that's all right.
Yeah, totally.
Awesome. I guess we also have the cannon here, another power up you don't see too much of because kind of slow when you're using it, but in this case, you can use it to break these bomb blocks a bit easier.
I love the fireworks.
Yeah, this is one of the only Kirby games that has, I guess, items, like things that aren't power-ups, but that also, give you, like, so yeah, these are like the fireworks, there's the keys, there's a French horn that is a shield, and I'm not making that up.
Oh, wow.
Actually, yeah, there's one thing called at the end of these challenges, one of them's called Item Challenge, where you just use a whole bunch of items at once.
Yeah, you'll...
Also, this is our first debut of Ninja. It is insanely broken for boss fights because it has ridiculous damage per second. All right, I will do this goal game, and then once I'm back in the overworld, I'll do I guess like a 3, 2, 1 and pause.
Okay.
All right, 3, 2, 1, pause.
Awesome. Well, thank you for letting me know. Definitely, everybody, do not go anywhere. We are going to take a quick break, just so that we can stretch, get some water, do what's good for you, and take care of yourself. I definitely would say stay tuned, stick around. This run has been amazing. All the runs today have been amazing, and definitely we'll be back with you for more Legally Cute. Hi everybody! Guess who's back? Me, Rue, Kitty Rue. Same host, different name maybe, but I'm here bringing you some more Legally Cute, and we are gonna go back into our Kirby's Return to Dreamland speedrun with Pro Hybrid and Nippo as commentary. Whenever you're ready, Pro Hybrid, let me know, and we will take it away from there. Just start on your countdown.
Awesome, yeah. All right, 5. Oh yeah, I'll count down from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, this level we're going to start off with getting a fire instead of ninja.
Yep. Use ninja very briefly for some slightly faster movement, because with ninja you can do those little dives, which allow you to go down areas very quickly.
Oh, I should do those. I never do those. Interesting, okay. I'm more into
And they give you a spear right there, because there's another spear, energy sphere, but again, got Waddle Dee, so we're just going to keep fire and abuse that for a bit longer, because of how it speeds up a lot of sections. This whole area is a bit tricky. These blocks, or not blocks, but these spinning like spine pawls pretty much follow the same pattern, so just need to be very careful. The hit detection on the spines are also pretty weird. You can get pretty close to them without getting hit, but if you lose fire, you're going to be losing a big chunk of time. So you need to sort of balance the risk-reward of playing risky. And you're just really quickly going to spawn, despawn, Waddle Dee just to get that switch. Then the invincibility crystal, invisibility crystal, able to just ignore all attacks from enemies, and as well as go through these blocks, which can only be passed when you have it. I'm gonna hold on to it for a bit just so I can dodge these ice blocks, or keep saying blocks, they're essentially just ice balls. Almost attacked that cutter enemy. Some muscle memory there. I know Nippo does a slightly different strategy for this section where he uses Waddle Dee to break this rope instead of cutter. It's a bit of a riskier strategy, and you need to be very careful when doing that. It could be slower if you're not careful.
Yeah, so...
But I'm just going to be using cutter here.
The aforementioned Waddle Dee multiplayer strat I was talking about, you can do that on the platform right before it and shoot the I don't even know what they are, spear balls at those string. I don't know what they are, but they break it, so you know, it works out. But this game strives for realism.
Grab Leaf here. One of the cooler, I used it a bit earlier, it's one of the cooler abilities that was introduced in this game is you have a wider range of attacks. Like the shield, for example, is actually something that does damage. One of the best attacks, though, is this, where you just pretty much spawn a big plant that does a lot of damage to things. Water Galbros, that mini-boss, is a fan favorite of the Kirby community. I can't explain it, but people love that little blue guy.
It's a good lad.
I know water itself is also a favorite ability of many people. It's almost like you're slippery when you're moving it, especially on the ice. You have very little traction, so it can be a bit tricky to use.
This next level coming up, we're gonna be in a wind room. So
You got the wind here,
Hybrid's
yeah.
just gonna
Plus a whole lot
spam
of-
dash attacks.
You need to be very careful in this area just to not get clipped by any of those Gordos. Or just to constantly, because one thing about water is you essentially bounce off enemies, so it's very easy. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. You need to pick and choose your spots very carefully. Although there are water backups in the next room, thankfully. This game gives you the little French horn power up there, but we're not going to grab it because unfortunately it's a bit slow to use, even though it is very funny to use. Gonna grab another one of these waters and just do a bit of tricky water movement in and out of these gaps.
With any held items in this game, you're basically restricted to holding the item and you can't attack or anything. You can use slides, you can jump, but that's pretty much all you can do. I mean, you can throw the item as well, but from your actual moveset, you can't do anything except for just running.
This section is interesting. So you're pretty much racing the Waddle Dee, and it's pretty easy to beat them. And then or what they're called is their key D, so they're holding onto the key. Then you grab the key from them to use for the proper door. Although if you go too fast in this section, the game will essentially soft lock, and then you won't be able to get the key. This is nearly impossible to do with water, so it's not really a problem for 100% runs, but it can be a problem if you had like Wing, for example, which can go a bit faster in these sections.
I remember some runners devising a actual strat to get out of the soft lock in this room, which was pretty funny, where you mix off of 3 enemies and then get Whip, which can grab items through the blocks. So, you know, technically speaking, it's not a soft lock, but like I don't know why you want to do that after. It wastes a lot of time, so I mean, it's pretty much a reset. And it has happened to Hybrid before, so.
Yeah, it happened to me one time in a different run.
That's interesting.
Also, some people in the chat are mentioning the length, and yeah, from this game, Return to Dreamland on, people in the speedrunning community refer to Return to Dreamland, Triple Deluxe, Planet Robobot, and Star Allies as the quote-unquote modern Kirby's. I mean, this game came out, I think, 2011, so it's more than 10 years old at this point, but these games definitely did become a lot longer. You know, as Wii and onwards, they had more cinematics, the levels were longer, and many of these categories, even the 90%, tend to be around like an hour and a half to close to 2 hours.
Yeah. Additionally, the modern games have a lot of gimmicks, like you know, the super abilities.
Yeah,
Triple Deluxe has Hypernova.
Hypernova.
Robot as the robots, obviously. You know, that also adds a lot of time to this run.
I imagine Forgotten Land will probably be in the same sort of, you know, 1 hour to 2 hour range for its 90% category as well. Although it's hard to say right now, obviously, without enough info.
I will say, though, that the Rift rooms are probably my most favorite part about this run, because it's just so creative. Like, these rooms, love racing, this mysterious magic border that's trying to crush you.
Yeah, it's very cool aesthetic. I mean, you got the music's really cool. It has this like bit of pressure. You know, you're trying to avoid getting crushed essentially, and you're just moving as fast as possible. And the fact that they force you to do it powerless really opens up a lot of the movement options and gives you a bit of a break if you're tired of seeing fire or wing or any of the other abilities for too long. Oops, missed the. Thought that was the one with the door. It wasn't. This is one of the more annoying Doomer fights because you're using Cutter here. It's a lot better than Bomb. Oh, I had my shot blocked actually by the wall. But yeah, these walls can block your shot, and because the Doomer is floating off the ground, it can be kind of tricky to like actually hit them. For this attack, I'm sort of just waiting it out as they do that like electricity. And then I'm gonna KO them as they come back onto screen. Or back into the, I guess, foreground is the more proper way to say.
Next stage coming up has some of my favorite music, very calming atmosphere, but it's pretty much like a weird gauntlet stage where like you're going to and from rooms, grabbing keys and opening doors. So it's a kind of a maze in a way. So
yeah, it's maze-like. It's very one of the cooler areas, and there's a lot of cool, specifically two-player strategies we're gonna see because you're gonna see both Meta Knight and DDD in different rooms, pretty much back to back. First thing I'm going to do here is just grab ice. This is going to save a bit of the movements on some of these sections. But yeah, as Nippo said, the whole gimmick is you're going sort of room to room, grabbing different keys that you need to progress. So now I'm going to take the right way now that I actually have the key. Then Demolition, who is the world record holder for 100%, came up with this strategy of essentially spawning... Oops. Went the wrong way. There we go. But yeah, spawning Meta Knight for the section and just sort of gliding over all these blocks. Then typically what you do is that firework or that like item I just passed, you would grab because you would gonna need it. But DDD can all, because the reason you would need to grab it is to break metal blocks. But DDD with hammer can also break metal blocks. So what you instead do is just spawn DDD after you had Meta Knight. And then you need to be a bit careful here because if you go too high with DDD, he despawns and you have to sort of start over again. But you can just use him to break these blocks, grab the thing, and then you're able to get the door a lot quicker because Kirby can just go there right there.
Sorry, I saw a cool level joke, and I think it's appropriate here.
cool level.
Cool level. I'll go even further. This is a pretty cool world.
Yeah, it's a cool world, indeed.
I mean, it's better than the water world, I'll be honest.
Yeah, fair. Water mechanics is always a thing, in my opinion.
They're always going to keep trying. I respect it, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what is worse, ice or water. You can't...
I would
of a
say
hard
in
one.
this game, the
In this
ice
game,
one
I'll-
definitely is
Oh, go
better.
ahead.
I was going to say, this game will take the ice every time. Nipple, what were you saying?
Oh no, I was just saying what you were saying. The ice, the ice world takes over the water level by far. Water one has so many stakes on the line. Like you got to keep tornado for like half the world. This one's is a lot more laid back.
Another sort
Yeah,
of key strat. Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
Oh, go ahead. No, good. Talk about the strat.
Oh yeah. Another key strategy here, just going to, because you can give Meta Knight the key and they will just teleport to you. It's a lot. Oh, kind of messed up my movement there. But yeah, it's just a lot faster to have them spawn in there. Another one of these dark rooms. They give you candles. Again, you can hold on to it, but fire actually as an ability gives you slightly more light. Because as I say, you're literally wearing as you can see, you're literally wearing like a crown of fire essentially.
When it comes to these dark rooms, it's a lot of memorizing movement. There are a few of these rooms, and the majority of them, where we're pretty much memorizing what exact movements to take, because you really can't see anything here. So.
Also, one thing, when you spawn in another player, they do have a brief amount of vulnerability, so I was able to spawn in Meta Knight and send them into that sort of spike pit to grab the energy sphere a lot safer. It actually means it's better in this case to despawn them and then respawn them as opposed to, say, keeping Meta Knight out after I use them for that one key thing. you have to sort of pick and choose. Sometimes you want to keep them spawn because spawning takes about half a second. Sometimes you want that bit of invulnerability when you spawn them.
Next boss coming up is
All right, so this upcoming boss, Goliath, unfortunately is one of the more annoying boss fights in this game. You can do it with Ninja, which makes it really easy, in fact, but then if you do it with Fire, it's about the same speed, and you get to keep Fire for the next level and thus save time. So I'm going to take the Fire route here. I'm going to spawn an Inferno in midair, then hope to get close to them, and then spawn another Inferno beneath them to sort of chip away at them.
I would say this boss fight definitely requires a lot of memorization. With movement.
See, they jump around a lot too, depending on where you are, which can be pretty annoying. And the second phase is pretty easy though, because at this point they're not really going to move around as much. He's gonna launch and he's gonna go right here, and I'm gonna go behind him. Oh, I'm a little slow there, so maybe it won't work. Yeah, I was a little slow there, so that wasn't gonna work. That's all good though. Need to get one more hit off here. There we go. Yeah, ideally you can KO them before they break through that extra platform. Just need to be very good with the spacing on Inferno, and also when you activate it. Because when you activate Inferno or that fire move, you have a bit of invulnerability, but it's a very, very brief window. Yeah, that's World 4. We have 7 worlds in total, as well as the 8th world, which is pretty much just a final boss stage. So at about the halfway point of the run.
Yeah, Kirby games are, I mean, at least some Kirby games are notorious for having like a last, in quotes, world that's like an auto-scroller or some other gimmick. I know, I believe Kirby's Adventure does that.
Yeah, I think they were essentially the first one to do it with the Fountain of Dreams stage, and they also introduced the almost like a space shooter type thing at the end. And now many Kirby games follow a similar trend of having almost like a space shooter type thing at the end of their games for a boss fight. So one strategy I know Nippo does here is he actually keeps Meta Knight sort of on him for most of this stage and allows him to do a couple door entries a bit quicker. I'm not going to be doing that strategy just because it is a bit risky. If you have Meta Knight spawn the whole time, you need to be very cognizant of what they're doing.
Definitely
and make sure they don't just fall down.
Yeah, you want to make sure that Meta Knight doesn't die in this level, and it's a lot of mashing too on the second controller, which is a lot of multitasking, and it's not really worth the 1 second you would save over just going to the door yourself. So.
Really depends on like how comfortable you are doing 2-player stuff, because a couple of the strategies are like save a lot of time and they're a lot easier to do. Some that was very, very close. The bird on pretty much knocked me after I got hit by the wing after I inhaled it. I was able to spit it out and not take a death.
I just saw it now, and that was really close.
That was very close. I've never had that exact scenario happen before. I'm a little bit shaken up.
I mean, it wouldn't have been a huge deal if you died there, but that was still pretty funny.
Thankfully, yeah. This is the introduction of Wing into this run, and Wing is hands down the best ability in this game. It is very good for bosses, very good for movement. As you can see, you're just kind of blitzing through.
Yeah, especially a vertical movement as well.
It doesn't have a lot of availability, so you're not able to get it very often. But whenever you can get it, you want to hold on to it for long periods of time.
Yeah, so we're going to have Wing primarily in this world for the entire thing, and then we're going to bring it into World 6 as well for a little bit. The only issue is that rifts take away this power, so we don't really have it for long, and that's one of the major downsides of this category, is that we would just mix Wing in World 1 if we could, but because of rifts, we basically don't have that option, and we have to, we got to get whatever we can.
And rifts are another thing because they always, destroy your build from the beginning. We've tried to find workarounds, inhale at the frame, you enter the rift, and we've tried all kinds of things and workarounds, and nothing really works. The game in that area is, ironclad. You cannot bring an ability into a rift, and you have to go through many in the game. So it makes it difficult to hold on to certain abilities long term.
That would basically destroy this category. So please find one. Thanks.
Yeah, if anyone could find a way to keep abilities going into rifts, we're talking maybe 5-10 minutes off this category. Because you essentially just mix your wing in the beginning and hold on to it nearly the entire time. Yeah, this world is interesting. It's essentially a sky world, and as you can see, you start off kind of in the morning. The level's called Nutty Noon, and as you progress through the stages, it becomes more of a sunset. It eventually turns to night. It's very cool aesthetic to it, honestly, and the music is top-notch, like all the other worlds in Return to Dreamland.
Yeah, this world's awesome because it has Sky Tower.
Yeah, this song in particular, Sky Tower, I know since it's been released, it's been remixed so many times. In other Kirby games, I've seen fans do remixes of this song. It's incredibly catchy.
I know this is a fan favorite.
Oh, not the movement I wanted to do. Another bomb section here. I'm barely going to be able to make this jump. There we go.
So I'm reading chat about a separate co-op category. It has been debated to split the categories up, but so we have all collectively decided that due to lack of runners, as well as trying to motivate people to use multiplayer strats, we decided it was best to just keep it as the main category. Also, that was a crazy wing save. Wow.
Yeah, that was so you can avoid having to grab bomb there by very careful wing movements, but I messed up the first try and had to back it up. Yeah, to what Nippo's point is, I think maybe in the future, if this game had a lot more activity, especially between both not any percent up, both co-op and like regular ones, there might be a separation in leaderboard, but for right now, that doesn't really make too much sense. But it could be something that changes down the road.
One category that does have separates for single player and multiplayer is the arena, and that's pretty much the only game mode that has separate.
And co-op world record for arena, I'm pretty sure is one person using multiple controllers, exactly like I'm doing right now with this kind of strategy.
Yeah.
I need to be very careful here, because Pace Kirby is actually very low in health, and I get some health after this fight. But,
you'll make it out, don't worry.
Actually, yeah, DDD can just stick on my back as... Oh, I just realized I can't grab switches when they're on your piggyback. Didn't know that.
It's not a huge deal anyway if you die here, because it's you're going to lose it anyway, unless you do go for the...
The strategy's kind of tricky, because I'm trying to keep Wing Kirby... yeah, I'm struggling. I'm struggling with this movement a bit here. But I'm trying to keep Wing and have DDD break these blocks here.
Hey, look, it's not easy.
Those enemies that look like tiny rhinos, just like these ones, they don't look that bad, but they're nasty.
Yeah, they have multiple. It takes multiple hits to kill them as well, so they can be a bit of a nuisance sometimes if there are multiple. There is a level in particular where that's the case, and it can get really annoying sometimes to deal with them.
Actually, we've seen Flare Beam one time before earlier in the game, but it's another section where I'm going to be giving it to the second player, just so I can use for these hallways connecting the puzzle rooms. I can use Wing and just save a lot of time. Because otherwise, I would simply just be sliding or just doing jumps to get around. There we go.
This rift can be a bit annoying. It's a lot of just breaking blocks and progressing forward.
This is a rift you can actually piggyback off of Bandana D and do pretty efficiently, although it's a very tough strategy. It just allows you to get to a few cycles faster.
Oh,
Like in
yeah,
section like
so
this, you have to
hard.
wait for the bomb block, but Spear can reach through.
And also falling off Waddle Dee basically like ruined the whole setup, and so you're basically just going to Kirby anyway.
It's the type of strategy that maybe saves a second or two if everything goes perfectly, but it's hard for everything to go perfectly, so you kind of need to just weigh the risk reward, especially in a very long category like this. I'm going to be trying a... Oh, gotta have you hop on.
Ooh, multiplayer strat in this. Okay.
Ooh, that was a bit of a mess up there.
I've never done this here before.
This one's a bit tricky because the platform moved, so it kind of messed up the little like tower stack that I had going on. And the next area, I'm gonna have Meta Knight, so I'm just gonna have the second controller cycle over to him now.
Yeah, then the upcoming level we abuse Meta Knight's wings to get through this because there's a lot of vertical sections.
Yeah, Meta Knight as a character pretty much takes the properties of sword and wing and kind of combines them in a bit of an odd way. So you have the same speed when you're flapping in the air as you would with wing. And that makes her, in vertical rooms in particular, a lot faster, and we're going to take advantage of this. Although it is a bit tricky because it's very easy to get hit and then have a character fall off Meta Knight. So I'm going to have to be very careful for this section to avoid stuff like Gordos or even just brushing against the ceiling. That's another thing that will knock Kirby off Meta Knight here. So yeah, it can't be too close to any of the edges or walls.
Oh, that's interesting.
Or touch spikes or stuff like that. So that little bit of movement that is actually surprisingly tricky. Although this upcoming room's a lot easier. You can kind of just flap.
Yeah, it seems like the first part, like you had a lot to dodge.
Yeah,
Initially, when I did this
of things
strategy,
that
I
go
only
wrong
spawned Meta Knight in the second room because I could always do the second room, but the first room was kind of a toss-up. But I got better enough that I'm confident to do it, but it's still occasionally Meta Knight falls off in that room and I lose like half a dozen seconds trying to back everything up.
Yeah, two-player strats have a unique property where if everything goes right, you can save a second, but if everything goes wrong, you can lose 10. So yeah.
It's also another example of having just one of the other players stay by the door. Cool thing about Parasol is actually the very top of the hitbox is going to be able to hit this thing before it breaks through. Oh, I messed it up. I was going to be able to hit it before it broke through, but I messed it up, unfortunately. That Meta Knight grab that, and then we're going to despawn them because we have the ladders here, which is even faster than doing the flapping by doing these like ladder hops, I guess is the best way to call them. Then you need to be careful in this room. Got all these, I don't even know what the name of it is, if I'm being honest. I forget. My Kirby lore is not great, but they essentially grab you, and if they get you in their mouth, you have to shake the Wiimote to get out.
At least you know more names than I do.
I'm really rusty on Kirby lore. I just know Kirby's cute. That's as far as I go.
That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
It's crazy too, because Kirby lore is actually surprisingly complicated if you get into it for all the games connected and such.
Yeah, because like, I know with every game, there's a villain. And I know King DD is involved. I know there's other things. But like in Kirby 64, there was the artist. I forgot the artist's name, please forgive me.
Ado or Adeline.
Adeline. I think it's Adeline. And I don't see her in other Kirby games. I might be wrong. But I don't know what
I think
was
she
the
only
story
appears
there.
in Star Allies, which came out like 20 years after, and it was like, supposed to just have all the characters, and that was the only one, I think.
I mean, if you consider Ado and Adeline as the same character,
Oh, that's
Ado's
the other
in,
thing.
Kirby 64,
Right.
Yeah, no one knows if they're the same character or not.
That's a good way to start a fight between people like Kirby lore, or Ado and Adeline the same people.
Oh, really? Oh, I see. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's pretty much, they look identical, and Ado's a boss in KDL 3, and then they renamed her to Adeline and made her like a good guy or a protagonist, and people debate if they're the same person.
By the way, that energy sphere that Hybrid just got, I'm sure like half the people in chat missed that when they were playing this game casually, including myself during our run once, which I had to reset for. because I had 119 spheres at the end of the game, and I was like, I missed one, and then I realized it was that one at the end, and I'm just like,
Yeah,
oh.
last room, just hidden
geez.
behind some clouds, essentially. I guess many people probably missed that, or were looking for that energy sphere for hours as a kid. Sometimes I get to the level and I don't have all the energy spheres, and I think I have like a mini panic attack. So I'm thinking like I missed something until I remember I just have to grab it 5 seconds before I exit the level.
Yeah.
Another boot section here again. Unfortunately, no real way to skip it because you can't transport a player in the boot. So just jump on some enemies.
I don't know why, but I like the boot for some strange reason.
It's kind of fun. It reminds me of the boot from Super Mario Bros. 3, I think it was, where he like jumps around. And then there's also the Goombas in the boot. I don't know.
They're so cute.
Throw anything in a boot and it's probably adorable.
Yeah.
An oversized boot.
In Origami King, there's a booty, and it's literally a car. It's literally the boot as a car.
That is incredible.
And you're like driving around. It's the best thing in the world. I love it. I have a question for you. Kind of from chat. How many hours have you put into this game? Or, well, not game, but into the speedrun, I guess is the question.
That's a good question.
I could check right now, actually. I'll turn on my Wii U and check.
I know for my splits, because like I lose splits when I'm doing runs. I have 200 hours in this game for 100%, probably about 50 to 60, maybe more in any percent. And that's all just like times I've been doing runs. I probably have another 50-ish hours of practice and learning. This is definitely my most played game.
Hybrid's been playing way more than I have. So,
yeah. I started this game actually playing on my laptop on Dolphin, and then eventually I got like a whole capture card and the whole monitor full setup because I wanted to play this game kind of for real. The best way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gone from playing a single player on my little keyboard to actually playing with 4 modes on a real Wii U. So that's a bit of a glow up for me personally.
I have 161 hours in the speedrun, so that's a bit of time.
Yeah. I can't even track my time in Ori. I know in Steam it says I have over 1,000 hours, but it's not all on speedrunning. That could be randomized, or it could be just miscellaneous stuff.
Oh yeah, that stuff like randomizers add so much replay value and like extra hours onto games.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I love it for that reason. But yeah, like, I don't know what, so I can't give you an accurate, I know it's a lot. Like, that's what I do know.
A large amount of hours.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that.
I mean, I could tell you my hours accurately in Animal Crossing, but I'm not speedrunning it.
All right, this is probably one of my least favorite rifts in the game. It's actually one you can do with Meta Knight. It saves a good chunk of time, but there's a lot of moving parts here. It's very, very easy to get crushed, and there's a lot of cycle-based things.
I'm kind of glad that Hybrid's taken the easy route here with just one Kirby, because if you were to get crushed with Meta Knight, you game over and you have to redo that entire level over.
That's the other thing. When you're playing with one player, you will almost never game over because you have so many lives, but you go through so many with multiplayer that it is a legitimate concern.
Yeah, if you want to get a good one-player run, second place right now has a really good time with just one player. So it goes to show how one-player movement really makes a difference in this run. Considering that they have second place right now and they haven't even abused strats yet. But, comparing that run to a multiplayer run, by the end of this one you have like 3 lives, and by the end of the single player run you have at least like 20. So it's a good difference.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna keep both of these players spawned because in the next level I'm gonna be doing the first 4-player strategy of the run. Next 2 levels, in fact. Of course, that does mean I'm gonna have to do a triple goal game here. So let me see if I can get 3 precise timings. I messed up Meta Knight. Meta Knight went flying. Okay. This is something I need to practice a bit more. because you just want to get the low goal game times because you don't want to waste time with all the bonuses and such.
You got some stars.
But the next level 5-5 is essentially a boss rush. So I am going to have all of the players spawned, and I am just going to do a lot of fast strategies here, hopefully. Although it's going to be a bit difficult for me to juggle all 5 controllers, so I'll do our best here. I'm already off to a not great start. The 4th moat hasn't even gone on yet.
Yeah, that's
I'm off to
definitely
I dropped one of my moats. This is going very difficult. This is where 4 players controlling 4 players in IRL becomes less than practical.
Yeah. But hey, you're doing it.
We're doing it.
We're doing it.
I think this is a good demonstration of how tough these strats can actually be, especially in a marathon setting. Like,
Yeah.
but with enough practice, you can really do some good stuff with 4 players.
I'm trying to think of how to coordinate that in my head. Like I'm in my head.
Honestly, it comes down to playing for so many hours and the muscle.
Oh, I almost got
behind
the
it.
kill before they that little attack there. A little bit off though.
Remember to get the water Galboros in the next turn, by the way. The one enemy's name I remember.
This whole 4-player.
I realize I haven't said a minute. I haven't said anything in like a minute and a half because I'm like full focus mode.
Yo,
No worries,
concentrate. You don't gotta say anything because this is really impressive. So you do you.
Yeah. Yeah, you do you. 4 players is hard.
And then for this final boss, I'm actually not going to do with 4-player. It's actually this one. Oh, I think I have this. Yeah, I messed up the timing for the burn. I'm still a bit new to the 4-player, 3-player stuff. I've been doing 2-player for a while, but this is definitely a step up.
I agree.
There's actually no strategy I could have done there, but I'm kind of a bit improvising. You can grab Spark, or you can use a 2-player Waddle strat, and I'm just gonna go for that. All right, so that was a bit of a mess. I may have dropped. Yeah, I did drop my controller for part of that, but that's all right. Surprisingly,
It's okay.
that was okay, honestly. It's hard to do with 1 player too. It's just hard in different ways. This is hard. With using 4 players, it's easy to actually do the fight, but having physically 4 controllers in your hand is the difficult part. The actual fights aren't bad.
Yeah, when it comes to having 4 players and doing that shield attack, you're basically pressing the A button and releasing the A button on all 4 controllers at the same time. So like trying to manage, I believe that Hybrid has he has 2 of his controllers together and the other 2 loose. So it can be difficult to like claw your fingers to have pressing all 4 A buttons at the same time together.
I actually think for this one, I'm just gonna stick with the 1-player strategy. I'm a bit more comfortable with it, and I think I'll might be a bit easier to do. Plus, it's a pretty cool fight to do with 1 player with Wing. So one of the aspects of Wing you're gonna see a lot in this fight is you can essentially cancel these loops you do in midair, which allows you to almost like loop-de-loop repeatedly in midair and do a lot of damage. And that's how you really deal with a lot of these enemies, which are off the ground. There we go. Oh, so yeah, I can get attacked by, or whenever they actually attack me, like they charge, they have one of those like golden like projectiles, I lose Wing. But if I just attach it or attack them, when they're standing still, it's not a problem. So what I'm going to do is I want player 1 to hold on to Wing, but this fight is separated into a regular part and then like a super ability part. So just like the super ability sections when, the actual levels, I'm going to, once again, have the second Kirby take care of that. Oh, that's fine. I got it. Oh, a little bit early there. You always want to predict or ideally and hit them like right as they come on screen, but it can be a little tricky to time. Now, player 1 just sort of shielding in the corner, trying to stick out of the way, stick out of trouble.
Yeah, we got more of a, well, they didn't spawn in the third phase, but in the second one we saw one of the charging guys that we were talking about before, and they can spawn pretty frequently in this fight, which can be annoying, so we want to make sure we're shielding so we don't lose the wing power.
And another time save is if you finish that fight using Ultra Sword as they intend, the game does a sort of over-dramatic finishing blow, but if you just do it with a regular ability, the fight just ends. So there's 2 times in the game you take advantage of that to sort of skip an extra cutscene. And now we are at a pop star. I guess to actually give a plot for the game, for the first half of this game, you're trying to repair the ship, and from the first 5 worlds, you get different parts of the ship, and then it takes you to Halakondra, a whole nother dimension, which is where the final boss is. So in this cutscene, Magalore is pretty much gloating. You got the lore all back in thing, and then with another cutscene we're gonna skip, but we're gonna be into a whole nother dimension after this.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure where the lore is going with that, but I will take dimensions. It's fine.
We're dimension warping now. It just kind of comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's a common practice in Kirby, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You get used to it after a while. Happens in like every game.
Yeah, like all the games, like I think I remember 64 the most because it's just like, 100% for that for me was like a big thing. And so I just remember like Kirby, and then all of a sudden there was like this dark evil enemy besides, King DD. I was like, what?
Kirby games love throwing the almost impossibly scary enemies at the very end after being pretty kid-friendly after the whole time. This game is kind of similar, but I know K64 is kind of infamous with that for its final boss fight.
Yeah.
This stage can be a bit difficult, especially when you're getting this far in the run and you're all nervous and stuff. We got these sleep statues here. This game's trying to troll us and trying to get us to get sleep.
Yeah, and also these blocks are falling, so they can put you to sleep on falling blocks while there are things in the background shooting at you.
They knew what they were
this
doing.
This is Egg Engines. We're no longer in Popstar. We're a bit more mean around here.
This is the game telling us that that actually means business. Especially with these crushing blocks.
Right. One interesting thing about having a second player spawned is that because they tend to lag on the screen, enemy patterns sort of are affected when they're on screen. But when you have a second player that kind of drifts the screen to the left, as you can see, it affects stuff like the cannon patterns and the enemy patterns. And in certain situations, it can make them a lot more favorable. So I'm going to despawn Meta Knight now, but it allows me to get a slightly better pattern for these cannons and for some of the enemies. Oh, I messed up there. So I'm going to go re-grab Wing if I can. Yeah, there we go. This Wing's going to be very important to hold on to.
Yeah, in this room in particular, having Meta Knight here allows the cannons to shoot later than they usually would if you had one player, which makes this screen much easier. And also in this candy section as well, I believe you can glide a bit more, but Meta Knight was on low health, so he was probably going to die anyway in that room. So
yeah, I'll slide whenever possible in these types of sections. I'm actually going to grab this tomato because I need to keep health up because I want to give it to the second player in a second here.
Surprisingly, gliding with this with the Wing, its ability is faster than attacking. So.
So I'm gonna have to be careful with the second player. As you can see, they are getting pretty, they're taking quite a bit of punishment here. So I'm actually gonna have to be pretty careful. Sort of thinking out loud.
Oh, he's really low.
Oh, that's a bit of a problem.
Are you able to go back? You can go back, maybe.
Don't think so. I think I might actually have to restart the level.
I think that the fire enemy would respawn.
All right, I'm gonna take a game over actually because that's gonna give me all my lives back. In a normal run, a situation like this actually might be a reset. But unfortunately, there's no extra one. Oh wait, actually no. Can I? No, I still have to respawn monster flame is the problem.
This is why our estimate is 3 hours, by the way. Usually this run is around 2 hours and 40 minutes. But in sections like this, like, you know, how Kirby died with that ability, we're better
Also, we really don't have wing back anymore, which will make this redo of the level a bit more difficult. That's all right. That is definitely one of the big problems with, as I mentioned, with the multi-controllers. You burn through lives a lot quicker, but also in those super ability sections, you can't respawn the super ability, so losing it like that is a bit of a problem.
I'm thinking, oh, never mind, you got fire. I was gonna say maybe you can improv Meta Knight in this level.
I was thinking about that actually, but I think fire actually might be better. If I didn't have fire, though, I probably would spawn.
Fire is most likely faster anyway.
Yeah, this is one of the most punishing parts of it. I know a couple other Kirby games are like this with their 100% categories. It's because you're not just trying to beat the game, but beat the game with all these certain requirements. It can make resetting levels a bit of a pain, or just, you know, potential time loss.
Well, also just generally speaking, the levels are really long. Like, you know, this level consists of at least like 6 rooms or something like that. So, like, even at any percent, this would be a bit of a journey back to where you died. Yeah, especially in the later worlds. World 7 is probably the biggest culprit for long levels, where you're going through a
World
lot.
7 is only 3 levels, and each one is about 8 minutes, so it's it's deceiving.
World 7 is probably one of the longest levels with the shortest amount of levels. It's pretty funny.
I think I'll have to wait out. Oh, I almost got crushed there. I didn't actually mean to shoot out of the cannon. That was an accident, and it, I guess, worked out?
Oh god, that was close. Doing this section with fire is gonna be really weird.
Oh. Doing this with fire instead of wing, I realize those spike enemies can be a bit problematic. And despawn Meta Knight again here just to not take not take another death again. I have extra 1-ups this time, which is a big deal.
Thankfully, we're almost back to where we were, so can't lose too much.
Well, do what you need to do. Totally understand.
Yeah, so I am gonna keep again my health, or like keep my eyes on the health of the second Kirby, but this time they're spawning at full health. Last time they were starting at around 40%. And unfortunately got very close to not having them take that last hit, but they barely got clipped, I think, by one of the enemies.
Yeah, that was definitely problematic when when you have 0 lives, your multiplayer guys spawn with less health, and that was one of the reasons why. I don't know if I explained that earlier.
I barely got that.
So yeah, that can be problematic. The only upside is that spawning the players in doesn't take your lives away, but at the same time, you're only able to do that when you have no lives to begin with, so, you know.
You can almost get crushed here, but it's actually the advantage to hold on to Fat Kirby and then launch this big... Oh, I missed it. I was supposed to launch it and have it hit that bomb block, but I unfortunately missed. I'd say from this point on, there have been some difficult rifts, but they definitely also make the rifts a lot more dangerous. A lot of things that can crush you and just spikes and Gordos and all that stuff all over the place. And they can sometimes be pretty stingy with the health they give you as well. And on top of that, the Doomer fights themselves also become a lot more difficult.
And just a typical ninja humor once again.
Yeah, I don't know why, but starting that fight on the right side gives you a bit more time to easily do that quick kill. It's an odd thing, but it works. Ninja is honestly just incredibly broken. It's just that attack where you're slicing in midair has just a ridiculous damage per second. So Ninja is also like the main power-up you're going to use for the last 2 bosses in this game, unless you're doing multiplayer strategies. I had the 1 reset, but not too bad. Still out of 6-1, which is definitely one of the more difficult levels in the game, honestly.
Alright, this next level, we're gonna just drop Ninja because we don't need it anymore. That's a classic trope in this run.
Not before I do that quick little, that little quick slide, or slide kick for a bit of extra movement. Gonna buffer DDD on the second controller because I'm gonna need DDD in one of these rooms coming up. In that case, I inhaled 2 enemies, so I got the first one that I inhaled, which is the fire, and the second one was spark. In most games, inhaling 2 enemies is a mix, but in this game, you need to inhale 3 or more enemies for a mix.
Oh, wow.
Bit unusual. It's not too many areas where you'll find 3 enemies grouped up compared to 2.
Yeah, this is the only game that has that for some reason. I don't know why they decided to change it. And mixing in this game is very unique, and also really annoying because you barely
also,
get any
because
opportunities
of the RNG
for
aspect of it.
And then a lot of people aren't, willing to take a lot of mix opportunities because it's really risky to go for. Like, I'm sure there are a lot of places where you could mix and save a lot of time, but the risk of it is you're basically wasting a lot of time on a mix roulette. You're basically gambling if you get a good pattern with the power-ups. So.
And you can do stuff like home buffering to give you better odds, and it definitely is a skill you can get better at, but at the end of the day, it's still mainly random, and you're always taking a big chance on these mixes. So we only use them in a few scenarios where the risk reward is really, favored towards the reward.
Yeah, I see what you mean by the mixing is a thing.
Certain games, I know. Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
I said I didn't realize that at all for this game, at all.
It's really odd because I know, in games I know Mr. Shasta was doing both Amazing Mirror and Superstar Ultra, where mixes are very common for both those games. To get abilities like Wheel and Jet more conveniently, and we'd love to do it in a game like this for Wing, but it's always difficult and really luck dependent.
Yeah.
And also setup dependent as well. You don't really get a lot of opportunities to do it to begin with, so.
That area right here, actually, the 3 crashes, is a wing mix opportunity. I think some runners used to go for, but not as many people go for nowadays.
Really? I'm
also
actually
less important as
surprised.
2-player. So Dubier starts in the air, so I do this attack. Oh, and yeah, there we go. And then once they're on the ground, I really quickly do the same attack that I did for Fatty Puffer. Then what I'm gonna do is I actually want to keep Parasol. So you're actually able to pick up abilities. When you inhale another ability, they don't instantly break like they do in a lot of other Kirby games. And then I'm gonna grab Parasol afterwards. Slow there. Actually gonna wait this out. I think I was a little slow there and I missed the cycle. Not a bad level. Definitely scary. There's a lot of areas where you need to keep an ability, and there's fire and spikes and things that crush you all around. So you gotta be sharp in a level like that to not get caught off guard. And the main reason why I wanted to keep Parasol instead of having Spark is just, first off, moving around, just even the lobby around here is a lot faster. But for this next upcoming room is kind of a bit of like a wind room where the wind pushes you along and you can go even faster while using Parasol. So you essentially do like a mix of slides, because you don't want to slide against enemies or else you'll bounce off them. So you'll do slides when you have clear paths, and when you don't, or you need to break through enemies, you can take advantage of Parasol.
This level can be a bit tricky to get down. It's a lot of memorization. You have to know when to slide, when to do the parasol dash attack. So this is a bit of a grind level.
That energy sphere is really tricky. It's super easy to go a little bit too fast, and then you suddenly can't make it. So I essentially run backwards in place, and I'm still going forward to give myself the best odds of not missing that.
Yeah,
energy sphere.
if you miss that sphere, you have to redo the whole level again. So it's very important you make sure to get that.
One of the only times in this game you have a double mini boss fight. Thankfully, Parasol again incredibly broken. I focus on Mondo first because they have the invulnerability attack, so I knock them out before they can do it, and then I focus on King Du, which does not have any sort of invulnerability.
I'm just gonna interject saying I'm stoked for the new Kirby game. The whole show.
Oh yeah,
kind of being a hype train for it.
I'm really looking forward to it. I think people have been asking for a 3D type Kirby game for many years, and I'm really glad that we're finally actually getting one.
I've been waiting for so long.
I mean, Kirby Canvas Cores was interesting, if I remember that one correctly, the paint one.
Yeah.
It was very interesting, and the co-op was very interesting too. Painting everywhere on the, I think it was like the Wii U or something like that.
The Wii U one is Rainbow Curse. Canvas Curse was the DS one.
Oh, DS. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
So it's
Rainbow Curse
the
is
Rainbow
the multiplayer
Curse that
one.
I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
I think that was the one that also had the stop motion cutscenes. I think it had.
Yeah, a very cute claymation sort of cutscene.
Ooh, I'm a little bit off on that, but I still got it in time.
I mean, I would totally be down for an open world Kirby,
Kirby MMO.
Kirby.
Hey, look, I would play that to death.
I'm gonna grind my Kirby to level 99.
Yeah.
It's over for all of you.
Start raiding.
I would love to see a bunch of people online playing as different colored Kirbys doing raids.
Yeah.
That sounds incredible.
And then they have all this gear. Tier 1, Tier 2.
This Rift, we haven't really found a good two-player strat for, mostly because there's a lot of a mixture of water and I guess
it's too tight where you can really use Meta Knight and the water as well.
And generally speaking, there's really no place to jump onto Meta Knight, so we just go through normally. Probably one of the only rifts where we go the intended way. So
you also need to be careful. You see those spikes, they knock you back in a very sort of unfavorable way.
What do you think about a DDD Fury? Kind of like Bowser's Fury.
Oh, if DDD gets as big as Bowser does in that game, I think I would be terrified, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, someone from chat said that. I had to say it.
So this is a situation, I've done this I think a few times, although I don't always do it because I want to save lives, but in this case it's actually faster to just jump in the pit than it is to go through the actual warp zone, and then you don't do the little Kirby dance that they do once you get through the rift. So I don't need hammer, I just jump in the pit, I get health back anyways, so
did you improv that 3-player Doomer? Because I've never seen anyone do that before, and I'm gonna actually be faster.
I was thinking about it beforehand. I told myself I would go for it.
Honestly, you might have just discovered a new strat on stream, so congratulations.
Actually, yeah. Just saying. Yeah, now that we have 2 hours, this might be a good opportunity for a break, actually, before we get to the final chunk of the run.
I didn't even realize the time. Wow.
Should we do pause and like another five countdown to pause?
Yeah, definitely. We will be taking another break. Just remember, everyone from chat, you're all cute. Take care of yourself. Go get some water, tea, anything to hydrate yourself, as well as get like a cozy blanket. But stay tuned. We will be back with some more Kirby. Welcome back. Guess what? We're back. We had our break. Now we're back. Yay! We have some more Kirby, and we are going to finish this run and definitely enjoy ourselves while we're watching the multiplayer unfold. Definitely take it away whenever you're ready, Pro Hybrid and Nippo.
All right, we'll do a countdown from 5 to get the timer back up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, you got 5 main levels left, and each of these 5 levels have 5 energy spheres. They're all pretty long, and a couple of intense boss fights. The boss fights later in the game get very cool.
Yeah, that's the Hybrid's cap.
This first level is kind of like a sewer, honestly. You go in and out of these water sections, and as well as these dark rooms. Oops. Tough to move around here because a lot of these hallways are too short where you can really do the burn. You'll end up bonking in most scenarios. Like this is a bit of that right area, a bit of an exception, but in most areas you can't really move very efficiently.
Yeah, this is a good example of a room you got
This
to
energy
memorize.
sphere is tucked in a corner right here, and you can break those metal blocks using fire, thankfully.
This room gives callbacks to World 3. It's a nice water level for most of it.
Oh. More water.
I know, it's great. We love water. We love water and the enemies that can take your power up in the same room. It's great.
Don't need fire anymore, so I'll let it boost me. Let it boost me forward.
By the way, we see a little friend on screen. Just a heads up.
What's a legally cute string without a cat?
There's 2 of them that might appear from time to time because the food pole's right there. So you can be on cat. Someone can be on cat lookout.
Yeah.
If that's your thing.
Kitty. I have 2 cats of my own, so I'm totally on a cat lookout person, I guess.
Also a cat owner here.
Aww. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love dogs. I have 2 cats, and it is good for me.
Can't go wrong. They're great animals. It's always fun to have them company. And I'll be doing runs, and I'll just see something like cat in all caps in stream or chat or something like that, and before I even notice them myself. Cool 2-player strategy, a pretty basic one. We're gonna keep Kirby just at the corner here, so we have enough room for Waddle Dee to go around this thing. And then we're actually gonna keep Waddle Dee spawn, so we're gonna use another similar thing in this next room. This room's pretty tricky though. All these eels are constantly coming out of the walls, and this section in particular here, I'm gonna really hug the bottom of the screen. Oh, and I accidentally, I messed up my movement. But yeah, that eel can eat you very easily. It's pretty annoying. And that one too.
It's not a big deal that we lost Parasol. It just helps with moving downward, but other than that, it doesn't really serve any other function.
Thankfully, this is one of those scenarios where you want to keep your ability, but if you lose it, it's not the end of the world. You might just lose a few seconds to, slightly suboptimal movement. Then I actually have to have Kirby slightly close here because the key won't spawn unless Kirby is close enough to it. So I have Kirby go to the water. I have Waddle Dee grab the key and do that, and then Kirby exits after. Scenarios like that where you kind of have to be careful, even if you're not really using the first player for anything. Because they're the first player, they influence what actually appears on screen. If the other player is gonna warp away and stuff like that. Just letting you get the feel for it over time.
the next level coming up has a lot of cycles and auto scrollers, so that's gonna be a fun one to watch.
Yeah.
A few of the
This level
auto
looks-
scrollers, moving platforms will come down and try and crush you, so that's also some memorization we have to do on our part, where we gotta just know where the blocks are gonna land. So.
You could have Parasol for this part right here, but you're constantly waiting for these things to go up and down. So I think you're always on the same cycle.
Yeah,
essentially.
if you lose Parasol here, it's not a huge deal because you're still spending the same amount of time in this room anyway.
And then this section here is tricky. I'm gonna barely be able to make this without getting crushed. But if you have any hiccup in your movement there, chances are you're gonna get crushed there. And there's 3 sections like this where if you play the game long enough, you know where you can stand safely. But in each of these sections, you need to avoid getting crushed, but there also will be one energy sphere that appears. You need to be in the right area of the room to make sure you don't miss it. So in this area, it's gonna be on the left. And I sort of float up to make sure I'm not gonna get crushed, like I'm in a safe spot. And drop fire, because this is one of the only times in the game you actually run into a bird-on, which are these, well, birds. I don't technically know if these are bird-ons, because they look different in other
They don't
games,
look like
but
bird-on.
they give you wing. Then I'm gonna take advantage of the invulnerability of, actually no, he doesn't have invulnerability here, but the key doesn't break from the Gordo, so I can have Meta Knight really quickly go around and do that while regular Kirby with wing is able to stay safe. A quick little 2-player strategy for that room, save a little bit of time. And then another crushing part. Getting all my controllers set up, so I'm going to be doing 4-player for the boss of this world. So I need to make sure all my controllers are activated.
Yeah,
Don't need to be on the right one.
Four-player,
One of them will be Waddle Dee for later, though.
4-player boss in this world in particular saves a lot of time just because, I don't know why, but for some reason the 4-player shots deal way too much damage, and Wing, I guess, in comparison, doesn't do as much.
The next
so.
boss, particular Metal General, is also... It's manageable with Wing, but it's a lot easier to do this 4-player strategy.
Oh yeah, it's a
This
lot
type of fight
easier
that'll-
too. That's also another thing.
I'm trying to remember. It's a local co-op, right?
Yes.
Like the controllers.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was wondering if there was some way that you could have like 2-player, but I remember this is not on the internet yet at that time.
No, unfortunately not. And even
I mean,
then,
for
it wouldn't be on the
Kirby the
internet.
Amazing Mirror, we now have online co-op for it, so maybe down the road we can get that for Return to Dreamland.
Yeah, because I could totally see a totally doable like co-op or controller. Because I imagine that having the 4 players is way more beneficial in like a lot more scenarios. You know what I mean? Just because of the damage output.
Yeah, and like once you ignore sort of the limitations of having 1 player do all of that, there are so many possibilities where having multiple players could save time. Like even if it's just like a half a second at a time. But of course, it's we're humans. We have to actually manage using all those controllers, and something you have to develop.
Yeah, because I mean, I could totally see the 4 controller being in terms of like a short
Got
term,
my
but
stack here.
doing it continuously is, I don't know, that's impressive. Even 2 controllers is impressive.
It is funny that using 3 and 4 controllers has made me think that 2 controllers is almost easy. And I say easy with air quotes because I understand it's probably still uncomfortable for a lot of people and it's not free, but
Really,
it's just
once you do it so much, you're just like so used to it. It's just like playing a normal video game, but with extra steps. You're just like, oh yeah, I use a second controller, whatever. Sometimes, since I'm in college, I'll sometimes have my roommates come in my room and be like, why do you have 4 controllers bundled in like a square? And I'm just like, oh, I'm just having fun.
it's always difficult to explain to other people
It's so
why you have
difficult
this
to
many
explain to
controllers.
people.
Because they might not always get the idea of, oh, you're saving time.
Yeah.
So it takes me a bit to get the stack going, but then I'm able to just do this. And because Metal General kind of sticks far away from you, they're almost like a zoner kind of boss. I'm actually going to try to end the fight a bit closer to the center, because one thing is all the Kirbys then need to walk to the center to do their Kirby dance.
Yeah,
this is going to be
like
great, because this is the only time we're going to see a
slowly.
4-player Kirby dance, so enjoy the beauty that is this.
So cute. Oh my goodness.
Incredible.
That is definitely worth.
Just having them all on stage, watching them all file into the ship is so funny. I don't know what it is. And then I'm going to hopefully despawn pretty much all these players at once really quickly. Despawn.
I can hear your Wii Remote speakers. I forgot that the Wii Remotes make sounds when you're trying to add out players.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that too.
I have that turned off because it's kind of annoying having the Wii Remotes making random noises and but, you know.
Yeah.
To be honest, I didn't even realize you could turn it off. So.
Yeah, here's a really difficult stage. Hitting like basically anything in this room will just take your wing. So you want to just be extra, cautious. These fire pillars will get you.
That was good. That room is very, there's a lot of lava, and you gotta be very fast to get a good pattern there.
One of the
or to stick on the
most
good
stressful
pattern.
rooms.
Yeah, it was clean. You even went through the lava just fine.
Yeah, you can go through the lava with wing, but as soon as that wing animation wears off, you're vulnerable. So like you just sort of need to thread the needle, just like stick in the wing animation when you're in the lava, and it's tricky, but something you get used to. And I've done the first room of that level. I could not even tell you how many times. Mostly just trying to practice and be decent at it.
Here's our favorite boss.
When the water Galbro's on the ground there, I kind of have the recoil hit it, but when it's in the air, I do all those loops to just sort of constantly attack it when it's jumping.
Okay, we're gonna grab water here because we need to bring a key across the lava pool. And you can do that by just dashing over it. Now you can technically bring a wing across this pit, but we're just gonna play it safe here because it is a bit difficult. We don't want to bother redoing this whole level just for one little mistake we do.
Yeah, there's some cool strategies you can do to skip using water here and such, but for the context of this run, I'm not going to be going for it because a lot of them are pretty high risk, high reward, and I'm not practiced enough to really do them anyways.
I mean, in my mind, like marathon safety is important too. So
Definitely,
like whatever,
especially with this game.
you know what I mean? Like PB attempts, understandable. But marathon safety is a thing, in my opinion.
Yeah. And as a runner, personally, I tend to lead more on the safer side. Like, I favor, consistency. So between that and marathons, I'm not going to take any big chances right now with any ability skips or anything. So this room's a bit of a tricky. You can't actually hit all of these switches. Some of them you're essentially trying to control the Waddle Dee, but not all these switches help you. Some of them are actually baits. I'm gonna wait here so it can actually get through, and then wait again until it's safe. There we go.
Interesting. I would have hit all the switches. 100%. I would have just been like, go at it and then wonder where Waddle Dee went.
Honestly, I'm embarrassed how many times I've had to redo this puzzle room because it's fairly simple in nature, but accidentally touch a switch or do something a little too early or too late, and you will have to re-enter, re-exit to respawn the D.
Here we got Super Bowl again.
Yep, another last Super Bowl section. Snow Bowl.
Oh, Snow Bowl? Why did I say Super Bowl? What the heck's going on with me?
Apparently,
you guys didn't catch that until like 10 seconds after I said it.
Yeah. I mean, I can't. I'm trying to find a football at the moment. I'm trying to see if there's an enemy that looks like a football or something. I mean, there is a ball.
Yeah, darn non-rounded footballs.
Yeah, exactly. Non-rounded footballs. I didn't realize on the snow though it has like a shimmering like snowflake on it.
Yeah,
It's actually really cool effect.
It's really pretty.
Yeah, I guess hats would be the proper way, or whatever you want to say. Is for the super abilities, they're a little bit more extravagant. I kind of like how they got creative with some of these designs, though, like taking like a regular design and almost just like making it a bit more intense or just add more detail to it.
Yep.
Okay, now that we're deep into the game, these last 3 levels all have rifts, so we're gonna have 3 rifts back to back. And yeah, they get definitely more progressively difficult.
And this is when the difficulty ramps up for the rifts.
Let's get a damage boost here, so it's a little bit faster and slowly floating over that cannon. For some of these crushing segments, you can actually get like hit the switch and get through them in time, or you can do some very cool like 2-player workarounds. Like I know Nipple will spawn a second controller, or use a second controller to spawn another player to grab the lever, and then the first player will go through.
We like
Again,
some
I'm gonna be playing
marathon
that
safety
safe.
though.
But it's kind of crazy what you can do when you really just focus on optimal movements on these riffs.
I like saving 5 frames in a 3-hour speedrun, you know?
You gotta save those frames.
Gotta save them, yeah. Yeah. Hey,
Oh,
I mean, if it works, it works.
Also, in the game, usually they give you 2 abilities, and the ability stands for a doomer, but this time, one of the abilities they give you is sleep. So you only really get 1 ability, because you're not going to be using sleep on any of these doomer fights. So the option they give you is whip, which is not super great, so I'm just going to take the time to spawn these extra players, get the stack going, and do the fight a lot easier. Grab the tomato. Eat your veggies.
Veggies are good. I always find it funny how tomato always fills her health, but like a piece of pie or something, like a cake, always is like 1 or maybe 2, depending on what the sweet is.
Some sort of weird health food pyramid going on in these Kirby games.
Yep. I always thought that was interesting. Okay,
Lollipops give you invincibility, so you never know.
Yeah, but then the candy, yeah, like candies. Okay, the messages I'm getting from the health groups right now, I'm confused on.
They're gonna be angry DMs.
Yeah. Why is the tomato? No, I'm just kidding.
This level is the notorious mixed level that we were talking about.
yeah.
This whole we were alluding to for this entire run.
There's only one mix you really attempted 100% outside the more risky niche ones, and it is in this level where there's 3 things you can mix for: tornado, fire, or missed that. It's tornado, fire, or wing, and ideally you get wing, but tornado or fire will also work. Also gonna have second player Waddle Dee. I'll need them in a second.
Yeah, so usually we would actually get Crash in this room, because as you can see, all those enemies that detonated themselves and blew up Kirby, those are Crash enemies, and we would bring that into a room to hit a switch, but instead we'll get Waddle Dee and have him throw his, I'm saying spear. Yeah, spear. I'm confusing the words sphere and spear together again.
Sphere?
Spear projectiles that hit a string. Because,
This is also another Nippo strategy, and something you came up with like very recently, like I think within the last like few weeks. Oh, I didn't need to despawn them there. I'll have to respawn them. That's fine.
Yeah, this was another. I mean, was it accidental? I don't even know if it was accidental. Sometimes I just find things without even thinking, man. Like,
Get their charge attack there.
usually we bring Crash in this room, and that would actually hit the switch on the other side.
It's intended to use ninja, and you sort of like throw a needle like in a very tight window, because you can hang on to walls with ninja. Also, one thing of high jump is after I use high jump, I do these like little float inhales, or these like inhales in place to sort of cancel the high jump and get to use another one a bit faster. A little bit of tech there. All right, this next room, I'm gonna either make this fast cycle or I'm gonna get crushed.
I wish you luck.
I made the fast cycle. Okay.
All right, good.
Yeah, you can barely get underneath that first one and save a little fraction of a time. Of time, not of a time.
Are you gonna just do one player super ability?
Yeah, I'm gonna do one. I'm gonna be doing the bonkers fight just with
Gotcha.
a one-player hammer.
I got you.
Another fight where you can do it with multiple players, but hammer is one of the better abilities to use on boss fights, so I'll just use it for there.
Yeah, there are a lot of multiplayer strats you can do in this level, but you know, they are very hard to do. I would say in this particular level, it's a very high risk, low reward situation where you can save a cycle on bonkers, but you can also completely mess up and waste so much time and fumble all these controllers with you. So you know, and I think in this situation, it's better off just going one player. But
You also see when I'm blocking, I still do take some small amounts of damage, but it prevents me. Oh, well, there I got hit, but it prevents me from losing my ability. Oh, they got a little bit of health, so I'm actually gonna spawn waddle. Oh, I hit the start button. My second controller hit the start button on my first controller right there. I'm not making that up. I was wondering why I paused the game.
yeah, and another good improv that I guess you demonstrate is that if for whatever reason you lose your ability, you can always just spawn a little helper to take out the boss for you.
I'm a little slow there. If I was a bit faster, I could have gone over there. But jumping into that fire when it's active has a lot of hit stun, so it's generally not worth messing with. But if you boost into a weaker enemy, then you can go through the fire without a problem, doing like a damage boost essentially.
This section is very monotonous.
Oh, barely made that.
Just because you're floating over a lot of things and it's slow. But boring. But probably one of the longest super ability
Don't need
sections.
to charge these ones actually.
Require a lot of use of the hammer.
That didn't work. Got knocked back by that fire and one sent flying.
That was so weird. You like headbutt the enemy accidentally. That's like.
I was trying to damage boost off that little bee or bird or whatever you want to call it, and instead I headbutted and it just got destroyed by the fire. Also there, I didn't mean to charge the hammer. You do it by shaking the Wiimote, and I think maybe my hands is just kind of shaking or something, because it charges anyways. It's odd.
The nerves are apparent right now. Your body's shaking so furiously, it's ended up charging your hammer instead.
I'm just vibrating as I play constantly. The Wiimote doesn't know any better. So yeah, we have this rift. Gonna do it normally, no two-player. And then after the rift, right before you exit the level, there's 3 ninjas grouped up together, or 3 ninja enemies. And I will be mixing off the 3 of them to hopefully get wing, but if I get either tornado or fire, that would also be very good.
Yeah, and this is a run under. We are trying to incorporate a new strat, which involves inhaling projectiles from the Doomer enemy you fight in this stage, but it's still a work in progress. We don't know if it saves enough time yet to be justifiable to use in an actual run, but it's still a strat we're thinking about doing since it's less risky.
The big advantage of that strat too is it means if you mess up the first mix, you do have another chance to do a second mix, whereas usually if you mess up the mix, you'd have to take an intentional death or just, you know, use whatever you have.
Yeah, that's the bad part about the room you mix in at the end of the stage, is that it's so small you can't respawn the enemies, so you only get one chance at it.
And of course, mixing, especially when you're doing home buffering, also takes time. Like, doing multiple mixes, you might eventually get the ability you want, but it could also waste a lot of time, so that's another problem you have to worry about. Oh, there we go. There we go. So the little bit of invulnerability or like damage resistance they have goes away right before they leave screen. So I was able to get it after it even had turned around, essentially. Pretty tricky to do, though.
Yeah, Leaf is surprisingly a really good health shredder when you need it the most. I mean, obviously there are better abilities, but...
RNG, please be on my side, and let's hope for the best.
Plus RNG, send the prayers.
Ooh, that was Tornado. I probably could have just taken that. But I could also just take the swing. Let's go.
Let's go.
Go big or go home.
Go big or go home. Say no to Tornado. Say yes to Wing. Okay, I'm very lucky I got that. That is far from a guarantee. My PB doesn't even get Wing.
Very confident in yourself to take Wing over Tornado. That's crazy, but you do you, I guess.
Well, you do enough to any percent, you get very confident in your wing movement. You kind of have to.
I love how we're talking about marathon safety struts, and you pull, oh yeah, I'm gonna pass Tornado, I'm gonna get wings.
I'm trying to put on a good show for the people. I'm trying to make up for the game over in 6-1.
6-1, what's the 6-1 you're talking about?
Yeah, I think they just forgot to program a stage there. We'll
Yeah.
talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. It's conveniently, like, not there.
So the big reason why you want Fire, Tornado, or Wing is their abilities that are able to get through these essentially stuns without, you know, instantly just blowing up and losing your ability. And Wing is the best, but, you know, any of those abilities can work.
Yeah, the other strat we usually do is you can ride on Meta Knight, but it's definitely the slowest and hardest option to take, but you do what you can get.
So can we say we're winging it?
Yeah,
Oh, you would definitely be winging it.
Yeah, we definitely winged it on that mix. I would say for sure we did. Yes, Pro Hybrid is definitely a pro gamer. I would say that for sure.
It's because I'm a pro gamer. I used to be just regular hybrid. At some point, I had to step it up. There actually is also a wing enemy here, so if you don't get wing, you can have an opportunity to get later, but just saving that time in those first couple of rooms is actually worth doing the mix for.
Oh, question from chat. Game-wise, where are we? Core of the planet?
Core of the planet.
I don't know where we are.
Like, yeah, we're in another dimension called Halakondra, which is not even
This
like
game is so
Popstar. Like, you
confusing.
take a
I
ship
don't
to
even
work
know
there.
anymore.
And that's a good question. Where are we? Because looking at the background, it kind of looks like we're in the core of multiple planets, with suns.
Nice boot hop, by the way.
I think we're technically in a volcano.
So are we a molten core?
I guess so.
Sorry, that's a reference. That's an old one.
I wouldn't be surprised if Kirby went to the center of the Earth or something to stop a demon or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Kirby game plot, but it would all start because, you know, someone took his like apple pie or something, and then he has to go to the center of the Earth afterwards to fight a demigod.
Stand your ground.
To make sure the apple pie is cooked perfectly.
Yeah. All right, the room after this one is one of the scariest in the game. It's not necessarily the hardest, but this will be another situation where if I'm gonna have a key, I need to get through a whole bunch of platforming with the key, and if I drop it, I'll have to reset the level. So I've done this a million times. I hope I can do it again. But
no pressure.
Yeah. Also,
you
look at
got
this French
this.
horn. This is incredible. Just destroy everything in sight. Or I think it's a French horn. Looks like a French horn. Yeah. So getting hit by fire destroys the key, and because it comes in the other keys respawn, but they won't respawn because you got it in the other room, so you wouldn't have an opportunity to respawn and get it. So you just need to be very careful in a lot of these sections around all the suns and fire, plus the enemies that'll hit you, because you want to hold on to wing as well. This section I think is the worst, but cool. Nippo actually has a very risky two-player strategy where he gives the key to the second player.
I honestly
he's a
think
mad
it's
lad for that
easier.
one.
I mean, like in my opinion, I think it's easier to do it that way because it's so
I
much.
mean, maybe
quicker.
once you've done it enough, you can. But I need some work to do before I can get to that level of
It's like ripping
management.
off a Band-Aid. You just get it done.
This section is pretty cool. The whole idea is that you refight all the mini bosses with Ultra Sword, but we just give the Ultra Sword to the second player, and we're winging it. So
Yeah, let's just skip everything.
But yeah, when 2-player was allowed, this is the type of strategy that was like one of the first ones people found. Just keep wing, you already have it, and give the super ability to a 2-player.
Speedrunners don't like
this
over
probably
dramatic
saves
cutscenes.
close to 15 or 20 seconds over the base strategy. It's pretty insane.
Oh, what were you saying, Nippo?
Oh, I'm saying speedrunners don't like over dramatic cutscenes.
Yeah, we tend to like to go fast.
Nice landing right on top of the volcano. Those people.
Yeah, I would love to say that was skill, but that was work luck. Like,
Don't
if you're really
downplay
consistent
yourself.
with your movement, you will always land in the same places, but it's really hard to be that consistent when you have multiple players. Oh, bounce off the sun. The good thing, if you slide into a sun, you won't get burned by it, but you do bounce off, and that could also be a little bit inconvenient.
You would only say
This level is all
slide
about
off the
cycles.
sun in Kirby, of course. Dang it, I just slid off the sun, of course.
Gonna wait this out, go under it, hit that. Oh, that was a little bit risky. I accidentally inhaled
Oh, God.
and
I
thought
just
was
saw
gonna
it on my
plummet
end.
there.
Whoa.
The suns are making me nervous.
Yeah, they really decided, like, we're gonna add suns. All the suns are gonna go into 7-3. No other level will have suns, but you
I mean,
you
this
better be
is the
prepared for
last
50
rift,
of these
so-
things.
They went all out for the last rift.
Oh, that's another
Yeah.
thing. The large amount of hit stun means that if you land there in the wrong place, you could easily, because you're on the falling blocks too. That was close.
Good recovery.
Yeah, this deep into the run is the last place you want to take an accidental death in. It's can be brutal.
It happens.
And I'm going to be doing another, because this is a double doomer fight, so this is another one that's especially good to do really fast with 2-player, or 3 players, I guess, in this case. I could technically do that with 2 players. You have a bit of extra height with a 3rd player, plus it does a bit more damage. 4 players would be even faster, but the extra spawn is probably not worth it in that case.
Oh, that's something I didn't think about. The accountability of spawning the other characters versus the time gained.
That's also another
Yeah, there's
big
definitely
thing.
a risk reward. In some fights, especially the ones later in the game, like they have more health, it's usually maybe a bit better to have an extra player. Whereas earlier on, you can maybe get away with some of these fights of only 2 player and still get the fastest possible boss kill. It all just depends on the level, really.
And also, generally
Yeah.
speaking, too, since the health gets, you get more health on bosses when you add a player in, so you kind of
yeah,
gotta
that
play your
too.
cards. Like, sometimes it might not even be worth spawning in a second player because it just ends up wasting more time rather than using something else.
But I think it also doesn't scale accurately. It's not like 2 players is double health, 3 players is triple health. It's not exact.
I think it only adds a single thing of health once you have a player in, and then once you add more, it doesn't change. That's just, I don't really know for sure, but...
So I'm glad I got that item challenge message, because that means I did get all 120 spheres and I did not miss any. So the last thing we need to do before the final bosses is do these ability challenges that you unlock throughout the game. These are pretty straightforward. It's also cool because you get an opportunity to use a couple abilities you really don't get to see very often, like Bomb, for example, as well as, I just saw it, a Whip, that's what it was. And of course, the last one you do is Wing, so you can end with the best ability for the final bosses.
A lot of these, you're mostly just skipping everything because you want to just go fast. So you're just like, whatever, I'm just going to skip everything the level wants me to do and just complete it fast instead. And that's why we're going to end everything with bronze medals because we don't really care.
There are coins, there are hidden rooms, you get more points if you don't take damage, and we're going to say no to all of that and just go fast. It's also cool because these challenge stages really take advantage of the specific traits and abilities. It's not like you're doing the same level over and over again. Like you're doing levels specifically designed to utilize the different moves of your ability. So, in this one, for example, you're seeing a lot of fire blocks all over the place because water, can deal with that. Oh. makes it a little bit awkward there. Water is easy to bounce off of enemies and get like knocked back.
Yeah, so platinum medals aren't part of 100%, thankfully, because it's really difficult to get the platinum medals, at least in my opinion. So, you know, I'm glad that at the
platinum
very
medals,
least,
they don't mess around. You need to literally be perfect.
Yeah, I'm glad that the requirement for 100 is just to, you know, complete them. This
category
brutal.
would be insanely brutal if they required you to get platinums. Like
Yeah.
it would make it almost unplayable.
I
I'd say. That's how
can't. I
hard it
can't
is.
imagine needing to get all platinums on every stage in one go at the end of a run. It's 2 hours and 30 minutes, so you know. But that's just me. Maybe someone else can do it.
Yeah, one tray of bomb is you can essentially roll them like bowling balls, and these areas that have spikes. This area I'm just gonna inhale. It's a little bit faster.
Yeah, you're also going to see an example of us not caring about what the game gives us and just skipping everything because, you know, it's a lot slower to ride the platform. That's going to come up.
Actually, I'm gonna play this safe. You can go slightly faster if you inhale in front, but don't know if that's what I want to be doing right now.
Yeah, you're right.
Thankfully, if you
It
do
is
like
a bit
take a death in
difficult.
these challenges, you can redo it also.
It is pretty difficult to do, so I don't blame you. But yeah, you can go past that platform if you wanted to.
Oh, this one I can go a bit faster on though.
Yeah, go for it. I don't want to pressure you to do it. I mean, it's a bit difficult, so, you know, I understand if you don't want to. I'm just saying you can.
I've seen Nippo do these challenges. He has some pretty crazy movement, honestly.
I like to play it risky. I like losing runs at this stage, so it's fine.
When you're a few hours in.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are we, 2 hours, 37 minutes in? This is the best time to play risky for those frames.
Once
I mean,
you
in all
lose a lot of
honesty, if you
runs,
could do it, do
get
it.
used to it.
That's what I think.
Bomb,
Like-
bowling.
Like if you can do it, like if you do it all the time, then I say do it.
Especially losing runs to dumb things too. Like you just get so used to it. Like example being the 4-1 level with the cannons. Like I missed a cannon once, and I was just like, oh well, I wasted an hour of my life. I'll just keep going.
Those are the types of resets that really get under your skin.
I know, because you can make a lot of stupid mistakes in this game that you can't.
Right, you also
recover
can't
from.
high jump downwards. This is like the only time you will ever see that happen, though. I can't think of any other scenario in this game you high jump downwards.
Pretty funny. Probably call it a low jump then.
Oh, I can do the float up there.
What do you think the hardest challenge is, Hybrid?
There's also a speedrun for the game Kirby's Dream Collection where they have a bunch of these challenge stages that are different, and the speedrun is just all challenges where you do all of them, and it only takes about 20 minutes. Very fun, short speedrun that takes advantage of the modern game mechanics, but without being, you know, an hour or 2 hours long.
Hybrid, what do you think the hardest challenge is in this game, in your opinion?
Item.
Item, really? I guess you're right. Yeah.
Item or water are the two that I've actually lost runs on for both. So those would be my picks, but I think item's a bit harder.
I think the wing one's pretty hard, honestly.
Wing is tricky.
We're gonna show off to everyone how hard the whip challenge is soon. That one,
Oh
that
yeah,
one,
challenge.
that one's
That's a real doozy of a
yeah,
challenge.
yeah. Can't wait to see that one.
You can't catch the obvious sarcasm by any means. You'll see in just a second.
Okay, I'm like anticipated now. Anticipating.
I think that one's up next, right?
It's great when a game gives you elevators, but elevators are slower and they're just floating. Alright, so this is a whip challenge, as I like to call it cowboy challenge, because I mean, look at that hat.
A cute cowboy.
I'm ready for it.
After this room. Even then, this room is pretty easy.
Yeah, this room is pretty straightforward, and this next room that's kind of funny, because you have these elevators, but it's literally just faster to mash. and then hopefully not get hit. Oh, I got hit, so I'm bad. But yeah, rather than use the elevator, you just I can't dodge these. You just mash. Get a bit of fun workout here.
I do have a question for both of you, actually. I think this is a both question. What is the hardest world and why?
World 7. Hands down, I have no thoughts.
Wait, but what'd you
World
say?
7. I'm saying World 7.
You know, I'm gonna agree with you. I think World 7,
Because I'm stressing out at that point.
that's the thing. The nerves at that point in the game, if you're on a really good pace, those levels are so long and there's so much that goes into them.
I would say the challenge part of this run is the stress-free part until you get to item challenge, and that's when you start stressing out again. But you know, you get a good break.
So have our Green Greens remix. Every Kirby game has to have a Green Greens remix somewhere. I'm all for it.
And Wispy Woods too.
Yeah, but item challenge I think is difficult because you have sections like this where you need to use the cannon to break these blocks, like especially in this elevator section. But you need to just be, when you're trying to go as fast as possible, you need to be so careful.
And also, you can't spawn multiplayer in here, obviously. It's
That too.
just
There's no, you can't do anything multiplayer here, so there's no way to cheese certain sections like you might be able to in other parts of the game.
Here's the French horn. Again, we saw it in 7-3, but...
French horn coming in clutch because there's a lot of projectiles coming my way. And here, if you're really fast, you can get on this boot and on this pillar before it breaks. Ah, I didn't make it. You can save like a few seconds there. Call it fast boot. What we're gonna do here is after it's dropped here, I'm gonna get hit by it, and this will allow me to get through the spike ball and then get in front of it. Can't do that too early or too late, or else you kind of get messed up. And those enemies falling and bouncing me back is actually just RNG. I'm pretty sure at least.
It might be just the timing of it all, but it's very specific, so... Not a huge deal, though. I was checking out your life counter, and this is a first. You're ending at 10 lives.
Yeah, it's that's what a typical run looks like, especially if you're not really doing two-player. Like, you'll stack up lives incredibly quickly.
Like, I would never see you run into 10 lives, though, you know. I guess because you took the depth, you ended with 7, and you from there. Wing is going to be the final challenge we play, and for good reason. That's because we want to take Wing out of the ship.
Yeah, you can do these challenges in any order. The order that you saw me do is pretty universal, just because it's a pretty efficient path, and you do want to end with Wing as the only, I guess, requirements.
Yeah, I would say that pretty much every runner that plays this game, all three of us, does that same pattern. So, no. That was mainly a joke. There are a lot of runners, but not many consistent ones.
This game has been out for like more than 10 years. Like, there are some runners like Kirby Master, for example, who was really a pioneer and had like a lot of strategies and stuff like back in the when you ran a GDQ like many years ago.
Yeah.
But this game has changed a lot over the years, especially with the addition of more players or controllers.
Yeah, I can imagine. And plus, you're still finding tag.
I mean, the fact that Nippo and I were in a chat,
run too.
Before this run, figuring out this high jump strategy. And
yeah, we literally hopped in a voice chat an hour before this this event and was just strat finding because we were bored. You know.
Yeah. Well, plus practicing beforehand.
All right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, copyability of choice. You have a couple options that right there. I'm gonna use Ninja just because it is like among the strongest, really. You can also use Wing. It's a bit more difficult, although it's about the same time. This section's interesting. The dragons split into 4, and one of them you can see has the crown. Whichever one has the crown will take more damage, and it's random where they'll go. So it's possible you want to... Oh, I slid into damage there. That was not very good. Yeah, I gotta be careful there. You don't want to just jump into that electricity.
Are you gonna do 4-player Magalore?
I will be doing 4-player Magalore, and I'll be doing 2-player on the lore fight.
Gotcha. Yeah, so we got an auto scroller. We love auto scrollers. But this is a good break for the run, honestly. You know, we're just sort of chilling on a ship in space. You know, the only issue is that there are many opportunities to get crushed in this section, so it isn't really a turn off your brain and just sit here doing nothing. You really have to focus. But it kind of relieves you from the stress of managing 4 controllers at once. After this auto-scroller, we're going to be fighting another boss, this time in a ship, and that's when you're going to see Hybrid go crazy with this controller.
Yeah, you'll be seeing me just very aggressively shaking my Wiimote.
Yeah, because we have to fire a bunch of full charge shots all in a row. You know, in order to charge your full shots, you need to shake your controller, and so you're basically just shaking over and over. So.
The lore fight's cool too because it's split into 2 parts. In the first part, we use single player, and the second part, we actually use a 2-player strategy to get a faster quick kill.
Yeah.
And that 2-player strategy came from a runner named Hachidori, who's a Japanese runner. And he pretty much discovered that you could, I'll show you when we actually do the fight. You can spawn 2 players and do a very specific set of attacks that allows you to get through the fight very quickly.
It is a bit tight, so there is a good chance that we might not be able to get it, but yeah, I think that you're consistent enough with it, right?
I did get it in practice beforehand, so I'm hoping I can do it here, but usually it's the type of thing where even on my good attempts, I'm like always a second away from either getting it or not getting it.
It can be very tight, and you also have to manage both players and make sure they're getting hit consistently so you can attack as soon as possible. So.
Which is kind of crazy because you can actually do it with 1 player, and it's even more difficult to the point where it's almost not even possible. You need to have insane shaking of the Wiimote.
I don't know how you can do it with 1 player. I've tried it before because theoretically it would save time because spawning the second player takes 0.5, but you know, I'll just take the 0.5 loss, whatever.
Oh,
I don't want to break my arms. I'll dedicate a lot to this game, but I don't want to dedicate my arms to it, so whatever. I'll let it
That's where you draw the limit. All right, another run, haven't been crushed there before.
Someone said that this background looks like my 8th grade math book.
There you go. Honestly, now they said that, I can't unsee it.
Looks like a 90s internet ad. We're going to surf the web.
Gotta say, I also love this song. It appears in a few other games since, but the song Another Dimension is fantastic.
Oh yeah, this song's definitely a banger out of the many bangers in this game. All right.
The ship we spent all game building is now attacking us. Another day in the life of Kirby. Yep, has to be very quick on this. Oh, I missed the first hit. That's not good. Oh, I barely got it. Okay.
Wow.
That was a bit loud. Sorry about that.
That was really quick.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, if you don't get that, they put up a shield and they go off screen, and that saves about like a close to 10 seconds actually. That quick kill.
By the way, don't despawn player too, because you gotta keep.
Yep. Also, don't accidentally grab Spark. I've done that in a run before. Don't want to talk about it.
Well, honestly though, it doesn't matter because you have the 4-player now, so it doesn't really, you know. I might just grab Spark for the meme now.
just to spite me.
I'll waste time to grab Spark.
All right. First thing I gotta do is stack all these players up.
Yeah, this boss with 4 players saves over like 30 seconds compared to 1 player, which is crazy. Because I just sort of did it as like a joke. I was just like, yeah, whatever, I'll just do a 4-player and try it out. And then I ended up like golding my splits by 30, and I'm just like, oh. Well, that's cool. Alright. Maybe because I'm bad with ninja, but... now we got.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm putting Ninja just as a backup in the mouth of Kirby, because what Magolor is gonna do is purposely wipe the abilities of everyone, but it won't work if you have an ability in your mouth, oddly enough. And I'm gonna have another Kirby do these super ability attacks, which are necessary for the fight, although I'm gonna keep all the Kirbys spawned, because I'm once again gonna need them for the second part of this fight.
Player 4 ability, Player 4 Kirby finally taking the spotlight for once.
All the remotes, I'm gonna have them all move as he has another one of these black hole attacks. Because it triggers a bit of a cutscene if you get absorbed by it, so you really want to avoid getting inhaled there.
It used to be really funny when we'd have just 2 controllers running in one direction. Now we have 4 of them, which is pretty amusing.
Now we have 4. It's even more difficult to manage. And of course, one of them is Fat Kirbying right now because it's got the ninja still in its mouth. Oh, almost missed the timing on the... There we go.
Nice. All right.
And yeah, if you beat Magolor with Ultra Sword as they intend, it plays a cutscene. So we do it with Ninja to avoid that cutscene. All right, and upcoming is the final boss of the game. So once health on this thing hits 0, it'll be time.
Yeah, they throw an oddball at you here, and you'd expect it to be over, but yeah. That's honestly with a lot of Kirby games too, especially Catan, which we just saw previously, where you had to fight the little auto-scroller ship section.
Oh, got them knocked off. Just realized the controllers on my thing are mixed up. There we go.
Brain power to do this is insane.
All right, one more phase of this, then we're done. Time.
Nice.
Yeah.
GG.
Power 4 Wiimotes.
Give some Wiimotes some love. Oh my goodness. I'm just
Hybrid had to
poor
buy
player.
more Wii remotes specifically for this game, so, you know.
Oh yeah, I had some Wiimotes and I realized some of them are so old. I had them from my childhood. They didn't even work, so I ordered some more off of Amazon. And I bought like 20 AA batteries just to be safe.
Yeah, that's another thing about this run. You gotta make sure your batteries are charged before this run, and a lot of them at that. So that's a good time. Good time.
Yeah.
It's a good time considering I had the game over in 6-1. Actually, I'm still a
You know
good
what
chunk
happens?
underestimate.
You
Yeah.
covered yourself for it. I mean, you knew something was gonna happen. It's sort of Dreamland. Right?
Something
Like,
always happens. You can't go through this category and have not something happen.
for 3 hours and only having one bad thing happen. I commend you for that. So you know.
Honestly, I think, yeah, I'm with Nippo on that. I definitely want to say, is there anything you want to say to just like last minute shout outs or plugins or anything like that while you're all here?
Well,
I definitely want to plug the Kirby speedrunning Discord. If you have any interest in Return to Dreamland or any Kirby game, spin-off or otherwise, definitely join the Discord. You can find it on speedrun.com on any Kirby game, and the community is just so fantastic. The people are so friendly. There's community races and events like the Kirby Relay we're doing against Japan in late April, so we highly recommend joining the Discord if you're interested in all of this.
and if you like Return to Dreamland, me and Hybrid are at least the two at the moment that run this game. So if you want to watch us, twitch.tv/pro_hybrid and twitch.tv/nippo4512 are our Twitch channels. If you want to watch us. I'm going for 3rd place right now, so if you like this game and you want to watch more, so
And I'm hot on Nippo's trail trying to catch up to him.
Yeah, we're being the 4-player innovators here, so you know, we're doing the best we can.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I appreciate both of you being on the show. I appreciate everyone on the show tonight. It was a really, really good show.
Well, thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm so like, thank you for celebrating with me on the show.
Oh, yeah,
For the new game.
Kirby's cute. You gotta
Yeah.
give him some love, you know?
Yeah, and especially with the new game coming out again, like the Discord's gonna be a great place. People are gonna be strap finding it, they're gonna be sharing PBs, and it's a really
Oh
great
yeah,
community.
Discord's gonna blow up. If the demo blew it up that much, I'm sure the full game's gonna be even crazier, so.
Absolutely.
Well, on that note, just a few things before we get going. Just a few reminders. Remember that everything that you saw tonight will go on YouTube. So if you do, you can find all the videos. Even the highlights will be on the YouTube as well. You could just go to youtube.com/gamesdonequick and you can find all the videos there. You can find it for any hotfix show or even like past mainline events. Anything like that, just, you know, type in the search and you'll find it under the channel. For example, if you type in the GDQ search, you'll find Legally Cute and then you'll see all the shows. But definitely check that out, see all the highlights and everything like that. Should be up in the next few days. Also, just remember that tune in tomorrow and Sunday starting at 2 p.m. Eastern for the top 8 playoffs for the Mystery Tournament. And definitely for later at the end of this month with Brain Patel's, there is a Game of the Month celebration. We'll be starting March 26th on Hotfigs. Alrighty, everybody. Y'all stay cute. All have a good rest of the day or evening or morning, depending where you are. And yeah, I just want to say thank you for a great showcase. And I had so much fun. It was a blast. And thank you again, everybody. And thank you. Just thank everybody.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks all around.
Hope you all enjoyed.
Yeah.
Pleasure being here.
Yeah. Well, we will be back. For me, I will be back on April 11th. So definitely, or not April. There's another day in March, and that's the day that's important. March 25th. So definitely stick around for that.